This is part two of my Backyardigans summary. Originally, when I made the video, it was all supposed to be one part, but it got too long, so I had to just split it up. And so there was no like transition between two videos, and this is part two. We're gonna be covering seasons 3 and 4 of the Backyardigans in this video, and we will start with episode 1 of the season. Who goes there?
Who goes there?
The episode opens with Tyrone, who is our museum guard, and we're getting a night at the museum concept for this episode. I don't know. The movie's okay. I just got the boom boom firepower joke. I don't know if anyone knows what I'm talking about from the night at the museum. That joke was a staple in my family, and so I hate it now. I hate that movie. It gets on my nerves. But that's what this episode is based off of. And I like this episode more than the movie, so at least that goes for it. So anyway, we get our introduction song. It's a Tyrone solo song again. And it's superb, actually, though. I actually really like this solo song. This might be my favorite solo song from Tyrone, but it's just him doing his night guard things that he's talking, like, saying how he'll always be on the watch and make sure no one breaks into his museum. We then meet our museum curator. Tasha makes an appearance, but just for the beginning and ending, you know, it's her typical role where she's just like the overhead of whatever activity is going on. And she's just like, oh, okay, so please take care of the museum. Here's this blank room. Well, here's this room with our new exhibit. It only has a blank canvas on it, but it's gonna be something soon, which I don't know why you have the blank canvas in the exhibit room. Like, is the artist gonna go into the room to paint it itself? Or, like, why do you need the blank canvas in the room right now? But either way, so that room's in progress, but she also shows us her ancient Egypt room. She has some, like, medieval, I think, or probably I forgot what realm, but like some Renaissance artwork and paintings and pottery and stuff like that. So she shows us all of these different artifacts, and like we can kind of see some of our familiar faces in these artworks and paintings and stuff, but we'll get to them in a little bit. So Tasha leaves, and Tyrone gives us a reprise of who goes there, and he's just walking around the museum making sure that there's no suspicious activity going on, but we see some suspicious activity behind him. Are there some characters we might recognize?
Who goes there? Who goes there? I can spot an earth anywhere.
So anyways, he finishes his one patrol around the museum, and then he falls asleep in a chair, which, interesting. Good security work. You know, maybe Tyrone's role in all these episodes is just bad at his job. So we get to we focus on the artworks that we pass by and that we recognize as some of our familiar Backyardigans characters. We have Pablo, who is like in this like medieval getup in like this suit of armor night thing going on for him. We have Uniqua, who was in a painting and is in this like purple lilac dress with an umbrella, very elegant. And then we have Austin, who was on this red pottery vase giving ancient Rome vibes. So they sing a song called Tired of Hanging Around, another superb song in this episode, and it's just about how they're so tired of always just laying around in the museum, and how at night they come alive to actually do fun things instead of just laying about all day when the museum is open. So they sing that song, but they accidentally bump into the sarcophaguses in the ancient Egyptian room, which I feel like is a bit that we've seen before in the Backyardigans, but whatever. This wakes up Tyrone, and he goes immediately to investigate, and they pretend to like freeze and act like statues, and he's like, interesting, suspicious. I feel like there was something around here. Anyways, they run off, and Tyrone follows them because he feels like he saw something, and they dive into a painting of flowers, and they're frozen, and Tyrone's like, I could have sworn I saw someone run into the painting room, but they're by the flowers, and Austin is allergic, and he sneezes, and so but he doesn't sneeze fully yet, he just has his nose covered up, by UniEarth because she's trying to prevent him from sneeze. So Tyrone's just like, okay, I don't think anything went wrong then. I don't see anything. But before he leaves, Austin eventually does sneeze, and then Tyrone catches him, and he's like, oh, it's the art that's on the loose, not like an invader. So good on him at least. At least he doesn't actually have to deal with an actual criminal. So they then play tag with Tyrone, and we get a song called The Art Is On the Loose. It's my favorite song from the episode. It's superb tier though, not perfect, but it's just the artwork bouncing around from the all around the museum. Like they jump into a painting with horses and like they ride them out around the museum, and like Tyrone even goes in and has a horse of his own. And so like it's just a fun like scene of them running around the museum causing chaos as Tyrone's trying to stop them. And they eventually stop into the new exhibit room, and Tyrone has an idea. He locks the exhibit room door with him in it, and then they jump into the blank canvas, and he's like, I've caught you now. And so he takes a paintbrush and this what's it called, that board that holds paint on it, can't know. Easel? Is it an easel? No, that's what you hold your canvas on. Anyway, so he starts painting by just like doing blobs though. He just like splashes paint blobs on them, and we get this kind of fun splatter paint flamenco song where Tyrone's doing spins and splashing paint blobs onto the blank canvas as our artworks are trying to dodge it and not get painted. I don't know what would happen if they get painted. Like, do they become a part of the canvas itself? Like, would it just be like if they got shot with a paintball? Like, I don't know what the paint's gonna do, but he's doing that whole thing, but he's bad at it. He like colors all around the canvas with these paint blobs instead of like making an actual strategic placement to trap them and paint them. And so he runs out of paint, and all of the artworks are fine, and they jump out and they're like, guess we won, nice playing with you. And Tyrone's upset because he's like, the museum's a mess, I couldn't do my job. And he's sad. But then the artworks are like, oh, it's okay, we'll just help you. And so they gather up all of the paintings and artwork, and they put it all back in its place, and they set up the museum, and they're like, yeah, we just like to play at night, so thanks for playing with us, Night Guard, but we won't let you get fired. So they act like statues. Tasha, the curator, comes back in, and it's like, wow, you kept everything in check, thank you. And then they have this fun bit where like they come back alive, and then she's like, oh my gosh, the artwork's alive. But then Austin gives a proverb about like, I don't know, artwork playing in the night, but by the day is for the entertainment of the masses.
Curator Tasha, there's no need to run and fright. Very strange things happen in museums in the night, but when the daylight comes, we always go right back. Now won't you come and join us for a little snack?
I don't know. Austin said it, so it was something memorable, I guess. Anyways, the episode as a whole gets E for effort. It was a fun season premiere, like nothing special about it, so I noticed the Backyardigans, they don't really do special season premieres and season finales. It's just kind of whatever episode like idea they came up with at the time to go in production order. But it was a good song, a good episode, you know. E for effort, E for effort. This then brings us into episode 2 of season 3, Blazing Paddles, and we open up on Sheriff Uniqua, and she's actually talking in a Western accent. You'll never hear. I'm sorry. The amount of times I've used a Western accent in this. Or Southern? Or are they the same? I think my Southern and Western accents are the same. Is there a difference? I feel like there's supposed to be a difference. I don't know. So anyway, she's a cowboy, or she's wearing a cowboy hat this time around, and she sings a song called The Sheriff Makes It Right, and it's a fun song that exists. So anyway, she sings about how she's the sheriff of Ping Pong Valley, or Mesa, Ping Pong Mesa, and she whenever she goes into town and then goes up to the saloon, I was thinking of like the SpongeBob SquarePants Wild West episode special, where like it's a very typical Wild West town, and like she goes into the saloon and stuff like that. I don't know, very familiar, but that's how all Wild West settings are. But I was thinking of SpongeBob because of the animated show connection, so That's that. So anyway, she goes into the saloon and she's like, who's ready to play some ping pong? And we see Austin and Tasha playing ping pong. They're going back and forth. Love the outfits this episode, by the way. Tasha is giving flapper. Austin is also kind of like a cowboy, but he's like more of like a rugged type of guy. And then Tyrone is like the waiter of the saloon, and so he's giving that whole thing with like the striped vertically black and white. So we have all of that, and then we sing a song titled Ping Pong. That's it. It's kind of forgettable, but it's just them playing ping pong in the saloon. A fun song, you know. Tyrone and Uniqua, they're playing ping pong across the saloon bar table, and then we have Austin and Tasha playing. It's just a fun song to set up that this place, this Wild West saloon town, they're known for their ping pong. They love ping pong, which I don't know who came up with the idea of combining ping pong and Wild West, but it fits. The synergy. So anyways, Uniqua's like, okay, I'm gonna go head out. Tell me if you need scream for help, but I'm gonna be patrolling the area. And immediately as she leaves, Pablo comes in and he's like, I heard you play ping pong in this area. And so he challenges Tyrone to a ping pong match because he's like, you think you're any good at ping pong to challenge me? And Tyrone's like, yeah, I think I'm pretty good at ping pong. So they play, but then Pablo does this special move called the Bandit Slam It, and he just slams the ping pong ball and it flies right past Tyrone, and he's in chills because the bet they made if Tyrone lost was that Pablo would take his paddle. So he takes his paddle and puts it into his paddle collection box, and he's like, any other challengers? And then Tasha is like, it's okay, I'll avenge you, Tyrone. And then she also fails to the Bandit Slam It. And then Austin also tries, but he fails too. So Pablo has now collected all 3 of their paddles, and they can no longer play ping pong. So anyways, Austin runs out and is like, Sheriff Uniqua, we need help. There's this bandit who's stealing all of our paddles. So Sheriff Uniqua comes in and she's like, this is my turf, Pablo. And so they play ping pong, but then she loses to the Bandit Slam It move too. But like, to be fair to her, they go a couple of rounds. Like, everyone lost on the first hit, but like they go back and forth like 3 times.
Watch out for his bandit slamming.
But she still loses. And so Pablo takes her paddle and her sheriff badge. So wait, actually, this is one of those times where Pablo isn't really playing the goofy villain, you know? He's kind of serious this time around. So anyways, Uniqua leaves the town in shame, but she's like, I'll be back. I'll train and I'll come back for you guys. So she leaves them in the town, though. She leaves on her horse and rides off in the sunset, and so the villagers just have to fend them for themselves until Uniqua comes back. So we then get a training montage song called I Must Be Ready, and it's a fun song, but the animation that happens with it is iconic. And it's not because it's like beautiful, like it is beautiful, but it's because we have this one training scene where ping pong balls rain from the sky and Uniqua does a tornado move and hits them. Like, and she's using a cactus as her ping pong ball paddle. Like, extreme ping pong training. Like, when she said she was going on a training arc, she was not lying. This, of course, only takes place in like an hour, I'm assuming, at most. Meanwhile, we go back to the saloon, and we get a Tyrone, Austin, and Tasha trio song, but also Pablo has some bits. But it's really just a Tyrone, Austin, Tasha trio song called No One Gets to Play Today.
One day the rain will finally end.
One day the clouds will go away. One day I'll play ping pong again. But no one gets to play today.
And I love it. It's fun. It's really fun. It goes in the superb tier, and it's just like a song about how they don't get to play because Pablo took all their paddles. And then by the end of the song, they leave out of the saloon to like cry on the stairs. And Pablo, he has this revelation that he's playing alone, and he's a little bit sad about it. We see it on his face, and I'm like, well, isn't this what you wanted? But, like, that's for his redemption arc. Spoilers. We then have Sheriff Uniqua, who is disguised as, like, the Pink Flash or something like that. I forget what her name was, or Pink Fury. And she challenges Pablo to a ping pong match in order for all of their paddles back. And so she's in disguise. They don't know that she's Sheriff Uniqua. So he accepts the challenge. And so they play ping pong. Pablo does his bandit slam it move, and it soars past her. And we're like, oh, she's gonna lose? But then Uniqua, ultra speed, runs to the top of the clock tower in the city, and then just hits the ping pong ball back at Pablo. And it's like coming down like a meteor asteroid. And it just goes through, like, Pablo manages to hit the ping pong ball, but it's going so fast that it burns through his paddle. And he loses because of that. And I'm like, not to roast anyone, but like Pablo, like, he did it. Like, he is a good ping pong player. He was able to hit that ball. It was just because it was going so fast, his paddle physically could not, like, hit it back. So, like, that's not even his fault. But he lost, and then, but it's fine anyways, because he learned that he wanted to play with everyone. Because Uniqua reveals that it's her, that she's the sheriff, she returns everyone's paddles, and she doesn't take Pablo's paddle. He's like, no, because then we wouldn't get to play with you. So they all play ping pong together, and that's the end of the episode. And it's an E for effort episode. Like, I don't know. It's just nothing too exciting, but fun nonetheless. E for effort. So episode 3 of the season is Garbage Truck, and we open on our garbage truck crew. You know, the Star Trek references, if you couldn't tell. So we open on Tasha, Austin, and Uniqua. And Tasha is the leader of this ragtag group of intergalactic garbage collectors. That's right, they travel the space, I almost said 7 seas. They travel the galaxies in order to collect garbage on planets. So we get a song about it called Intergalactic Garbage Truck. It's an introduction song. I don't know. I don't have that much to say about it. So anyways, my 3 favorite characters though. I love it. I love this pairing. But anyways, they go to their outer space ship and they start collecting garbage. It's a pretty well-designed high-tech ship, to be honest. Like, you know, very fancy, very high-tech. Like, you actually have buttons, and like we get to see what each of their roles are. Like, Uniqua is kind of like the navigator, Austin's the communications, and then Tasha's the leader. So they organize their crew, and then they sing a song called Trash Day, which is about they go to each of these different planets in order to collect the garbage on it. And it's really just the crew cleaning up planets. That's what we see. But then we see Tyrone and Pablo, and they're on like this like worn down spaceship, but it's cool. It's like in the shape of a moose, and it's because they're the Moosians, an alien species based off of mooses. And so Tyrone's obviously the leader, and I'm like, how did they accept Pablo? It's like, is he like an honorary moose? Not sure. I'm not very sure. Anyways, they sing a song called That Garbage Funk. Kind of forgettable. Oh, I forgot to mention my rank for Trash Day. That was also forgettable. I did not like these 2 songs. It's like, one's about cleaning up trash on planets, and then the next is about the Moosians liking to eat garbage. And so they catch on to the garbage truck collectors, Tasha, Austin, Uniqua, that trio. So they catch on that they have garbage, and they trick them by pretending to call for help. And so when they go to save them, they then take out their garbage from their the storage tank on their ship. And so the reason why they need the garbage is because it fuels their ship. Anyways, the garbage collectors are not happy because their garbage was just taken by the Moosians, and they're like, can't believe we were tricked. Anyways, though, they move on to this next planet that looks like Saturn, but the ring is made out of garbage. So they collect that garbage, but the Moosians call for help once more, and like they're like suspicious of it. They're like, okay, we'll try to follow the lead, but like let's not get too close. Okay, let's figure out if they actually need help. So they try to fly in the direction of where the Moosian call for help was, but then they get magnetized to a planet, and then the Moosian ship comes out and gets their garbage again. So they're like, okay, that's it. We're over it. So, anyways, they then decide to just move on though, because they need to collect trash, and they have their biggest job yet. It's a giant planet made out of garbage. So they sing a song called "You Can Do It." It's kind of fun. It's a fun song about trying to adventure to get more garbage. It's the same thing. But anyways, they go to this giant planet, and they notice on their way that there's a black hole near it. And so they're like, okay, we gotta avoid that. Austin's like curve around it. So they curve around it to go to the planet. They eat all the garbage, and the Moosians are like, oh, this is the biggest garbage collection they've ever seen. So they try to head straight for them, but they run into the black hole. Like, they go straight into the black hole. So they're in need of help. So they call for help. They're like, we're about to die in the black hole, and we have no garbage for fuel. Which is like, how did you go through all the other garbage already? You stole garbage twice. How are you, like, traveling in the first place beforehand? Well, anyways, Tasha isn't buying it at first. She's like, as if they need help. We fought for that trick twice already. We're not going to fall for it for a third time. But then Austin's like, their location is pinging from the black hole. And so Tasha's like, okay, fine then. We gotta go. So they tried to, like, magnetize them out as well, but the black hole's pull is too strong. So they end up falling into the black hole as well because they get too close. And so now they're all trapped in the black hole. But then they get a communication from the Moosians that say our ship uses garbage as fuel, and so what they do is they feed all of the garbage from the planet they just got the garbage from, that's in their ship. They release it into the Moosian ship, and they fly, and the Moosians get enough power to fly out of the black hole somehow. And then it looks like they're just gonna leave them to die, but the Moosians come back, and they get the garbage truck collectors out, and then they all celebrate because despite their differences, they work together to get out of the black hole. And honestly, this episode wasn't for me. It was just a weird episode. Like, I love space-themed episodes, but it was just them collecting garbage like 3 times, and I was like, okay, I've seen this before. Like, not this concept, but like within the episode, it kind of got boring for me. So not for me, sorry, Garbage Trek, but we're moving on. So episode 4 of the season is titled Fly Girl, and we open up on Uniqua, and she is a pilot, and her whole thing is that she delivers singing telegrams to grumpy people all around the world in order to make their day and cheer them up. So she gives us an opening song called A Singing Telegram, and it's a fun song. And it's just about how she wants to cheer them up and make their day, and so that they should smile. And she has a harmonica solo in it. I don't know what's with the Backyardigans and harmonicas. They have to have, like, some person in the crew that's like, hey, I can really play the harmonica. And so whenever they can, they just put it in a song. So anyways, Uniqua gets her first mission, and it's for Captain Grumpy, and he's just on a ship in the 7 seas. And so she goes on her plane to land near the ship, and we go to Pablo, who sings a song called Clean, Clean, Clean. It's kind of just a fun song. It's catchy. It's honestly kind of forgettable. It's like a weird song in the episode because no one else really gets a solo like Pablo does in this episode, and it's just him cleaning his deck. But it's catchy, so that's why I said it's fun. It's, like, really catchy. So anyways, Pirate Pablo is cleaning his deck, and then we get Uniqua, who lands right by the ship, and then she gets on, but, like, her feet are kind of wet, and, like, she's messing up his deck, and we get these lines from Pablo.
You're making footprints on me deck.
Oh, sorry.
Me deck! Get off me deck!
And so then he's like, you're messing up my ship. And so he tries to throw her overboard, and he's, like, really grumpy about it. And so Uniqua plays her singing telegram in order to cheer him up. And it works, but she doesn't realize it because Captain, I called him Captain Grumpy. Sorry, his name is Captain Moody. So Captain Moody is like, wait a second, I have something. Just stay right here. So he goes off, and Uniqua's like, oh, shucks, I didn't cheer him up. So she just flies off, and it's like, man, my singing telegram didn't cheer him up. Also, yeah, so the singing telegram song she sings whenever she cheers someone up is the same from the introduction. So You hear it a lot. And, like, it's fun, but, like, you hear it a lot. And as she flies off, we see Pablo come back out, and he has a harmonica, and he's like, me, 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 and he's trying to sing to her, but she's gone, and it's like, oh, so he was cheered up, but, like, Uniqua just assumed he was still mad, because he, like, walked away, and so she missed out. But anyways, Pablo's like, I will thank her. But then Uniqua moves on to her next person, who is the Mahahorani how did I say Maharani but not Tasha? Anyways, that's her next assignment. She must go to Tasha, and when she gets there, Tasha is trying to sleep, but she's annoyed by any little sound. Like, the birds are chirping, and she's like, silence. So, anyways, Uniqua tries to go inside, but she accidentally knocks all these pillars that's in the room down. And then Tasha's like, you ruined my silence. And so then she traps Uniqua on this, like, one floor that will drop down into a pit. And then that's Uniqua's time to give her singing telegram. And she sings for her life. And Tasha is like, wait a second. And for some reason, Uniqua thinks that, once again, Tasha is still mad at her and that she didn't cheer her up. So she just swings on out of there and flies away. And then Tasha runs outside of her palace and is like, wait, I was supposed to say thank you. And she also has a harmonica. Anyways, she runs into Captain Moody, and then, like, Uniqua distracts them and is able to get away before either of them catch. And then we get this perfection of a song, A Grump Like You. It's a Tasha and Pablo duet once again. Love this duo. And it's just about them being grumpy, and, like, how that's just has been their life. But at the end, they're like, but we want to thank Uniqua for giving us the singing telegram because she's made us happy. And then Uniqua moves on to her final client, the Abominable Snowman. And we see him clearing the path to his cave, but Uniqua lands in the snow and completely covers up the path once again. And so he's mad at her. He's like, how dare you ruin my path? And so she sings on her airplane wing, the singing telegram, and he once again walks away to get his harmonica, but Uniqua thinks he's mad. But this time she doesn't fly out. She doesn't really have a choice. Like, she doesn't fly out on purpose. The snow, like, falls, and so her plane is about to fall, so that's why she flies out. But then we see Tasha and Pablo arrive on, like, a snow scooter, and I'm just like, how did they get there at, like, roughly the same time as Uniqua flying in an airplane? It doesn't make sense. But anyways, all three of our grumps are like, oh, we were trying to thank her.
Heard a lot about you.
A pleasure.
Hi there. Come back here. Come back here.
So anyways, Uniqua lands in her air base, and she's really sad. She's like, man, I didn't manage to make anyone happy. But then our three grumps come out, and they're like, they sing a song called Thank You, and it's a fun song about thanking Uniqua for making them happy. And so it's like that Thank You and Please song all the way back in season 1. But this time it's just about happiness and not necessarily manners. But either way, nice, fun episode. I think it was an interesting concept, you know? Someone, like, a flying pilot that delivers, like, singing telegrams to make you happy. I don't know where you come up with that concept. And so the episode is almost perfect tier. Not a best episode contender, but it is up there. We then get episode 5, which is What's Bugging You? And so this time we open once again on Tyrone and Uniqua, and they're exterminators. And Jesus Christ, that's a giant fly that they're opening on in the Backyardigans episode. The biggest jump scare that the Backyardigans has ever done, to be honest. So they sing a song called What's Bugging You, and it's superb. It's like an exterminator jingle. And it's just them being like, we're here to see what's bugging you.
That's why we can always take care of what's bugging you.
Also, I'm sorry, I called them exterminators. They're just controllers. Because, you know, the Backyardigans, they don't kill the pests. They're just pest controller experts. Okay? they are not gonna kill the bugs. They're just gonna control them. So they sing a song about that, and they get a call from Tasha, and she's saying how there's a worm in her house, and so she needs them to get it out of her house because she has an upcoming inspection from Mr. Spiffy, and he is the leader of the Spiffy Club. And so she's new to the neighborhood, and she wants her house to be a part of the Spiffy Club because you're in the Spiffy Club if your house is very spiffy. Notice how much I'm saying spiffy. So they sing a reprise of What's Bugging You about how they will catch the worm and make sure that Tasha's house is all clean. But then Pablo rings the doorbell, and so she tries to get the pest specialist to hide because if Pablo sees them, he'll know that she has a pest in her house. So they hide, and then Tasha lets in Mr. Spiffy, and we get a perfection song, and it's My Name is Spiffy, and I don't know why I love it so much.
My name is Spiffy.
Mr. Spiffy,
That's also the name of my club.
the Spiffy Club.
I'll check your house out in a jiffy.
Oh, so quickly.
So don't forget to mop and sweep and scrub.
Like, it's kind of a basic song, but I love it, okay? The way, like, that Pablo looks so serious, I think that's why, because he's not playing his goofball role, and so it's just funny because how serious he is. He's, like, in this nice get-up, and he's just like, hello, I'm Mr. Spiffy, and that's also the name of my club, the Spiffy Club. And so he'll check your house out in a jiffy, oh so quickly, so don't forget to mop and sweep and scrub. Perfection. So he starts beginning his inspection, and they decide to go into the kitchen. And then we see, like, you know, the pest specialist Tyrone and Uniqua chase around the worm, and then eventually Tasha and Pablo go outside, and then so they're like, okay, the best way to lure in a worm is to make it snacks. So Uniqua and Tyrone use the kitchen to make cupcakes in order to attract the worm out. And for some reason, they microwave the cupcakes. Is that a thing? Can you microwave cupcakes? Like, I'm not good at baking. You can ask anyone that knows me personally. I once made a cake that, let's just say there was a lot of cocoa powder, and so now we're scarred for life. So anyways, though, they make the cupcakes, and the kitchen's a complete mess, and they take it out of the microwave. But this attracts the worm. But unfortunately, it also attracts several more wormins into the house, so they messed up brutally. And then Pablo and Tasha walk back in, and the kitchen's a mess, so Tasha has to cover Pablo's head with a bowl, and he just thinks the lights turned out, and they just move on to the next room, and Tasha's like, what? How did you make the house such a mess? And they're like, it's okay, we'll take care of what's bugging you. And she's like, okay, just, oh, you made cupcakes? That's cool, but please take care of the wormins. So anyways, they then go in to find the wormins, and they're in the bedroom. And so we sing a song called Get Those Little Critters. It's a fun song, and it's about Tyrone and Uniqua using vases and playing around in order to catch the wormin, because that's the best way to catch a bunch of them. So by playing the game. So they play the game to catch all the wormins, and then they act as statues because Pablo and Tasha walk in, and Pablo's like investigating the statues and like, very interesting. And he doesn't notice that there's a worm on his head, and they're all like freaking out. And then Pablo's like, is there something on my face, Tasha? And she's like, no, Mr. Spiffy. So they move on, and then Tasha's like, did you get all the wormin? And did you get the wormin? Like, yeah, more might have come in, but it's under control. We got it, Tasha. And so she's like, okay, as long as she had it handled. So they go to the front door, and they try to let the wormin out. But then more wormin come in, and so now there's just a ton of wormins in Tasha's house. And they go into the study area, and they just completely destroy it. And then they try to beg. They're like, Uniqua and Tyrone, the last rule of pest control is to beg if everything goes wrong. So they start begging and like, please, wormin, leave. But then Tasha and Pablo walk in because that's the last room that Pablo has to see, and Tasha tries to stop him, but Pablo's like, Tasha, you know the rules. I have to check out every room in your house. So he goes in, and he's like, what is this? Because there's just a bunch of worm crawling all around the study area. And she's like, you see, Mr. Spiffy, I may have a bit of a pest control problem. And Pablo's like, yeah, I don't think you can be in the Spiffy Club like this, Tasha. I'm sorry. And so she's like sad. And then Unique and Tyrone like, okay, well, I guess this is time for the very last rule of pest control. And Tasha's like, what's that? If you can't control them, join them. And so we get the Wormin Party song. It's the forgettable song of the episode. I don't really like it. But anyway, so they're partying with the Wormin. But the Wormin end up cleaning the mess for Tasha. And like Pablo in the background's like keeping note of all of the clean rooms once more as they go through all the rooms and clean it up. And then at the end, the Wormin dance out. And then Mr. Spiffy has a smile on his face. And it's like, wow, that's the most fun I had, Tasha. And look, your house is clean now and you no longer have pests. So you're allowed in the Spiffy Club. And all's well that ends well. And that ends the episode. So overall, it's an almost perfect episode, you know, like the stakes aren't high, so that's why the stakes don't have to be high, but I don't know. It wasn't big enough to be a best episode contender, but I love it nonetheless. The song, especially Mr. Spiffy, I just love Mr. Spiffy. Mr. Spiffy is an icon, and so that's why it's almost perfect. Definitely up there though. What's bugging you? What's bugging you? Do you have a pesky pest? What's bugging me? What's bugging you? Call us, we're the best. Call us, we're the best. Oh, anyways. Episode 6 of the season is titled Chichen, Itza, Pizza. Okay? And remember, if you remember from the introduction, this is our only episode in the entire series not to feature or include Pablo. Interesting dynamic will be happening this episode. So we open with our iconic duo, Uniqua and Tasha, and they're advertising their new pizza restaurant, and we get a song about it called Chichen Itza Pizza. Who would have guessed? And actually though, before they come up with the title, they're trying to figure out what kind of pizza restaurant, like where they want to go. So they're like, we can have the best pizza in the Himalayas or the entire Pacific Ocean, but they eventually settle on Chichen Itza Pizza. So they sing a song about it, very superb. And the genre of music for this episode is college fight song, which I didn't know that was a genre, but like they go for it. Like they have pom-poms while they do their Chichen Itza song, and like I get into it. Like it is a college fight song. You're like, Chichen Itza Pizza we deliver. Like you get into it. It's a chant now.
Chichen Itza Pizza we deliver.
So anyways, they sing about it, and we go to their little setup booth in Chichen Itza, and they're like making the pizza, rolling the dough, putting the sauce on it, and then we have Tasha. She's trying to hang up these banners or like these flags to decorate their area a little bit more, but she's deathly afraid of heights, so she almost falls off the ladder, and Uniqua has to help her. So they then get back on the ground, and they get a phone call from Tyrone, because they look around and they're like, no one's coming to our little hut here. I guess there's no one in the middle of nowhere in ancient Mexico. But they say that they start to deliver now, and then they immediately get a call from Tyrone, who is the king of this land. And he's like, I, the king, would like to order a pizza. And Tasha's like, you're in the Golden Pyramid, which is like across the entire jungle from us, so he might be out of our delivery range. But Unique was like, we'll take the job. And so they take the job, and Tasha's like, I'm not sure if we can do it, this seems kind of risky. But Uniqua reassures her with a perfect song. I love this song. Oh my gosh, it's a bicycle built for two, and it's just Uniqua trying to reassure Tasha that they have this job under control. And Tasha is like, what if this job is a mistake? Which it might end up being.
I'm more worried about me.
Tasha, it's going to be okay. We will get there.
I just hope it's today.
Together we will bike it, relax and try to like it. Just you and me and pizza mixie on a bicycle built for two.
So, they eventually bike down this path, and they get to this first pyramid, and they think it's the Golden Pyramid, but they go inside, and they're like, it doesn't look like the Golden Pyramid. and Uniqua reads and touches a button that says the Great Pyramid of the Earth, and then a giant rock rolls down and chases them Indiana Jones style, so they have to bike away in order not to get hit by the boulder, and they make it, but just barely, and they end up falling down a waterfall because of it. But luckily, Uniqua catches onto some vines and then also catches Tasha right before they hit the ground. So they get on the ground and they realize that there's the pizza box, because the pizza, it's in, your typical white pizza box, but then it's in this like red like folded container thing, so that it stays warm and so that it doesn't get contaminated. So they notice that this box, the pizza box, is floating down the river, and they find a conveniently placed boat, and they start to boat down the river in order to catch up to the pizza box. And eventually, the pizza, it goes into the temple of the water, and so they're trying to get out, and Tasha's like, Uniqua, don't hit that button. And she's like, Tasha, I would never. But then the paddle ends up hitting the button anyways, and so now they're swirling down into a whirlpool, and they're blasted out of a waterfall. But somehow they are safe and the pizza is safe. So Tasha is annoyed though. They get out of the water and they have the pizza, but Tasha is so annoyed that she sings a quitting song called I Quit, and it's iconic, okay? It's just Tasha saying how she quits, and I would too, honestly. The working conditions, not worth it, Uniqua. So she does her whole cheerleader song about how she quits, which, inspirational. But then she ends up marching into another pyramid, and she's like, we should get out of here before anything happens. And like Unique was like, good idea. But then she steps on a pressure plate in the pyramid that activates wind underneath them, and they fly out in like this tornado, and the pizza flies away. But Tasha grabs it, but she lets go because her fear of heights like disorients her. And so the pizza box flies off, and so do they. And they eventually land on the ground, but the pizza box is nowhere to be found. And Tasha is upset. She's like, okay, I actually quit now. But then they come across the Great Golden Pyramid. And before Uniqua is able to chase after Tasha, because Tasha is like, okay, I'm quitting, Uniqua gets caught by a spotlight. And King Tyrone's like, you've made it. Enter now. And so Uniqua tries to speak up and it's like, Your Majesty, but then she's forced to enter. So she enters the Great Pyramid, and Tasha looks back in disbelief. She's like, oh no, she doesn't have the pizza. What's gonna happen to Uniqua? So Tasha tries to chase after her. And meanwhile, inside the pyramid, Uniqua's like, Your Great King, Your Great Majesty Tyrone, I'm afraid we do not, but he doesn't listen. Tyrone just sings a song called Yum. It's a fun song, and it's about how he is so excited to have his pizza. And so he's like dancing around, and he's trying to get the pizza box, because I forgot to mention this, but the pizza, the white container that has the pizza flew out, but not the red, like, envelope thing that was covering it. So that is still in Uniqua's hands. So she has that part. So that's why Tyrone thinks she has the pizza on her. But the pizza box that actually has the pizza is gone. And then Tasha, she's at the front of the Great Golden Pyramid, and she notices on top of the pyramid is the white pizza box. So she tries to race up it, and she's trying not to look down, and it's like playing rhythmically with the song Tyrone is singing as she tries to not look down and get the pizza box. And eventually, at the climax of the song, Tasha grabs the pizza box but falls into the pyramid, and she does the scream drop. But she falls, and Uniqua notices that she's falling. So Uniqua pushes a chair into the direction of Tasha. She lands on the chair, does a roll, and then they do their Chichen, Itza, pizza we deliver, as they end the Yum song.
Don't look down, Tasha, don't look.
I can't wait to eat that pizza.
Chichen, Itza, pizza we deliver.
And then they have the pizza, and Tyrone's like, was she always here? And Uniqua was like, oh yeah, Tasha, she's with me. She was always here. And so he gets his pizza, he takes a bite, and it's really scrumptious. It's steaming, and he loves it. And he's like, I declare you guys the best pizza deliverers in ancient Mexico. And then the episode ends, and it's amazing. So I love this episode. I love the college fight song genre. I don't know why, but it made for some really catchy songs, so it had that going for it. And also, I just love the Tasha Uniqua dynamic so much, you know. The climax was great, the songs, even the theming. Like, I never would have thought a pizza delivery episode. Well, no, the SpongeBob did it. Pizza delivery. Something about pizza delivery episodes are so iconic in cartoon episodes. Maybe every cartoon should have one. No, but then it would get stale. Then someone would ruin it. But either way, this is a best episode contender episode. Love it. Episode 7 of the season is To the Center of the Earth, and we open up on Tyrone, and he's digging in the sandbox because he lost his lucky penny. Bless his heart. And then he comes across Uniqua and Pablo. It's another trio episode, of course. But, you know, we have Chichen Pizza, so I'll let the writers have their trio episode once more. And so they're amazing inventors, and we get an introduction song that's pretty fun, and it's called Amazing Inventors, and it's just about how they're amazing inventors and that they will use their inventions to get Tyrone's penny. So we go to their invention center, and we see that they just have this giant drill. Is it a drill? I think it's a drill, but it's basically this big machine that will drill down into the center of the earth, into the earth, until they get to the center of the earth to find Tyrone's penny, because somehow going to the sandbox, like, just let it down the layers of the earth. So we're gonna go down each layer of the earth until we find the penny. So we get our song To the Center of the Earth. If you love it, it's a fun song, and if you really like it, don't worry, we'll sing it every time we go down into the center of the earth. So it's fun.
Going to the center of the earth. Oh, what will be there? Going to the center of the earth. What will we see there? Jewels or beasts or tasty feasts. Perhaps there won't be any. Going to the center of the earth to find my penny.
They start digging down, and we get to our first layer of the earth, and it's made out of this really bouncy material. So Tyrone sees his penny and is like, okay, all I have to do is walk over and grab it. But the inventor's like, no. We shall use our inventions in order to get your penny for you. So they try to use this drone that will pick up the penny, but it ends up like, it grabs the penny, but it ends up like flying all around and bouncing off of the walls because this layer of the earth is really bouncy, and so it ends up dropping the penny. And so Tyrone tries to walk over to get it, but then he starts bouncing, and so now they're all bouncing all over the earth, and so is the penny, and eventually it falls down a hole down further into the center of the earth. And so they're like, well, time to get digging once more. And so they sing the To the Center of the Earth to find my penny, and then they go down to the next layer, which is a diamond layer, and it's just very slippery. Like, the layer of this earth is very slippery, and so they see the penny, and it's on top of this like crystal or diamond pillar, and Tyrone's like, okay, if we just knock the pillar down, the penny will fall and I can grab it. And they're like, but that's not very scientific. We have an invention for this. And so Paulo just has suction, like he uses these suction cups to climb up a wall, which I guess that's technically an invention, but it doesn't seem as high tech as like they seem to be promoting. Well, anyways, Paulo's like trying to climb up a wall near the pillar, and he's about to get the penny, but he bumps the pillar over and it falls, and so then they all start sliding. So the penny starts sliding and rolling, and so Tyrone tries to run for it, but he starts sliding, and we get a song called The Diamond Slide, where they're just trying to slide around to get the penny, and it's kind of a forgettable song. It's cool though, they're doing like we're sliding, like a diamond slide thing. But yeah, they try to catch the penny, but it rolls down another hole, and so they have to go back down into the center of the earth to find his penny. And then we get to our last layer, which is the actual center of the earth. Now, you may think that the center of the earth is just this molten core that would burn you at any touch, but no. It's actually like an oasis area that has trees and a beach and a dinosaur. So that's the center of the earth, actually. Fun fact. So actually, they're at the center of the earth, and they notice the penny, but it's by the dinosaur. And so Tyrone's like, how am I supposed to get the penny from the dinosaur right there? And so they sing a song called The Extendo Arm, a fun song about them creating this arm, because inventions. And so they make an extendable arm in order to grab the penny. And the reason why they had to invent this invention right now is because all of their inventions drowned, because when they landed in the center of the earth, the drill, like, it sunk, in the ocean or water that was at the center of the earth for some reason. So anyways, they make the extendo arm and they grab the penny, but they bump into the dinosaur, and so they grab the penny, but the dinosaur is chasing after them, and eventually they get to the coast of the water and they're like, we're doomed. But Tyrone gets his lucky penny, and he's like, he throws it to distract the dinosaur, and the dinosaur chases after the penny, and they're like, wow, I guess it was lucky, it saved us. But then the dinosaur comes running back, and they're like, oh no, we're dead again. But then it just drops the penny in Tyrone's hand, and it's like, he tamed a dinosaur. So it is a lucky penny. Pretty magnificent. And that ends our episode. Overall, To the Center of the Earth, kind of forgettable. I know they use the three-part format in like a lot of episodes for the Backyardigans, but this one that's all it was. It was just a 3-part adventure, you know? You had your bouncy layer, your diamond layer, and then the center layer. And it wasn't cleverly crafted by just doing 3 parts of something else, so I don't know, it just ended up being kind of boring, because it was like, okay, I know what's going to happen next. They're going to go to a lair, they're going to try to use an invention to get a penny, it's going to fail, and then they're going to have a song or some hijinks, you know, nothing too exciting. And it was also only a trio episode, so what were you going to do? Our next episode then is episode 8 of the season, Front Page News, and it opens on Tasha, and we get a Tasha solo song called I've Got a Secret Identity, because she is a photographer for the newspaper, but she is also a superhero by night, by day. I mean, she transforms in the day, but maybe possibly at the night. Either way, though, she snaps, and then she instantly transforms into basically the Flash. She's basically the Flash.
I'm Tasha, and I take pictures for a newspaper. But I'm not just a photographer. I'm also a superhero.
So she sings a fun song, I've Got a Secret Identity, and we go to her big news station, and Pablo is her boss, and he's channeling Judge Jameson vibes, okay? But, like, it also feels like, I was gonna say Superman reference, because it's like, Tasha has a secret identity, but also all superheroes have a secret identity, so I don't know why I thought of Superman here. So I guess she is Spider-Man. Tasha is Spider-Man, but also has the Flash abilities. But also, Spider-Man never worked for the newspaper. I don't know. I never watched the original Spider-Man. So actually, I don't know. I could be exposing myself, but I don't think he did. Right? Well, anyways, Pablo was like, you need to get the front page picture for our newspaper. And she's like, I can do it. And he's like, are you sure though? You've never done it before. And she's like, I can. And we get the capital THE, the best song of the entire series, Front Page News. It is my favorite song in the entire series. I love it. It is so fun. It is perfection. It is the best song ever. It's another Pablo and Tasha duet. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed a Pablo and Tasha duet would be my favorite song? But like everything goes hard in the song. The instrumentals, the lyrics are even cleverly crafted. The vocals. This is like the most serious I've seen Pablo's singing actor commit to a song. Like he does a high note, and it shakes you to your core. And Tasha also has some nice complimentary vocals too. It's just the best song, like objectively speaking, like not even subjectively. So
A picture that makes people say, I've gotta have that paper. Oh, the front page, front page, front page news. The picture makes the people grab the paper and peruse. They'll read by the thousands, not just the ones and twos. Oh, the front page, front page, front page news.
they sing that song, and it's just about Tasha needing to get the front page picture on the news, okay? This is her goal. This is what she needs to do. So Paula gets a call, and we did like a little cartoony bit where it's like, ma, 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 ma. And it's like them saying, there's a big giant robot near the bridge, and it's ruining like traffic and everything. And so he sends Tasha out to get the picture because Bubble Man, or I don't know if his name's Bubble Man or Captain Bubble, probably Captain Bubble or something like that. Either way, a bubble themed superhero is there and will stop the robot, and so she needs to get a photo of that. So we get to the bridge and we see the robot, and he's just stampeding. He's just walking and nothing will get in his way. And so Tyrone tries to stop him, and eventually he does by putting the robot in a giant bubble. And he saves the day. So Tasha's like, pose for a picture, say cheese. And then the robot, meanwhile, in the background is like, cheese, cheese. And so it just starts running towards them in the bubble. And it just ruins everything, basically. It's like coming straight at them. And so they have to stop it. They have to stop it before it destroys the city. So Tasha disappears for a second, transforms in a snap, and then flashes in, and is able to make a tornado by running very fast and flies the robot away in the bubble. And then Tyrone's like, wow, you're so fast. And she's like, yep, I'll do it in a snap. So the day is saved, and Tasha goes back to her boss and is like, oh, I didn't get the picture because I was saving the day. But she didn't say that, obviously. And Pablo is mad. He's like, how did you not take a picture of Captain Bubble or this snap-themed superhero? And she's like, I don't know. I missed it. And then Pablo gets another call, and it's like the robot is at the airport and is ruining the planes and like stopping them from flying off. And Bug Girl is there, so you need to go there now and get the picture. And so she's like, okay, I will. So we go to the airport and we see Bug Girl, played by Uniqua. Bug. Like I said, Ladybug confirmed. So anyways, she sings a song called Bug Girl. It's a fun song, but it also got me thinking Tyrone didn't get a solo song, so. But also, I guess I don't want Tyrone to get a solo song, so I'm okay with Uniqua getting the solo this episode, I guess. So she sings about being a bug-themed superhero, and she basically has super strength, basically. So she is able to lift the robot up, but like that doesn't really stop it. So she's like, I don't really know how to stop the robot like this. So the snap comes in and she gets one of those luggage carts and she rolls them under as Uniqua lifts up the robot, like under the robot's foot, and they're able to just push the robot away. And she's like, wow, Snap, you're just so fast. Where did you even come from? And where did that camera girl come? And she's just like, well, that's what I do. And she got to snap away. So she goes back to Pablo. Pablo is angry. She's like, grrr, how dare you not get the photo? And she's like, sorry, I missed it again somehow. And he's like, where are we going to get a chance again like that? And he gets another call, and they're like, meow, 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 meow. And then he turns around, and the robot is right there behind him, but like a couple like buildings down, but it's behind him. And so we see Captain Bubble trying to bubble the robot away once again, and we see Bug Girl trying to fly at the bubble and like push it away. So Tasha comes out there to try to get the photo, and then Mr. Captain Bubble, he's able to create a bubble wall, which stops the robot temporarily. And so Tasha is like, say cheese, Bug Girl and Captain Bubbles. And so they cheese, but then the robot's like, cheese. And so it bursts through the bubble wall, and the bubbles go everywhere, and it starts like picking up cars, and it even picks up Tasha's camera and like bubbles it away. So she's like, oh no, the robot's gonna destroy everything. And so they sing a song called Cheese, Cheese, because they start to pick up that the robot is saying cheese. So they think that it actually wants cheese. So Bug Girl and Captain Bubbles are giving cheese to the robot, but it's like swatting it away. And then Tasha gets a brilliant idea. So she turns into the Snap, she gets her camera back from one of the bubbles, and then she's like, okay, robot, say cheese. And so the robot like starts posing and doing all these kind of poses, and it takes pictures, and it's like, oh, so that's what it wanted all along.
Cheese.
That's it. Work it, robot. Nice. Yeah.
So then everyone comes in for a photo, and Pablo finally gets his front page picture with Bug Girl, Captain Bubbles, the Snap, and like Tasha reveals that she was the superhero all along, and the robot's in the photo too. And it's all's well that ends well. And this episode is the best episode contender, actually. And it's really probably because Front Page News is in this. The song, it's in this episode, and that really bumped it up a lot, to be honest. I love this song. But honestly, it was a pretty solid adventure, you know? It was a 3-step adventure, but like cleverly, not just like repetitive, like repetitive things. Like it was repetitive, quote unquote, but it wasn't literally the exact same thing verbatim, basically, but with another layer of to paint, basically. So that's why I liked it. You know, I love Pablo's character. Tasha is our lead, and I always love that. And Buttercup and Captain Bubbles aren't dislikable. And there was an actual threat, technically. You know, the robot could have destroyed everything. I think I kind of wish Austin was the villain, though. You know, it could have been a 5-cast episode. That would have made it, like, my favorite episode. Because it's a best episode contender, but spoiler, it is not my favorite episode. But it could have been maybe if Austin was our villain, because of, like, we would have had a connection to the villain. Instead, it's just a no-named robot that I'm like, why are you so angry, robot? I don't care about you. We now move on to episodes 9 and 10, Tale of the Mighty Knights, because it is our second two-parter of the entire Backyardigans series. And we have our fancy opening, like, very epic themed, like, Lord of the Rings vibes, as we see Uniqua and Tyrone are our knights, and there's like this big mountain volcano looking thing, and like King Pablo, we see a goblin and fairy and stuff. Very cinematic, very, very cinematic. So we open up on Uniqua and Tyrone, and they have a duet, which is pretty fancy because, you know, it's usually Tyrone and Pablo, or even Pablo and Uniqua. So Uniqua and Tyrone pairing up is a pretty nice thing for once to see. And they sing a song called We're Knights. And it's just about how they are knights, and that's their job, and they're ready for their big mission. They're ready to prove themselves to the world, and how they want to climb Dragon Mountain and slay a dragon like knights are meant to do. And it's a fun song. I like it. So it really just highlights something that I'm starting to pick up on the specials. Last special, we had Pablo as our main character. You know, he was our main hero, and Uniqua was our villain. So that's how the first special went. You know, very, very, very makes sense. And then to finish our trio for special episode main character vibes, we now have Tyrone and Uniqua, who are our main heroes, our protagonists, and then we don't really have a villain. Spoilers alert, we don't really have a main villain that's in the cast for this special. But yeah, so we get to see them be the leads this time. And then maybe in the future we might have an Austin or Tasha-led special, because remember, this is only the second of our 3 two-parters that we will have in the entire series of the Backyardigans. So I looked forward to that. Anyways, though, back to the actual episode. We go to our fantasy world with dragons and knights and fairies and goblins. So they enter the castle, and they see King Pablo, which is kind of a different role for him. He's not usually a king. So this time, though, he will be more of a side character because he's the king, you know. It's kind of like the roles Tasha usually gets, where they're important at the beginning and the end of the quest, but not during the quest. So anyways, King Pablo gives them a challenge.
A challenge, Your Majesty? I have a challenge. A daring kind of test. He has a challenge. That's why he needs the best. I have a challenge. I hope you don't protest. Oh, King, tell us your challenge. We're ready for our quest.
And it's a perfect song. I love this song. It's just so, like, it just gets you in the mood for a challenge. He's like giving them, the knights, the challenge, and we're ready for our big, epic, fantastical quest. And I love it, honestly. It's great. It makes me think of the Percy Jackson musical, which is also pretty fun. So I really like this song. So he gives them the challenge, and the knights are ready. They're like, we're gonna slay a dragon, this is it. And he's like, to watch my egg. And they're like, to watch your egg? You hired knights to be an egg sitter? Pablo's like, yes, I hired you to be my egg sitters. So they're bummed about it at first, because they're like, we just have to watch an egg, like that's not going to be that hard. But Uniquo's like, no, we have to take it seriously. So they start to march around, and then they hear some crackling noise, and it's the egg, and it just starts to roll on the ground. And so they try to catch up to the egg, but it just keeps rolling, and it rolls right out of the castle, and then it like rolls into the river and then floats away. And the knights are like, no, the egg, it's getting away. We're really failing at being knights, like instantly, basically. So they try to chase after it. They get on their horses because the river is just very fast moving, I guess. So they try to follow the river, and then they have to kind of sneak a little bit because King Pablo is actually very close to the castle, and he's just going hat shopping. I forgot to explain why he left, but he left because his crown was getting too small for his head, so he went out to get a bigger crown. So he's like really nearby, and so I'm thinking like he can't be out for that long, right? But they're about to go on a whole adventure, and King Pablo will not notice. But either way, he's nearby, and they sneak past him, and they keep following the egg, and they realize that Egbert is about to flow into the Goblin Swamp. Oh no. Also, yeah, the egg's name, Egbert. Iconic. So, they go, and they try to get the egg, but then Austin, who plays our grabbing goblin this episode, he ends up finding the egg that flowed into his territory and onto his doorstep. He gets the egg and brings it into his cave, and the knights see this, so they try to knock on his door, and they're like, is anyone home? And the it's such a tongue twister. The grabbing goblin opens the door and is like, what are you looking for? And they're like, have you seen an egg? And he's like, I don't think so. So he closes his door, and they're like, that's suspicious, because they know he's lying to them. So they barge on in, but Austin is running away with the egg, which he deems is named Egwin, by the way. So we're getting all of the egg-themed names. So he runs off throughout the cave, and just like the goblin is a master of this territory. Like, he is a rogue, and the knights were not prepared for it. So like the knights are trying to like navigate the cave with flashlights, and he takes their helmets and their shields and their flashlights, and we see him make it into the secret room of the cave where he has all of the stuff that he's ever stolen, and it's like gold and treasures. And so he has Egwin, he has Egwin in a nest, and he's like, here's all these things I got for you, Egwin. And so he sings a song titled Goblin, and it's a superb song. I love it. It's an Austin solo, the best that we've seen so far from him. And he gets like this air guitar moment, giving Bohemian Rhapsody, and the spotlight is just on Austin in this moment, and it's beautiful. He is the grabbing goblin. So anyways, the knights come in, and they're like, give us back our egg. Give us back Egbert. And he's like, Egbert? You mean Egwin? And so they try to get the egg for themselves, and then a chase starts because Austin's running with the egg into this underwater river cave system area. And it's really pretty, you know? We get this dark cave area with water, and the lighting is all fancy. So they're racing in boats, and like the knights are trying to catch the grabbing goblin. And eventually, the egg falls down the waterfall, but then they have to try to catch onto this branch, and they try to so they catch onto the branch so that they don't fall, and then Austin gets a vine, and then the knights grab onto him, and so now they're all hanging on a vine in the cave, and below them is just a dark pit that we don't know what falls to it. And so they're hanging, and we leave on that cliffhanger. Ahahaha. Dun dun dun. So, before I move on to the next episode, like I did with the last special, I will rank this episode, and I think it is almost perfect. It is a nice episode. Also, I forgot to mention my ranking for Goblin Song. Obviously, it was superb, iconic tier. I mean, the way I was describing it was obvious. But yes, this episode, almost perfect. I really liked it. I love the sense of journey that we get from it. It is very climactic, very nice, almost perfect. It's like part 1 of International Super Spy, but I think I actually like this one more. I like how they set it up. It's very, very nice, very nice. So we then get to our second episode, which once again has our intro sequence and has our last time on the Backyardigans, and it goes through the king giving them the egg mission, the egg running off, going to the grabbing goblin, going through the cave systems, and then them now on a vine hanging over a dark pit. So Austin's nose is starting to get itchy, and then Uniqua offers to help but she starts to fall, and so Austin grabs onto her, and she's like, thanks. And then they all fall because the hand that he uses to grab onto Uniqua was the hand that was on his vine. So they fall down into the bottomless pit, and it luckily just turns out to fall into water, and they don't die. Which, once again, I don't know why they always treat waterfalls as such a big climactic event in the Backyardigans. Every time there's water in the Backyardigans, there's always a waterfall that they're terrified of falling over. But as proven multiple times, it will not kill them. So anyways, they're in the water, but they see the egg on the shore, and it has sprouted legs. And so it starts running in towards Fairy Forest. And so they're trying to run after the egg. But then Fairy Tasha comes up, and she grabs the egg with her magic, and she's like, I shall name you Eggy. And then the goblin is like, please, knights, let me chase after them into the Fairy Forest. And they're like, I guess you can come, grabbing goblin. So the goblin has now joined the knights in their adventure to get back Egwin, or Egbert, or now Eggy, because Tasha calls her that. So they try to get the egg from the fairy, and she's like, I don't think you're gonna get this egg, because Eggy is now mine. And so she floats Eggy into a tree, and then she floats the knights and the goblin, and like does a bunch of spells on them to make sure that they can't get the egg. Like she drops them down and stuff like that, and puts them in water, and yeah. She does a bunch of spells. And then she sings a song called Tweedledee Dee, because that's her catchphrase, and it's just about her being a fairy, basically. It's a fun song, not that much to say about it. Tweedledee dee, tweedledee that, you know. It fits her concept. So Austin climbs up the tree and steals the wand from Tasha, which causes Eggy, who she was floating in the air to make sure the knights didn't get it, to fall because her magic's no longer working. But luckily, Eggy sprouts wings and flies away towards Dragon Mountain. And so now all of our heroes must come along to get Eggy, or Egwin, or Egbert back from Dragon Mountain. So they all race to Dragon Mountain, and we get a song titled Dragon Mountain. It's kind of forgettable. It's really just a marching song as they go up. Nothing special about it, you know. It's just them trying to get it. But it fits the musical vibes, you know. It fits the climactic musical vibes of this fantastical journey that we're going for. So I know it was necessary, but not very much for me. So anyways, they fly, well, the fairy flies up the mountain. They have to walk. We make a lot of jokes like that where it's like they're falling or they have to go up a really high place, and Tasha's like, well, I can just fly, guys. So eventually they make it to the top of the mountain, and they go into this cave because they see that Eggy went that way. So they go in, and they see on top of this rock pillar is an egg. So they all stack up. Like we have the two knights and the grabbing goblin. They stack up on top of each other to grab the egg because it's really high up. And then Tasha just flies up once again, you know, the running gag. And she's like, guys, I can just fly. So anyways, though, Austin gets the egg and realizes that it's empty. It's just a shell, which that's kind of disturbing at first if you think about it, because it's like, well, Jesus Christ, what happened to the egg? There's just nothing in it, and it's just perfectly cut. It's like something ate it. But then a dragon comes out and roars, or it doesn't roar, it just starts chasing them, and they're scared because it's a giant dragon. So they run around. Tasha tries to make the dragon disappear, but she makes her wand disappear because they have to nerf Tasha because she has magic, and they're like, well, we can't have a person with magic when they're facing a dragon. So they run around and they're scared, and they make it out of the cave, but they make it to a dead end, and the dragon is behind them, and it's racing towards them, and they're scared, but then eventually all fall down the mountain except for Tasha because she can fly. So that's kind of funny. And they're like saying their last words, and they're like, I can't believe we're gonna die like this. But then Egbert saves them, and well, it's just the dragon at first. Sorry, spoilers. The dragon saves them, and they're like, what? And it's because it's Egbert, because throughout the entire episode, Egbert made these noise like wah wah. And so they're like, oh my gosh, it's actually Egbert. The egg was a dragon egg the whole time. And we get this climactic ending song called Not an Egg Anymore. It's a very fun song. Not like perfect or anything like that, or even really that. It's not one of my favorite songs, so that's why it just goes in fun. But it's a very fun song, and it was sung by Adam Pascal. So that might be a name you know. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know who Adam Pascal is. But he has a really nice voice. He's really selling the song, so. they're flying through the air, and it's just like, I'm not an egg anymore, as the dragon flies them back to the king's castle, and they meet up with Pablo, and they're like, Pablo, did you know it was a dragon egg? And he's like, yeah, that's why I put you knights in charge of it, because it's a very important egg, and it's a dragon. So they're like, oh, that makes sense. It was our epic journey. So they dance, and we go out to not an egg anymore. And the episode as a whole is almost perfect. Yes, it will not go into my best episode contender like part 2 of Super Spy did. I don't know, I think just, it felt kind of anticlimactic. Like, I loved the journey setup, but I was really looking forward to a big showdown. We had our characters. We had a fairy that could use magic. We had a rogue goblin. We had our 2 knights. I was looking for a showdown. But it was they kind of copped out. Like, we could have still had Egbert be a dragon. Oh, I forgot to mention that joke at the end. At the end, they're like, so what's the egg's name? And Paulo's like, it's Dragon. Because it's a dragon. And I think that's funny because throughout the entire series, they just name things what it is. So I like how they recognize that. And they're just like, it's Dragon, obviously. But anyways, back to my reveal. I just wanted something more climactic is all. I think they had all the elements there and they set it up, which is the weird part. Like, if they didn't set it up, I would have been fine with the ending and it would have been like, okay, that wasn't that anticlimactic. But they set up our cast of characters and our Dragon Mountain theme to slay a dragon, and then we don't do it. Like, I know it's because they don't want to kill anything for the children, but they could have still did the thing where Eggy was a dragon and saves them at the end. But, like, I would have seen a more back and forth. Like, we could have had another evil dragon that was after them, and so that's why they would have to fend for themselves and play a little bit smarter instead of just running. Like, we could have had Tasha use some magic tricks, you know, do something with the goblin to distract the dragon, and we could have had some back and forth first, and then we could have had them fall off the mountain, and then Eggy actually come in and revealed that he was a dragon too the whole time and save them. So I think they could have played around with it a little bit more. I know they have a time crunch, but it was a 2-parter. They could have cut out some things to save time for a more climactic ending, but it's whatever. It was still very fun. I love the songs. I love the adventure. Just wish the ending could have played along with their theming a bit more. But with that, we have finished our second of our 3 2-parters in the Backyardigans series, and we will move on. So episode 11 of season 3 is titled The Master of Disguise, and we open with Pablo, who plays the titular Master of Disguise. And so we start the episode with some nice callback references, like he dresses as like a pirate and other things that references past episodes from past seasons, you know. Pretty cool that they did that. Anyways, we get a song, which is just our introduction song, but I'm putting it in the superb tier because I love this song. It's so catchy. It's titled Le Master of Disguise. What a surprise, I know. And it's just Pablo talking about how he has this innate ability, or maybe it's something he trained, I don't know, but like he could just switch into costumes and disguises very quickly, and so you never know who he really is, or does he even know who he is inside, you know? Moral questions. Anyways, we then flash to Austin, who is the police. He's a detective. He says his actual title, but I forgot it. But anyways, he's a detective who's trying to catch Pablo because he's running away. And so we see Austin chase Pablo onto a train, or to a train station. And so he asks the local conductor, who suspiciously looks like Pablo, but Austin doesn't know it's the Master of Disguise. He just thinks it's the conductor. So he asked the conductor if he's seen the Master of Disguise. And Pablo's like, sorry, I haven't. And the train's about to leave, so bye. All aboard to Istanbul. So Pablo leaves, but he does his little snarky laugh. And it goes something like, heh, heh, heh.
That laugh! Only the Master of Disguise laughs like that.
And so Austin lets us know that this is how he knows who the Master of Disguise is, because by his laugh. So if anyone laughs like heh heh heh, that means it's the Master of Disguise. And so since Pablo just wanted to give himself away, I guess, he just he laughed before the train left. So Austin, hearing the laugh, like jumps onto the train mid speed flight. I almost said flight. mid-movement. So the train isn't going, he jumps on, and then we see Austin run into Uniqua, who is the actual conductor for the train, and she's asking for tickets. And Austin doesn't have a ticket, but he's just like, I'm the police and I'm looking for the Master of Disguise, so you better let me on. And she's like, oh my gosh, the Master of Disguise, of course. And I'm like, I'm not sure that's how it works. Maybe that is how it works, but like, I would have been like, okay, ticket, please. So anyways, but oh yeah, I forgot. At first, Austin isn't convinced though. He's like, are you sure you're the conductor? Which, like, bold move, Austin. Like, you don't even have a ticket. I don't think you have the right to question the conductor now. But like, he's like, are you the Master of Disguise? And she's like, how do I prove myself? And like, he says a joke, and it's like something like a red dog dinosaur thing. I don't know. It's a lame joke. I'm sorry. It was a bad joke. Anyways, he makes a joke, and Uniqua laughs, but her laugh is more of like a hee 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 hee. So Austin is like, so you're not the Master of Disguise, but who can it be? And if that wasn't obvious, that's the title of our next song, and it's Perfection. I love this song. It's probably like my second favorite song, to be honest, like right behind Front Page News. But like, for the longest time, this was definitely my favorite song until this rewatch where I learned of Front Page News and their vocals in that song. I'm going to rant about Front Page News again. But anyways, this is another really good song though. It's probably my second favorite song just because of how catchy it is. And also it's an Austin Uniqua duet, and I think I just really like duets. Maybe that's what I'm learning. Like, I don't like, well, I love solos, obviously, but duets just elevate solos because it's like two characters bouncing off of each other, and I just love that. And then once you get over to it, it becomes too much sometimes. So we continue on, we sing our song, and then they go into the dining cart of the train, and they find a cowboy, and Austin's like, could that cowboy be the Master of Disguise? So they go up to him, and they're like, prove you're a natural cowboy. So he sings a song called I'm a Cowboy. Oh, and it's Tyrone, by the way. Tyrone's the cowboy. So it's a superb song. I like, it's once again catchy. It's the genre of the episode. It just has banger. It's a banger genre, I guess. So he just sings that he's a cowboy, and he does a bunch of rope tricks. I like the lead up to the song though. Austin's like, do some rope tricks, like he's a dog. Or dogs don't do rope tricks. I don't know, like he's a circus clown, I guess, okay? My metaphor still stands. So, anyways, at the end of his song, Austin is still not convinced that Tyrone isn't the Master of Disguise. So he's like, I tell a joke, and then Tyrone's laugh is more of like a Santa Claus ho 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 kind of laugh. So Austin's like, no, you're not the Master of Disguise. And then we realize that the waiter in the beginning of the scene that gave Tyrone the food was the Master of Disguise, because he laughs and Austin chases him to the back cart. We're in the storage cart now. So Austin's like, where did the Master of Disguise go? And then we see Tasha rolling out here on a ball, and they're like, are you the Master of Disguise, Tasha? And she's like, no, I'm the Master of Balance or Tricks. She's a circus act, basically. And so she sings a song called Could the Master of Disguise Do This? And she just does a bunch of balancing tricks. She's like on a tightrope. She's balancing spinning plates. She's like flinging them all over the place. And Uniqua and Austin, they're astounded. They're stunned. Too stunned to speak even. But at the end of the song, Austin's still like, well, the Master of Disguise could do that too, so laugh for me. And then he does another bad joke. And then her laugh is more like an and so they're like, so you're not the Master of Disguise. So we then see the laugh once again. So Austin chases him outside of the train. We're like on the like railing at the end of the train, and he like decides to go on top of the train, and we have a chase scene on top of the train carts, and I love it. And they even do that typical train scene chase thing where they go like under a cave conveniently, and so they all have to duck, and then it goes dark, and they're like, oh, they're gone. And so anyways, that's how the Master of Disguise disappears. And so Austin goes back into the dining cart and asks Uniqua to gather everyone around. So everyone is gathered, and Austin comes out, but Austin also comes out. There's two Austins. Which one can be the real one? Definitely not the purple skinned one. The blue skinned one could also be Austin for sure. So anyways, Uniqua tells a joke. Pablo laughs with his usual ha 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 laugh. And they're like, you're the Master of Disguise. And Austin's like, we finally caught him.
What makes more noise than a dinosaur?
I don't know.
2 dinosaurs. The master of the skies.
But also bold move on Pablo's part because, like, okay, so let's just say the laugh thing didn't exist. Like, is he just gonna pretend? I don't know. It's just weird. Pretending to be awesome was a bold move. It was just a bold move, I guess. I don't have like a rant about it, but it was a bold move. So, anyways, the episode ends, and our resolution to the conflict is Pablo basically being like, "Why were you chasing me?" And then Austin was like, "Why were you running?" And then he was like, "Cause you were chasing me." And so I guess Pablo didn't do any crimes, I guess other than impersonation. But I think you can get fined or arrested for impersonation. But they don't care about that. They're like, "Oh, it was just a misunderstanding." So then they have snack time. So that's the end of the episode. It is a best episode contender. I love it. Okay, I just, it had the "Who Can It Be" song, and also I just love a nice, I was gonna say murder mystery. It's not a murder mystery, but it was a mystery on a train and a musical. A murder mystery musical. That's just what I want. But it gave the same vibes, so that's why it's up there, really. But it's fun. It's a fun episode. We then get to episode 12, which is Match on Mount Olympus, and it's a sports ball episode. So we're going in not too confident that I will like it, to be honest. And we open on Tyrone and Pablo, who are actually news reporters, but they report on like sports and weather, which are the only things that news reporters report on, apparently. So they sing a song called "It's a Sunny Day," and it's superb. It's very catchy, and it's like a pretty good Tyrone Pablo duet, once again with the banger duet songs. So anyways, they sing their song, we get to their news station, which is basically just an outdoor area, and we were getting like ancient Greece, ancient Rome vibes. I took a course about ancient Rome and ancient Greece, and there's a way to tell the difference, but I cannot. So it's one of them. Anyways, they're talking about how it's forecasted to be sunny and it's a perfect day to play basketball. And so they're trying to go play basketball, and then it rains on them, and they're bummed out. And they're like, "But we just reported that it was supposed to be sunny. Why is it raining?" And so they sing a song called "The Gods of Mount Olympus," and it's a fun song, and it's just about them wanting to go to the god of the weather, to the weather god, and be like, "Can you make it stop raining so we can play basketball?" Which, bold move, very bold move. So anyways, they decide to go up into the clouds somehow. I don't know how. I think they're mortals, but they're able to go into the clouds of Mount Olympus. Like, I don't know how they did it. They just did it. They just were like, "Let's go." No like build up to it. So we go to the clouds, and they meet their first god, who is the god of jokes, and it's played by Austin. And he's reading a book, and he's like,
Listen, mortals, and hear me well. Why did the chicken cross the playground?
Chicken? What chicken?
It's a joke. I repeat, why did the chicken cross the playground?
I give up.
Me too. To get to the other slide.
pause for laughter. Thank you. So anyways, Tyrone and Pablo, they don't laugh. And Austin's upset at this. So he casts a spell to make Tyrone just laugh forever. And so Pablo has to dodge him to dodge Austin so that he also isn't laughing forever. And then Pablo's like, "Stop! What if we teach you how to play basketball? Will you stop trying to make us laugh forever?" And he's like, "What's basketball?" And so we get a song called Basketball. It's kind of forgettable. I mean, it's a whole song about teaching a god to play basketball. Like, it wasn't gonna be for me. I'm gonna be honest. We should have expected this from the beginning. Anyway, so Austin makes Tyrone stop laughing. They do some hoops. Is that what they say? Shoot the hoops. Is that what the kids say? Probably. So they play some basketball, and Austin's like, "Wow, that was so fun." And they're like, "Okay, can you point us in the direction of the weather god?" And he's like, "Ooh, yikes. You want to talk to her? Okay, well, just keep going, I guess." And they're like, "Okay, thanks, bye." And so they go further into Mount Olympus, and they run into the goddess of naps, Uniqua, and she's getting her beauty sleep, okay? But then they're too loud, and she wakes up, and she's like, "How dare you interrupt my nap?" And then she makes Tyrone nap. Tyrone's always the butt of the joke whenever it's a Tyrone Pablo duo, which I notice. Like, Pablo's the comedic relief, but they always like do things to Tyrone. So like, is he the comedic relief? I'm not sure. But that's how they do it. I don't know what it means, but it's something. So, anyways, Tyrone's sleeping, but then we have the whole same thing about Pablo being like, "Oh, we can teach you how to play this game called basketball." And she's like, "Oh, that sounds fun." And so they play basketball, and she wakes up Tyrone. They're like, "Can we go to the weather god?" And then she's like, "Ooh, that's a yikers." But then they go to the weather god anyways. So anyways, we finally get to the weather god, and it's Tasha. And she's serving with her look right now. So anyways, they're like, weather god, can you make it stop raining? And she's like, "I'm busy." And she sings a song about it called "I'm Busy." And it's a fun song, I get. And so Pablo's like, "I challenge you to basketball so that you can make it stop raining." And Tasha's like, "You think you can beat me?" So then she uses her weather ball that she uses to control the weather around the entire earth, I guess. And then she's like, "Okay, square up." And so they play basketball. But it's a god against two mortals, and Tasha is like destroying them. But then Uniqua and Austin pull up, and they're like, "We know how to play basketball too, Tasha.
Wanna bet?
The god of laughter and the goddess of naps?
Hoop up." And so they play some hoop. They shoot the hoops, and like Tasha almost squishes Pablo and Tyrone mid game with the basketball, but then they use their strength, I guess, and they push the ball up, and they're able to make the hoop, and it's like, they won, let's go. And then Tasha ends up like falling through the clouds, and like she sees that it's raining, and she's like, "Oh, my bad." And then so she makes it stop raining, and then they all play basketball together, and we get a fun reprise of "It's a Sunny Day." Honestly, the biggest highlight of this entire episode. And they play basketball. And the moral of the story is, it's fun to play basketball when it's not raining. And if it's raining, then just square up with the gods. So overall, it was actually an E for effort episode. I think the way I knew, I went into it knowing that it probably wasn't going to be for me actually softened the blow. And it was a fun concept, mixing gods and basketball. Like, that was the best way to introduce me to it. But yeah, overall, it's just an E for effort. It wasn't gonna make it any higher. We then get to episode 13, the Great Dolphin Race, and we open up on Pablo and Uniqua, and they are stable keepers for racing dolphins. That's a pretty cool concept, actually. Like, I don't know, it's just, I like it. I really like it. And we get a song about it called "We Love Dolphins," and it's just an introduction song. I actually don't remember it that much. It's just them like talking about how they care for dolphins, and they make them competitive racers. I was gonna say horse racers, not back to that episode. So anyways, we go into their underwater stables, and this makes me question the Backyardigans, because they're just breathing underwater fine. But then also, once I think about it, they were just breathing on Mars really fine too. So I guess they can just live anywhere, which is threatening. So they're underwater, and they're taking care of their dolphins. When Tyrone comes up with his dolphin blue streak, and he does like the training course that they have for the dolphin racers with like absolute ease, and he's like, "Wow, man, I really wish I had a challenger. It's really boring without a challenger around." And Uniqua is like, "I would love to be a dolphin racer." And then Tyrone's like, "You think you can race me?" And it's like, you were the one who were clearly hinting something, Tyrone. I don't know why you're so shocked. But anyways, he's like, "As if." And so they sing a song called "Someday." It's superb. I love it. It's a fun song with all three of them. And it's it's about Uniqua, her ambition to someday be a big dolphin racer, and then Pablo is supporting her, being like, yeah, that would be nice. And then midway, Tyrone dips, and it's like, okay, yeah, I just want someone to race me, but it's impossible for someone to beat someone as good as me. But anyways, Uniqua wanders off from the stables to, like, I guess she's like deep in thought. She's like, wow, if only I had a race dolphin for myself. Because I forgot to mention the stables that Uniqua and Pablo are in charge of is actually Tyrone's stable. So all the 3 dolphins we see at the stables, those are all Tyrone's. So I guess that's why Uniqua can't race them. But yeah, so Uniqua wanders off from the stables when she finds an abandoned ship. And she hears a call, and it's from a small dolphin, and it's cowering. And she's like, why are you scared, dolphin? And she turns around. It's just a giant clam, like, angrily gnawing at them.
Oh, you're just a little squirt. Why are you so scared? What was that? Jeepers, that's one giant clam. Yeah. Don't worry, little dolphin. I won't let it hurt you.
And then she manages to, like, avoid the clam and get the dolphin out. And so they get out just barely with their lives. And so she goes back to the stables, and she's like, look, Pablo, I found a dolphin, and I'm gonna name it Sea Squirt. I can race now. I have a dolphin to race with now. And Tyrone comes back, and Uniqua's like, Tyrone, would it be okay if my dolphin here stayed at your stables? I really believe in him, you know, he can go pretty fast. And then Tyrone is like, I'm not sure, he's too small to be like a racing dolphin. And Uniqua's like, no, I swear, he was really fast, we just saw it, I just tested it a little bit. And Tyrone's like, not buying it. But either way, Uniqua is like, you know what, I challenge you to a dolphin race, and if I win, Sea Squirt gets to stay, and I'll be a dolphin racer. And he's like, okay, fine then. I'll what's the word I'm looking for? I'll play with. It's not play with, but entertain. I'll entertain your little challenge. So the dolphin race is on. So Pablo's like, I can't believe you just did that. And she's like, you're gonna train me. And Pablo's like, okay, I guess I'll train you. And it's like, no convincing whatsoever. So Pablo trains Uniqua through the dolphin race course. And the first test is to go through these hoops that has metal doors that closes. And so Pablo's just like, okay, just go through the first hoop because it's the slowest. But Uniqua goes through all 3 hoops with Sea Squirt. And it's like, she did it. Or whatever, Sea Squirt. They did it. And then Pablo's like, oh my gosh, maybe you are prepared. And then, like, they do, like, this race test. And it's, like, exactly like the meme from that SpongeBob superhero episode where it's like, you want to see me go to that rock and race back? You want to see me do it again? It's basically like that. So they do that whole bit.
Ready?
All right then. You go when I say 3. Ready? 3.
Whoa!
Huh? Go!
We already went.
And then Tyrone sees all of this, and he's like, okay, don't get so confident. And so Uniqua does the last test, and it's like bobbing and weaving through these corals, and Sea Squirt's doing it. He's zooming through it. But the last coral branch has a bunch of small clams on it, and Sea Squirt flips because it has PTSD from the giant clam. And so it knocks Uniqua off, and Tyrone's like, if your dolphin is just scared of a little clam, it's not gonna beat me in a race. And so he swims off, and Uniqua is like, oh no, what are we gonna do? Sea Squirt's traumatized by the giant clam. And so they sing a song called I'll Be With You All the Way. It's a superb song, and it's another Pablo and Uniqua duet, you know, as they go. And it's just about them being by Sea Squirt all the way, and how no matter what, they will win the race because Uniqua will be by Sea Squirt's side, and there's nothing to be afraid of. So we get to race day, and they have 3 obstacles that they must do. They have to do a bubble wall where there's a small hole in this wall of bubbles, and they have to go through it. They have open air jumps where, you know, they dive out of the water over hurdles, basically. And then the sunken ship is the last part of the course, and Uniqua is like, not the sunken ship. And also Pablo does this funny thing where he's like, we didn't train for bubble wall hoops or open air jumps, and Unique was like, yeah, we got it. And I'm like, yeah, you didn't train for that, really. It's kind of funny, actually. Like, why didn't you train for that? Sorry. But either way, the race begins, and Unique's keeping up. Tyrone's in the lead for the bubble wall, but Unique was very close behind. Then in the open air jumps, Unique actually dives ahead. She's ahead. She's winning the race. But then we get to the sunken ship, and Sea-Squirt stops dead in its tracks. And Tyrone's like, don't tell me your dolphin's also scared of ships. So they charge in first, and Unique was like, it's okay, Sea-Squirt. I'll be with you all the way. So they go inside the abandoned ship, and once inside, they see that Tyrone and Blue Streak are surrounded, or not surrounded, but they're being confronted by the giant clam, and they're terrified. And Uniqua tries to get in front of the clam, and it's like, don't mess with Tyrone or the Blue Streak dolphin. And then she's about to get eaten too, and so they're all scared. But Sea-Squirt is like, okay, I gotta save my owner. And so it goes in front of Uniqua, and then does this like echolocation dolphin call, very similar to the mermaid call. And then it scares the clam and frightens me a little bit, honestly. And so Tyrone's like, wow, that was really impressive. So back to the race. So they're racing once again, and we get the greatest dolphin race, and it's a superb song. It's just a song as like we finish through the last leg of the race, like they're racing back to the finish line, and it's just all three of them, probably Unique Tyrone, singing about this fun dolphin race, and like I'm in it too. I'm like, oh my gosh, who's gonna win? I mean, it's obvious who's gonna win, but like, wow, it's so fun. And so we get to the finish line, and it's a photo finish, and Sea-Squirt and Unique will win. Tyrone recognizes them as dolphin racers, and it's the end of the episode. So overall, this episode is a best episode contender. I don't know. It's my favorite trio episode for sure. And I felt like I needed a trio episode in the top 10, but also it's just like the most cohesive story ever in the Backyardigans, to be honest. Like, we have our start, we have our rookie start, set it up, we have a unique concept about underwater dolphin racing that's actually exciting, and then has like the whole underdog arc, and the whole training arc, and the whole trauma PTSD arc, and then the whole race arc, and then the whole incident during the race arc. Like, it has all of that in 22 minutes, and like miles ahead of horsing around, where they just horse around for 22 minutes. Like, there's an actual, it's like a sports movie, but a sport that I can actually get behind. And so, I'm convinced. I love it. It's up there. It's up there. And with that, we get into episode 14, Caveman's Best Friend. So this time around, we open on Caveman Austin, who's really happy, and he says ugh to express his joy. So what could possibly make him so happy on this random day? Turns out he's gonna get a pet today, and we get our introduction song, I Want a Pet. Pretty fun. Austin solo, can't go wrong. And so it's just him imagining having a pet and how he's about to get one. So he rides into town, and it's a caveman like theming episode as well. So it's about getting a pet, but like we're set in caveman times. Like the buildings are made out of rocks, and there's like dirt, and there's tar pits everywhere, which take note of that. Tar pits everywhere, all across, and it's just black pits of tar, and they're all over the place. And like Austin has to skateboard around them, and he gets stuck in a little bit, and he's like, wow, I hate tar pits. So anyways, he strolls into town, and he goes to the pet store, and it's Uniqua, and she's like, what kind of pet are you looking for? And he's like, someone I can play with, who's really friendly, who wants to play fetch specifically. And Uniqua's like, wow, you could use a puppy. And then it's a dinosaur. And I'm like, that's not a puppy, but like they treat it. They're like, here's your puppy. And he's like, oh my gosh, I love you, boy. And like even the dinosaur acts like a puppy. Like it goes up and crawls onto Austin and licks him and stuff. And so I'm like, maybe it's a puppy.
Sounds to me like you and a puppy.
Oh, a dinosaur puppy just like that.
Hold on, I'll bring him out.
Wow, my very own dinosaur puppy. Oh, hi. My name's... Oh! Austin!
Okay, so either way though, Austin adopts the puppy, and it's like for like a few coins, or they don't use coins. I forget what currency they use in the episode, but it's like 3 coins basically, and he's like, "Wow, what a deal!" And I'm like, "Yeah, that's a deal." Oh, it was pebbles. Oh, okay, yeah, the pet was 5 pebbles, and I'm like, that doesn't seem like a lot. And he also comments on that, so I'm like, it's kind of cheap for like a whole pet. 5 pebbles. What a deal. So he runs off with this new pet, and we get this scene before he runs off where Uniqua calls to him and it's like, make sure not to take off his leash. And you think you would say something as important as that, because she says it like with great urgency, before he adopts the pet. Like, it's something you're like, oh, by the way, before you think about adopting him, you can't let him off his leash or else he'll run away, like forever. So she just yells that at him, but Austin doesn't hear because he's miles away and he's running with his pet puppy. And so he's like, do I want quiche? So we know things are gonna be, there's gonna be trouble brewing with this one. So anyways, he's playing with his pet. We get an I want a pet reprise, but it's with Austin actually having a pet, so it's much more upbeat, and he's like playing fetch with it. But then he decides to let his puppy off of its leash so that he can go play fetch without him like having to choke it with its leash. But then it just runs on off, and then he's like, "What? It's gone. It's gone." And he tries to like chase after it, but there's like tar puddles all over the place, and so he goes back to the store owner distraught and is like, "My puppy ran away." And she's like, "Did you take off its leash?" And he's like, "Yeah." And she's like, "I told you not to do that." And he's like, "I thought you were asking me for quiche." So they sing a song called "I Need a Hand," Perfection. Another Austin Uniqua duet. It's always the duets. But it's the best. It's a slow song about like just asking for help when you need it. Very heartwarming. And so Uniqua was like, okay, so 2 things. We need to leash it, and if you whistle for it, it'll come to you if you whistle for it. And Austin's like, well, I can't whistle. And Uniqua was like, yeah, I can't whistle either. And I'm like, then how did you know whistling would call it? Like, how did you learn that information? Did you have someone else who could whistle that's no longer with us? What is the Backyardigans lore? We need to get film theory on that. Anyways, so they get on her scooter and they chase after the puppy, and they eventually come across it, and so Uniqua tries to leash it on, or Austin does, but then the puppy gets scared. And also, Uniqua refers to the puppy as a dinosaur in this scene. And so I'm like, so is it a puppy or a dinosaur? Is it both? Is a baby dinosaur referred to as a puppy? Is there a world out there? I don't know. I'm not going to look it up either. Is a baby dinosaur a puppy? I don't think so. Well, either way though, the puppy is leading them for a chase, and then police officer Pablo tails them and is like, eventually the puppy runs away as they're not able to leash it properly. And so police officer Pablo's like, did you know you were speeding and like illegally riding a dinosaur? And then Austin's like, yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm just trying to get my dinosaur back. And Pablo's like, oh, I feel you, I'll help you, okay, like, we're gonna use my police car, we'll catch up to it. And then he's like, well, officer, if you can whistle, the puppy will come to you. And he's like, no, sorry, I can only rub my stomach and pat my head at the same time. Which shame? Same, Pablo, same. So anyways, they sing a song called Where Oh Where Has My Dinosaur Gone? And it's superb. It's a fun song, and it's just about them trying to chase the puppy, and Pablo gets this fun verse about like, got a pup of my own, where oh where could he be? It's fun.
I know what it's like, got a pup of my own. Where, oh, where can he be? Oh, where has my dinosaur gone? Oh, where can he be? I just need to put this red leash back on. Where, oh, where can he be?
Okay, so they catch the puppy, and Pablo's like, watch this, and he has this hook on the front of his car that he attaches to the dinosaur, but it just runs off, and then it like takes the front of his car off. And it's like, well, if the dinosaur Dinosaur. Dinosaur can like break your car essentially by taking the bumper off. Then what will a leash do? But either way, they just continue to chase after it. But then the dinosaur runs up a tree, and then they're like, "Oh, let's call the fire department so that we can get the puppy out the tree." So they call Fireman Tyrone, and he's like, "Watch this, I can get your dinosaur for you." So then he once again tried to leashes on to the dinosaur, but it runs off and it drags an entire fire truck, and then the police car is after it, and then the scooter is after it, and then Austin is on his skateboard after it, and so the dinosaur gets to this giant like tar pit and then does a complete like turn suddenly, and so the fire truck dives straight into the tar pit, and then so does the police car following it after, and then Unique with scooter, and then Austin's skateboard. And so Austin starts to sink first because he has the smallest vehicle, so he jumps onto Unique with scooter, but then it starts to sink, so they jump onto Pablo's police car, and then that starts to sink, so they all have to jump onto Tyrone's fire truck, but they're in the middle of this gigantic tar pit, and the pet dinosaur is just on the side like barking like, oh, woof 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 woof. So they're like, okay, well, we're gonna die. And so they sing, "Now would be a good time to whistle," because that's their only hope at this point. If someone can whistle, they'll be able to get the puppy to like get them out, I guess. I don't know, like I don't know like how they thought they would be saved if they whistled, but that's what they're hoping for right now. And we learned that Tyrone, his special ability is that he can flap his ears, and it's as disturbing as it sounds. So they sing the song. It's another superb song. I love it. You know, this episode just had a lot of fun songs. So they sing, "Now would be a good time to whistle," and then at the end of it, Austin can actually whistle. So he manages to whistle, and then he leashes onto the dinosaur because it gets close enough to them, and then like it pulls them all out. It pulls the fire truck out, and they're saved. And they're like, "Wow, good thing you learned to whistle." And they all settle down for a nice snack after finally getting Austin's pet puppy dinosaur. And this episode is another best episode contender back to back. I don't know, it was just such a fun episode. I loved it. I think what I liked about it is just how the warm-hearted, heartwarming. How warm-hearted it was. How heartwarming it was. It's like I was here for this dinosaur capturing. That sounds kind of dating, like actually villainous actually. But I was here for it. It was very nice, and I loved the songs, especially "I Need a Hand." I don't know, like if I really thought about it, maybe it wouldn't be the best episode contender. Maybe something would replace it, but this is a solid number 10, or at least around it. And for right now, in my emotions that I'm feeling, it's a best episode contender. So it's up there for sure. Not like a top 5 or anything, but I think it could be a solid number 10. Episode 15 of Season 3 is titled Ranch Hands from Outer Space, and we open on Tasha, who has a bunch of paint cans, and she is speaking in a farmer accent, and I'm not gonna do that ever again. I think I said that before. So we open with our superb introduction song, "I Gotta Get to Work," Tasha solo, and it's just her saying about how she has a lot of work on the farm to do today, and so there's no messing around. So I won't mess around. We get straight to her farm, and she makes some blueberry pancakes for her and her horse, and she's like, "We can't eat these pancakes now until we finish our farm work." And she's like, "We gotta build the fence, gotta clean up the stable, the horse stables, and so we gotta get you all out the stables, and then we gotta clean it all up, and then we gotta paint the house, and all in one day." And so she's doing that when a flying saucer crashes down from the skies, and it's Uniqua and Pablo, and they are out of Zum-Zums, which is their fuel for their flying saucer. And so they're like, "We're from planet Zorbador, must find Zum-Zums." And then they locate it nearby as they see Tasha with this plate of pancakes. And apparently pancakes are Zum-Zums, so they go up to them and they introduce themselves as Zablo and Zuniqua. Superb. That didn't work. Anyways, they're like, "Can we get Zum-Zums with blueberries if possible?" And Tasha is like, I don't know what language you guys are talking, But these things here, right here, are pancakes. And you can only get them once you help me work. So she hires these random strangers to help her do her farm work. They sing a song about it called "We'll Work for Pancakes," and it's superb. Like, I like the the rhythm of it. Like, it has like this nice fluttery tone whenever they're like, "We'll work for pancakes," and then it like picks up as they do the actual verses. So very fun.
Pancakes, pancakes, we'll work for pancakes, pancakes. We'll work all day for pancakes, pancakes. They'll work for pancakes, pancakes.
So after that song, they go to the location for where Tasha wants to build the fence for her horses. And she's like, okay, here's some plank of woods. I'm gonna go get some more. Remember, I want a tall fence, so just get started on like that. So they build a vertical fence. They just stack up the wooden planks up into the atmosphere. And then Tasha comes back and she's like, oh my, that's not what I wanted. She's like, when I said a tall fence, I meant like a tall fence that goes all around. And so I thought they were going to build basically an outer space prison, but no, they just knock over the very tall fence and it perfectly creates a rectangular enclosure. And Tasha is like distraught, so she doesn't see it, but then she like looks around. She's like, oh my gosh, how did you guys make it so fast? Because the whole point is that Tasha doesn't know that they're from outer space or have like otherworldly powers. And so I don't know how she thought they made the fence enclosure so fast, but she just buys it, I guess. And like the horse is on our side. The horse is like freaking out. The horse knows that they are not from here, but Tasha is like, wow, thanks for the help. So we go to our next chore, which, if you remember, was to clean the farm or the stables where the horses are. So she's like, okay, just guide all my horses out of the farm and into the enclosure while I clean up the stables a little bit. And so she hands them a bucket and stuff like that to feed them, to like guide them outside. But they don't know what to do with it. So they sing a song called Zoid Zoid, where they shrink all of Tasha's horses when she's not looking, and then dance with them on their heads and put them into buckets. And then that's how they move them out of the farm house.
Zoid, 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 zoid. Zee, 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 zee. Our horses on our heads make us dance with glee.
And so Tasha is like, wow, you got them out of their stables very quickly. Where are they? And then she just doesn't get a clear answer, but she finishes cleaning. And she's like, where's my horse, though? Well, and she gets distraught. She's like, where's my horses? And, like, she tries to ask. She's like, where's Ralphie, who's her main horse? And then, like, she doesn't get an answer, so she's, like, crying. And she's like, I can hear Ralphie still. And it's because Ralphie is in a bucket in Pablo's hand, but she's just not looking in the bucket. And so eventually Pablo and Uniqua make them big again, and they go into their stables, and Tasha's like, oh my gosh, there you guys are. And so it's like, Tasha, you need to grow some eyeballs, I guess. So after that, we move on to our last chore, which is to paint Tasha's house orange, which is a choice. I'm not gonna say an orange house is tacky or ugly or not for me, but I think that's what I'm saying. So we sing a song called Oh My because Pablo and Uniqua, or Zablo and Zuniqua, sorry, on theme names, are like turning the house into an actual orange because they think that Tasha wants the house to be an actual orange, which would be better than the house being actually painted orange, but Tasha isn't having it. So they're like, oh, so you don't want it to be an orange? So they turn it into into a banana. And she's like, oh my. And then they turn it into a blueberry, and she's like, she's over it. And then eventually they reverse her house back, and now it's painted orange. And she's like, wow, you guys did that very quickly. And she doesn't question it at all. And I'm like, how did everything in your house remain intact? Because these shapes are not the original shape of the house. So when they distort the shape, like, where does everything go? Either way, she brings out the pancakes, and she's like, well, thanks for the help. Here you go. I'll be right back. I'm going to go get some maple syrup for them. So she goes inside, and then and then Zuniqua and Zablo, they just take the pancakes rude and then go to their flying saucer to load it up. And I'm like, you didn't even ask to take all the pancakes. But then again, you did all the work, so you know what? You deserve it, okay? So they go to their flying saucer. Tasha follows them because she's like, something suspicious is happening. So she sees them fill up their flying saucer, and she's like, you guys aren't from around here, aren't you? Why aren't you guys eating the pancakes? And they're like, Zum-Zums aren't for eating. They're for flying saucers. And so, they have pancakes for snacks at the end of the episode. And that's how it ends. Interesting. So I put this episode in almost perfect. I originally had it in E for effort because it was like, oh, it's an okay average of the road episode. And it is, but it's like such a wild concept. And like there was nothing inherently bad that I can point out that I had to. I just had to. Also, I mean, all of these tiers are arbitrary, and any of these episodes can move wherever I want it, like, based on my emotion, because I'm looking at our next episode, and I'm not sure if I know what my ranking is, like, I don't know. Well, let's just get into it. So, episode 16, Robin Hood and the Clean. Robin Hood the Clean. It's a Robin Hood story. Interesting. I would say I didn't think the Backyardigans would do it, but, like, we just came from that episode, so are we really that surprised? Anyways, we open with Tyrone, Tasha, and Uniqua, who are just sitting in a pile of dirt, and they're all dirty, and they're wearing rags, and they're like, we live in Filthingham, where it's filthy, and Mayor Stinky Pants won't let us shower because of, he likes it dirty for some reason. And I'm like, I mean, I guess, but like, does the mayor have the power to just like prevent you from showering? Is that really a thing? Like, I mean, he can make the whole town dirty, I can imagine, like just by like not like cleaning it or paying for infrastructure upgrades. But like, you yourselves, like, I don't think you're forced to sit in a pile of dirt and mud. Unless you are, which I guess it sucks. Anyways, I feel like this episode is someone playing a prank on me because of the name Stinky Pants, but whatever. But yeah, you know, Austin's the villain. I forgot to mention. Austin is Mayor Stinky Pants, which, that's a change of a role. That's interesting. I never would have expected. So they sing a song called Everything is Filthy in Filthingham. It's superb. I love it. It's a fun song. And it's just about how it's very dirty. It's almost like a villain song because Austin sings a good bit of it. And he's like, yeah, we love the dirt. Look, we're thriving here. And they're just like not having it in the background. But truly a fun song. So we get to Filthingham, and it definitely lives up to its name. Stinky, garbage, disgusting, but like inspired. So the whole plot of this episode is that they're building up for the Festival of Dirt, and Austin is thrilled. They're gonna play a bunch of games and get stinky and dirty, but the villagers aren't having it. And I'm just like, why not just overthrow the mayor? But I guess that's not an option. So Tyrone has a singular bar of soap, which is their holy grail. But Austin smells the cleanliness, and so he uses this dirty rag to steal the soap. And it's like, this will go into my dungeon of things. And so they follow him to his dungeon, and it's where all the clean products go. It has like rubber duckies for bath time, I guess, and like other cleaning things like toilet paper and napkins and like shampoo and things like that. And then we also see Robin Hood's mitten, because Robin Hood the Clean used to live in this village too, until Mayor Stinky Pants threw him out. And so they're like, wow, they reminisce in the days of when Robin Hood the Clean was here, and they wish he was here today to help them get out of this dirty mess. So anyways, they're like, Tyrone, why don't you get him? And I don't know why they elected Tyrone, because I mean, he messed up with the soap already, so I don't know how good he is with you know, these situations, but he says he has a really good sneak. And so what we see happen is he sneaks past Austin and then gets out the village no problem. And I'm like, wow, I guess he really was good at sneaking. And Uniqua and Tasha remark on this too. So outside the village, they have the fresh air forest, and like Tyrone is breathing it in, and he's like, wow, it's so clean out here. And then Robin Hood the Clean, played by Pablo, comes out, and it's like, you filthy villager, take this. And he just has like a spatula of soap, and he just swipes Tyrone, you know, like he was hit in battle. And Tyrone's like, yes, more. Hit me with more soap. And Pablo's like, oh, you don't like being filthy? And he's like, yeah, actually, I came here to ask you to help us in filthing him.
Robin Hood, where are you? Right behind you. Ah! I'll clean you till you shine, you foul villain. Take that, and that, and that.
Woohoo! I'm getting clean.
And Pablo isn't convinced, but Tyrone's like, we'll save Mitty. I know where he is. And so Pablo agrees. Oh, actually, I forgot a song before this. There's a song before this upcoming song called "We Wish We Could Wash." It actually doesn't go unforgettable tier. I think it's a fun song, but I just forgot to mention it. They sing it after coming out of the dungeon. It's a trio song, mostly with Uniqua, Tasha, Tyrone, and it's just them singing about how they wish they could wash after they lost their bar of soap because Tyrone was bad. Anyways, back to the present time of where I was explaining. Tyrone's like, Robin Hood, could you come into the town? And they sing the titular song, Robin Hood the Clean. Another fun episode, not fun episode, fun song about Robin Hood the Clean. And it's about him trying to convince him to come back into the village to clean it up. And so he eventually convinces him. So Robin Hood has to come in this like dirty rags in order to blend in. So they sneak back into town. Tyrone joins Tasha and Unique one's like, hey, I got Robin Hood the Clean. But Austin's like, okay, time to begin the Festival of Dirt. But they need to get into the dungeon first. So Tyrone distracts Austin and it's like, wait, can you, I'm not dirty enough. Can you make me dirty? So Austin just hits him with dirt. And while he's doing that, Pablo sneaks up from behind and gets his keys. So, Pablo heads for the dungeon to use the keys to get his MIDI back, but the rest of the villagers are forced to go into the Festival of Dirt. So, the Festival of Dirt is just a series of games, and if Tasha, Tyrone, or Uniqua win any of these games, they don't have to fall into this mud pit. But the games are rigged. We start with Uniqua, who it's a mud ball target practice game where they have to throw a mud ball at a target, and whoever hits closest to the center wins. Uniqua throws and it lands like right around the bullseye. And it's like, wow, pretty good shot, Uniqua. But Austin's like, as the mayor, I get to make the rules. So he like throws his mud ball right in front of the target. So he hits the bullseye and he wins. So Uniqua's like, that's not fair. And Austin's like, yeah, I'm Mayor Stinky Pants. I played dirty, obviously. So they do that whole bit. We then get Tasha's game where they have to balance dirt pie tins on their head, and she loses, and then it's revealed that Austin's pie tins were all like glued together, and then so, more dirty play. Meanwhile, Robin Hood the Clean is cleaning the walls of the dungeons to find the specific door that has his MIDI, and he finally gets to it, and he finds his MIDI, and he starts cleaning the village in the background. Meanwhile, we get to our final showdown. Tyrone versus Austin. What's the final game? It's a mud jump. Whoever jumps the furthest in the mud pit wins. Tyrone, he runs back, and then he starts running forward in order to get the furthest jump that he can. But midway, Austin's like, actually, it's the shortest jump challenge. So Tyrone falls, but he's already gone too far. He like jumped a whole meter. And then Austin goes and he does a little hop. And so Austin wins. They're all exiled for the mud pit. Oh no. And I'm like, Robin Hood the Clean, you had 3 whole games and you're still not back? Okay, so the villagers are almost doomed to a murky grave. But then Robin Hood the Clean shows up, unveils himself, and is like, Mayor Stinky Pants, you have done your last crime, committed your last festival of dirt. I don't know. Quirky catchphrase here. And he's like, Robin Hood the Clean. And then like they do this show off where Pablo's using his MIDI to make Austin clean, but Austin's like getting himself dirty and is trying to get Pablo dirty, but it's not working. And eventually Pablo just like scares Austin by talking with MIDI, and I'm frightened too. But Austin backs up into the fountain that Pablo recently cleaned, and now he's clean. And then Pablo releases all the villagers, and they all have bathtub in the fountain, which seems kind of unsanitary, but I guess he just washed it, whatever. They're clean. It's water. I mean, they were literally playing in mud, so I guess some bacteria isn't the end of the world. Either way, they play, they sing the Festival of Soap, another fun song, which is just them cleaning up the village and being known for the Festival of Soap, which is a time of being clean instead of dirty, as Austin is convinced that bath time is fun. which I guess that's the lesson for the children this episode. It's like, don't be afraid of being clean. It's fun. Don't play in dirt, which I don't know, why would you, but I guess kids are weird. I don't know. I wouldn't know. Okay, so overall, I ranked the episode for E for effort. I was tempted to put it in almost perfect, just because, I mean, it's a whole adventure, but overall, I think it wasn't as climactic as I was expecting. Like, it's a whole Robin Hood, the clean story, but, you know, it kind of felt a little bit short. None of the songs were, like, too much fun for me to sing. Like, it doesn't have the replayability, so it's E for effort, still fun, but not almost perfect. Into episode 17 of season 3, Escape from Fairy Tale Village. And we open up with Tyrone, and he gets another solo song. But this time it's like one of his best solo songs. Superb tier. It's called Newspaper, and it's just Tyrone. He's a newsboy and he's starting his new route, and he's here to deliver the mail. I mean, newspaper. Yeah, I guess they like Tyrone being a delivery boy. It's a theme I'm picking up on now. So he starts his new route, and he realizes that there's some odd things happening. There's a whole castle there. There's a building or house shaped like a giant shoe. We see the 3 little pigs' house in the background. You know, one made of straw, one made of wood, one made out of bricks. And Tyrone's like, where am I? And I'm like, did you not do research on what village you were in beforehand? Like, I'm sure your new route, like, I'm sure they told you what village it was, because we then get Austin out of the bushes, and he's dressed up like the big bad wolf, and I'm getting flashbacks to Werewolf Uniqua. But Austin's a little bit better, I guess. You know, the animation's a little bit better, but still uncanny. But either way, they sing a song called You're in Fairy Tale Village, and it's an Austin Tyrone duet. Fun, different, and it's basically just Austin being like, you're in Fairy Tale Village, you know. As the name suggests, fairy tales are here, and Tyrone's like, wait, that must make you the big bad wolf. And so he's scared because he has a flat tire, and so he can't bike anymore. And Austin's like, I'm gonna huff and puff, and so Tyrone just runs with his bike in hand. But Austin is like, oh, I just was gonna blow up your bike, but Tyrone doesn't hear it, and he's running. And eventually he runs to this like gingerbread gumdrop house, and he's like, who lives here? And then we see Witch Uniqua pop up behind him, and it's like, wow, can I have you for lunch? And Tyrone thinks that she meant like she wants him for lunch, but she meant like, I want you over for lunch. But he doesn't understand that concept, I guess, and he's scared. So he sings a song called Gotta Dash, kind of a forgettable song. And it's just him being like, I gotta go. I don't want to die. Please don't have me for lunch. And Uniqua's not getting it. She's like, wow, I just really want to ask this guy for lunch, but he seems busy. So maybe I should ask him for dinner. So Tyrone runs up a beanstalk to hide because Wolf Austin also comes and joins the witch. And so instead of dealing with them, he runs up a beanstalk, which I guess he didn't read that fairy tale, because he gets up to the top and Pablo's a giant, which obviously there's a giant at the top of the beanstalk. I thought you read fairy tales, Tyrone, but he's scared once more because he thinks the giant's gonna eat him, because the giant's like, can I have you for lunch? Or maybe he said dinner. And so he's scared, so he climbs back down the beanstalk, and so does Pablo, because Pablo is very determined to play with Tyrone, I guess. And so is the witch and wolf, because they're down at the bottom of the beanstalk too. And I'm like, does no one in this village have anything better to do than harass the newspaper boy? Like, yeah, I get it, you want to have him for lunch, but like, sometimes you just gotta take no for an answer. Or like, running away for an answer. Either way, Tyrone sings a song called Why Does Everyone Want to Eat Me as he runs out of Fairy Tale Village. And eventually he hits a dead end. And then we have Austin be like, I'll huff and puff. And then he blows up his tire. And Tyrone's like, wait, so you didn't want to eat me? And then they're like, oh yeah, no, we just want to have you over for lunch and dinner and breakfast and snack time.
About having him for dinner.
I was gonna have him for dinner.
Then I'll have him for breakfast. I'm having him for breakfast. Or do you want to have him for breakfast and I'll have him for dinner?
Hold on, I'm having him for dinner. Unless you'd rather he has you for lunch and I have you for snack. Lunch? Snack?
Great then. So you'll have him for breakfast,
She'll have him for dinner, and I'll have him for a snack. Sounds great.
It's settled.
That's good. But before anybody has him for anything, I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow up your tire.
And he's like, oh, I'm sorry, I guess I misjudged you. And he's like, it's okay, we can just all eat now. And so the episode's E for effort overall. Very quick, very quick. Like, a lot happened, but not a lot. Like, we met it was Newspaper Tyrone Boy, he met Austin, he met Uniqua, he met Pablo. Run, misunderstanding. Very quick E for effort episode. I wanted to put in forgettable, but it's just barely saved because I love the fairy tale concept. But overall, yeah, not one of the best of season 3. Definitely. And brings us into episode 18 of the season, Pirate Camp. We get another pirate episode. And it doesn't feature Tyrone. Tyrone will not appear in this episode, which this is the second time since Ranch Hands from Outer Space. Wow. So anyways, we open with Uniqua and Pablo, and they're preparing for pirate camp. That's right. They have pirate camp. And so they sing a song called To Pirate Camp, your typical introduction song. But Pablo seems a little bit scared. He doesn't seem ready for pirate camp, but Uniqua's all for it. She's like, no, we gotta go. We signed up for it. I'm ready. So we get to pirate camp, and Austin swings in. He is our pirate, and he's committed to the act. Like, look at his get up and like the way he's speaking. Like, he's doing his arg tone, and it's like kind of a deeper voice for this episode. And I'm like, way to commit to the part. So anyways, Austin's like, well, if you want to go to pirate camp, find your way onto the ship. So he closes, the ship starts booking it off from the dock. Pablo and Uniqua are not on the ship, and the ship's going, and Austin's like, find your way on. And Pablo's like, well, I guess it's over. But then Uniqua like sets up like this seesaw system where Pablo's on one end of a seesaw, she jumps on the other end, Pablo shoots up, and then like lands on another seesaw that bounces up a box that bounces onto Uniqua, that bounces off onto the same one as Pablo, and then another box comes down and bounces them both onto the boat somehow. It's a whole machine. I don't know. But they do it, so they end up on the machine, and Austin's like, congratulations, yeah, you did it somehow. And I'm like, yeah, they did do it somehow. So anyways, Pablo hits a chest that has a red boot in it, and he's like enchanted to touch it almost. And then Austin quickly closes it and is like, that's not for you. You must be careful unless you want to be dragged to the mysterious island of Captain Red Boot, which isn't as intimidating as he thinks it is. But like, I mean, I still didn't touch the boot, to be honest, but it's not that scary unless I'm thinking about it wrong. Maybe I'm not understanding. So our next song is You Gotta Have Piratitude. It's a fun song. I like it. It's about having the pirate attitude, or piratitude. You know, they do their whole dance. So their first lesson in pirating is that they have to they're heaving and hoving in order to lift the sail for the ship. So you heave, which is pull, and then you like put some slack, which is your hoeing, and then you heave once again. So they try to do that, but Pablo gets distracted by the red boot, and like he lets go, and Uniqua gets swung up in the rope, and Austin's like, they failed the first test. So their next test is to swashbuckle, which is basically ziplining off of the ropes of the ship, and they fail because Austin is too slow, and like him and Uniqua collide, and Austin's like, yeah, okay, anyways, you're trying your best. And then they get to their final step of being a pirate, which is to do the scallywag, which is a dance that pirates do. You know, our fun new hip-hop TikTok song of the episode. It's a forgettable song. We'll pass by it. That's all that happens. They're just like, you gotta have... No, that's pirate attitude. I really like pirate attitude. Scallywag is just like, you gotta do the scallywag. It's, yeah, not into it. So anyways, they act... Austin accidentally gets bumped into the pirate chest that's still on the deck, by the way. It's like, Austin, if it's so dangerous and you don't want Pablo to touch it, maybe put the pirate chest away, but it's still on the front deck. And so Austin bumps into it and accidentally gets the red boot stuck onto him. So the ship crashes into the mysterious island of red boots, and Austin is dragged away by the boot towards the inside of the cave. So on the island. So Pablo is scared, but Unico's like, we have to go save our captain in Austin. So they get off the ship. They sing a song called Red Boots. It's a fun song. I won't say it's forgettable. They're like, Red Boots. It's like a whispery song because it's like telling the tale of Red Boots while they slowly approach where Austin was dragged to. So fun song. They get inside the cave and they see Austin being dragged towards a ghostly figure who's Red Boots. So they come up with a plan. Pablo's gonna swing in, distract Red Boots, while Uniqua starts to while Uniqua gets the Red Boot off of Austin. So Pablo dives in front of Tasha, who plays Red Boots this episode, and is like, do you know how to do the scallywag? So we get a reprise of the scallywag, and Uniqua swashbuckles over to I'm saying every name other than Austin. Uniqua swashbuckles over to Austin and then heaves and hoes to get the Red Boot off. And eventually they do get it off. And so Tasha puts it on and she's in her ghostly figure as Red Boots. But eventually she becomes human because she has both of her Red Boots. Which I'm not sure the logic behind that one. Which it's the Backyardigans, so I guess there is no logic, but it's like even less so. But anyways, all is saved. We have our 4-man pirate crew. Pablo and Uniqua are elevated to actual pirates because they scallywagged, they swashbuckled, and they heaved and hoved. Well, Uniqua did those last two, but Pablo scallywagged. And in the scallywag song, it was established, I didn't talk about it, but it was established that that's like the most important pirate rule. So good for Pablo, I guess. Anyways, this episode was not for me. I don't know. I didn't really like it. Like, I love the commitment to the roles that all of them had. They really played their roles well, but just the training thing with the 3 pirate attributes, I didn't really pay attention to. And then I like how they applied it to the final confrontation with Red Boots. That was cool, but I don't know. I wasn't invested in the story for some reason. I don't know. So that's why it's not for me. Like, it wasn't bad. That's why I don't have a bad tier. Once again, no Backyardigans episodes are bad to me, but some of them can be not for me, and so this one just was not for me. We then get into episode 19 of season 3, the penultimate episode of the season. Wow. And it's the 2 Musketeers. So we open up on our bro duo, Tyrone and Pablo, and they're the 2 Musketeers, as the title suggests. Now, you may be wondering, well, isn't it the 3 Musketeers? But we'll get into that. So they sing a song called It's Great to Be a Musketeer. Superb, love it. Another duo song, but like pretty fun for Pablo and Tyrone. And it's just about what the Musketeers do. So they have amazing manners, they crave adventure, and they make balloon animals. Now, you may be wondering, that last one is kind of random, but no, it's not. It will come up. So they sing a song about that. Interesting. And we then traverse. We then come into our universe, which I don't know. It's like they say it's France, but it's like the plains area of France. I'll go with that. The wilds of France. So we get to that, and they're confronted by the guards, and they belong to the Empress, which is the big evil of the episode. So Tyrone and Pablo, they hate the Empress, okay? And they explain in their introduction song that they hate her because she has this big air balloon, and they're jealous of her. So that's why they hate her. And she's probably a snobby too, so good thing we envy her. So that's why we hate her, which everyone, all incels online. So the guards confront them, and it's a 2v2, but they're struggling, and then a 3rd musketeer appears out of nowhere, and she like helps them in their balloon sword fight because they, don't use actual swords, they use balloon swords. So that's where the balloon animals come in. So they're all fighting with balloon swords, but the two musketeers, Pablo and Tyrone, they're kind of off to the side, and our third musketeer just like 2v1s Uniqua and Austin, who's our guards of the Empress. So this is where I let you know, I guess, that the secret third musketeer is Tasha, okay? So anyway, she's fighting the guards of the Empress, and she's able to distract them using, like, a balloon thing where she just, like, lets a fully blown balloon go, and it, like, swirls around, and, like, that gets the attention of Austin and Uniqua and distracts them enough for the three musketeers to get away, which, I mean, it would distract me too. Like, loud balloon sounds, that would get my attention. So, anyways, the guards ride off because they're trying to find the musketeers and they think they got away. But they actually just went under the bridge because they were fighting on top of a bridge, but they snuck below it. So, Tasha introduces herself to Tyrone and Pablo, and she's like, I would like to be your third musketeer. And she sings a song about it called Number 3, Perfection. Amazing, okay? It's basically a Tasha solo, but then we have background vocals from Pablo and Tyrone, and it's effective. And she just wants to be number 3. But also, the true beauty of this song is the foreshadowing in it. She opens by being like, all alone in an empty palace. I don't remember the exact lyrics, but that's foreshadowing. She longs for adventure because she is the Empress. Pause for dramatic effect, because completely unexpected, It's not like all 4 of our other characters already had a role, and that our mysterious 5th character, played by Tasha, could also not be the Empress, It was a complete plot twist, okay? Anyways. The musketeers are like, yeah, I don't think so. We don't want a number 3. You can't be a third musketeer. There's only 2. And so she's like, fine then, okay. So the 2 musketeers go off, and they eventually make it to a windmill, leaving Tasha behind. And they joke about how the Empress wears perfume because she must be ugly and smells. Which is a level of savagery we have not heard on the Backyardigans ever, to be honest. So the guards hear their roasting and then appear, and it's like, we've caught you now. But then Tasha shows back up and is able to save the day once more by challenging the guards to a polite battle where they battle to see who has the best manners. And so Tasha is like, no, after you. And then the guards are like, no, after you. And so Tasha's like, why, thank you. And then she goes ahead. And they're like, ha ha ha, we won. We regret to inform you, third musketeer Tasha, that you lost the polite battle. But then turn around and she's gone. And it's because Tasha got Tyrone and Pablo, and they're like on the windmill. Like, they go behind one of the, what is it, flaps of the windmill, and so they're on the windmill and they go all the way up, and the guards don't see this, but Unique was like, I don't think they could have gone that far. So Uniqua and Austin, they're like, okay, guess they got away, time to go. And so Austin and Uniqua, they hide behind the windmill. Meanwhile, on top of the windmill, we have our 3 musketeers, and Tasha's like, I just saved you again, are you sure I can't be the third musketeer? And then like she overhears the musketeers like the 2 musketeers like roasting the Empress again because of the guards. And then she's like, wait, why don't you guys like the Empress? And so we get a song about it called We Don't Care for the Empress. Superb, iconic. It's just Tyrone and Pablo roasting the Empress in front of her face. And then one of the verses of the song, they reveal that they hate her because she has a giant air balloon. And I'm like, and Tasha's like, wait, you hate her because she has a giant air balloon? And they're like, yeah. And she's like, oh, okay. And I'm thinking, if only this episode came out like today, I feel like there's a lesson here that might apply to some things.
Happy Have you heard about that lady? That fancy pantsy lady who thinks she's so much better than us all. She's selfish and she's mean, like you'd expect from a queen. And though her ego's fat, her heart is small. I hear she's got an ugly head, and there are bed bugs in her bed, and she's got pimples on her nose, and yucky stuff between her toes. I bet she doesn't wash her hair, and doesn't change her underwear, and that's the reason we don't care. We don't care. We don't care. We don't care for the Empress.
So anyways, Tasha realizes that she's not getting anywhere, and so she leaves, and the two musketeers eventually also get down the windmill, but then the guards catch them because they were just hiding behind the windmill. So the guards only catch Tyrone and Pablo, and they now cry for help. They're like, we're sorry, third musketeer, come help us again. We were wrong. But it's too late. So they're sent to jail, and then Austin and Uniqua are watching them, and they sing a song called In the Name of the Empress, which is our redemption song for the Empress. Not because she needs to be redeemed, but because they just slandered her name in the last song, and so the guards are singing her praises in this song. And it's an Austin and Uniqua led song. Like, Tyrone and Pablo are also participating, which is a little bit weird, because it's like you guys were just roasting her, but now you're like, in the name of the Empress, and it's like, it's kind of weird. Anyway, so they sing that whole thing, and it's revealed that Tasha was just hiding behind some barrels in the prison and breaks them out, and it's like, okay, come this way, I can get you out of here. So they get into the castle of the Empress, and they run into the guards again, but they're able to trick them by using balloon animals. I said it was going to come into play, and so yeah, Tasha made a balloon animal poodle, and it distracts the guards. And so they run past them, but then Tyrone and Pablo note that there's a painting of the Empress, and they're like, it looks kind of familiar. And I'm like, yeah, it looks like Tasha, the third musketeer you're with. But it's not like you two would notice anyway. So they get to their courtyard, and there's a giant air balloon, you know, like they were complaining about the whole time. And Tasha is like, let's take the air balloon, we can get out of here. So they get in the air balloon, they untie the rope that was holding it down, and Tasha has to jump in because the guards are right behind them. And Pablo catches her hand and then lifts her up, and so now all three of our musketeers are in the balloons, and they're like, you know what, third musketeer, mystery girl, you are our third musketeer. You craved adventure, you have excellent manners, and you make balloon animals. And so she is officially the third musketeer. 1, 2, 3 musketeers. But the guards are able to pull the air balloon down because it's a giant rope, and they're like, you guys didn't get away like you thought you did. So they seize them, they're forced out of the air balloon, and they're like, you're under arrest in the name of the Empress. And then Tasha takes out her disguise, and in full makeup is the Empress.
How dare you say what pleases the Empress?
What is your name, Musketeer?
My name is Tasha, Empress of France.
Full makeup, full wig, full everything. And I'm like, how'd you hide that behind a hat and a mask? But like, she's there, and so she's like, I don't know, I forget what she says, but like, she's like, two musketeers, you may take my air balloon whenever, and thank you for accepting me. And I'm just like, no, Tasha, you don't need to accept them, okay? No, you should just be a third musketeer with your two guards. Like, Austin, the whole episode had a bit where, like, he really wishes he was a musketeer too, and I'm like, there you go. Why don't you just be a musketeer with Austin and Uniqua? That's a banger team. You don't need Tyrone and Pablo. They're toxic. Anyways, this is a best episode contender. I really liked the theming. It was a fun concept. I feel like I say that about all my favorite episodes, but you need a fun concept to have a good episode. Everyone was committed to their roles. I loved 2 of the songs, and I loved all the songs, but 2 of the songs were so good that they're in my perfection tier. Like, best episode, question mark? Maybe not quite, but maybe number 2. But with that, we have made it to our season finale, episode 20 of season 3, and it's titled The Masked Retriever. And for our season 3 finale, we open with Uniqua, a Uniqua-led episode. Twas been a bit, I think. Don't call me on that. I actually don't know if it's been a bit. I feel like it's been a bit though, right? A Uniqua solo, like not solo episode, obviously. There's no episode with only one Backyardigan, but like a solo-led episode. Like, it's been a while, right? Like Blazing Paddles, probably. Anyways, Uniqua. She is a librarian by day, but the masked retriever by night. Sorry, also not to roast her as a librarian, but she's wearing this very interesting wig, which I just felt like I needed to comment on. So we get our introduction song, which is once again the titular The Masked Retriever fun song. And it's just about how she is the masked retriever. Whenever anyone has an overdue or late book, she will retrieve it because she is the masked retriever. So we go to her library in Viejo, a town in California. And she's in her library, and Tasha comes in and she's like, I'm here to check out the Case of the Climbing Cat book. And Uniquo's like, oh, okay, yeah, let me just get that for you. And she's like, oh, I'm sorry, but it seems that book has been checked out. And she's like, by who? And she's like, oh, by Don Austin himself, the most important person in Viejo, California. And Tasha's like, oh, well, when is he due to return it? And she's like, today, actually. And so Tasha's like, well, let's see. Hopefully he comes in today so I can get the book. But meanwhile, they sing a song called I Love the Library, which, honestly, I love this song. It's a superb song. Like, it's just a song about loving the library, but as someone who... This is gonna sound sad. Spent most of his middle school and high school in the library, especially during lunch. I love it. We love the library. I mean, it's just a quiet place, okay? If you have not been to a library, you should. It's a comfy place. Like, you just want to stay comfy, perhaps. So after their song, they eventually hear carriages outside, and they realize it's Don Austin. So Uniqua goes up to the carriage and is like, Don Austin, your book's overdue. Are you here to return it? And he's like, my book's overdue? No. And so he calls Pablo and Tyrone, who is his horseman, to ride away because he's not returning the book.
Don Austin! Buenos dias. Good day, Don Austin. I'm so glad you're here to bring your book back.
I'm not here to bring my book back.
But your book is overdue.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
I'm not giving this book back.
But Don Austin, you must. The book is overdue.
I don't care. I'm not giving it back.
But Don Austin.
I'm keeping it. Guards, to the hacienda. Drive on, drive on.
Si, senor.
Yes, sir.
Don Austin, you must return the book.
So he rides off, and Inigo is like, I can't believe he's not returning the book. And Tasha's like, yeah, even though he's the most important person in Viejo, California, doesn't mean he can have an overdue library book. And so Tasha's like, whatever are we gonna do? And Tasha's like, well, I guess I know of one person who could do it. The Masked Retriever. Have you ever heard of them? And Uniqlo's like, I think I have. And they sing a song called I'm Gonna Get That Book Back, which is like Uniqlo's villain origin story. Like, she's not the villain, but like, the Masked Retriever is in all black, like clad in all black, and it's like, it gives villain vibes, but she's our hero, you know? It's a fun twist. So it's Uniqlo singing about how she will get the book back. You know, we even get a verse from Austin and his guards, and he's like, I'm never gonna give them the book back. Anyways, Uniqlo tasks Tasha with some busy work. It's like, can you put up these books for me? And Tasha's like, yeah, okay, I guess. So, anyways, Uniqlo once again, well, not once again, but Uniqlo hides away, goes to her secret lair, where she has her black stallion named Tornado, and she gets in her Masked Retriever getup, and she sings, I'm gonna get that book back a little bit, or no, the Masked Retriever reprise, not I'm gonna get that book back. Oh, which I didn't give a rating. I'm gonna get that book back. Fun song. Anyway, so she sings her Mass Retriever reprise, and she gets to Don Austin's house, okay? And she sees the two guards in front. But Pablo is like, Tyrone, have you ever heard of the Mass Retriever? I'm afraid that they might come to get the book back. And Tyrone's like, no, I haven't. That's kind of scary. Maybe you should warn Don Austin about it. So Pablo goes inside. Meanwhile, Uniqua, she's like, okay, Tornado, stay outside this window to the to the room of Austin. Okay, I'll be back. So Uniqua goes to the front. She does like this whole spin fast move thing that distracts Tyrone. And then when he like is finally undisoriented, he notices that there's a giant black check mark on the gate, and he has been mass retrievered, because wherever the mass retriever has gone, they leave a black check mark. So anyways, Uniqua is now inside the house, hiding in the room that Don Austin and Pablo are in. And Pablo's like, aren't you scared of the mass retriever? Like, Don Austin, why don't you just return the book? And Don Austin's like, I can't. And so eventually the pressure gets to Don Austin, and he's like, we have to get out of here. So they race out, and then Uniqua, she gets onto Tornado out the window, and then she chases after them, and it's a chase scene. And eventually they have to stop by a nearby bell tower that like looks destroyed. And so Uniqua is able to like flash past Pablo and Tyrone, and they have a giant check mark on them. I mean, kind of extra, but go off, Uniqua. And she races up the bell tower to catch up to Austin. And eventually, at the top of the bell tower, we see Austin trying to read the book frantically. And Uniqua is like, you know you have an overdue library book. Hand it back or else. And Austin's like, I know, but I didn't finish it yet. And Uniqua's like, or the Master Retriever is like, oh, well, you know you could just renew it. And he's like, oh, I could just renew the book? And she's like, yeah, just go to the library and be like, I haven't finished the book yet. Can I get a renewal? And so he's like, okay, I'll do that. And the Master Retriever's like, yeah, just make sure you do it by the end of the day. And so Uniqua makes it back to the library in an instant, talks to Tasha. And Tasha's like, wow, I wonder what's going to ever happen to that book. And Uniqua's like, I have a feeling he'll be back right before we close. And just on time, Don Austin comes in with his guards and is like, Librarian Uniqua, can I please renew my book? And she's like, why, of course you can. And so he renews his book, and we get our fun dance party ending song to end off the season, which I'm noticing they do a lot. Not the first season, like we got one of those songs, but that wasn't our ending song. But season 2, we did have our ending song, On Top of the World. Still love it. And this time we get a song called A Happy Ending, which is superb, and it's fitting because book theme, happy ending. But yeah, I love it. It's a fun song, just about how they have a happy ending because Austin has his book renewed. Uniqua once again got a book retrieved. The guards are happy that Don Austin is happy, and Tasha will never get to read her book because Austin can't read books fast enough. And so with the happy ending, that marks the end of the episode and the end of our season overall. So the Master Retriever, almost perfect episode. Honestly, I really liked it. Like, it had a beginning, middle, and end, as all episodes and all books should have. And the songs were fun. We got to see Uniqua in like not a villain role, but like not just like in a happy-go-lucky hero role. Like, she was intimidating. And we had Don Austin and like how everyone was here, you know. Overall, almost perfect episode, you know. Like, could have had more, but definitely not bad or like average. And that wraps up season 3, which was my favorite season of the Backyardigans. You know, it had some of the best episodes, really good songs, some of my favorite pairings, favorite new pairing, honestly, Tasha, Pablo, and Tyrone. I really like that pairing. I don't know why. The trio, it's just nice. It's because, like, you know, we have our typical bro duo between Tyrone and Pablo, and then we have Tasha, who just makes it, like, so fun. Like, Pablo and Tyrone are really fun together, but then we added my favorite character, Tasha, into the mix, and they have fun songs and like a fun dynamic. I don't know, I really like it. Like, you think my favorite trio would be Uniqua, Tasha, Austin, because those are my 3 favorite characters, but like, they don't blend as seamless. Like, it's too much, too many cooks, too many chefs in the kitchen. It mixes it all up. It mixes the dynamic and their character types up. It's too much. But with Pablo, Tyrone, and Tasha, it's like they all have enough room to shine, and I like it. But yeah, season 3, best season. I love it. But that doesn't mean that we are done. And that doesn't mean that there are no amazing episodes left for us, because I will reveal it now. We have not gotten to my favorite episode of the entire series yet. My favorite episode of the entire series is, in fact, in season 4, and it may be coming up soon. And so, with that foreshadowing, we will begin season 4, which I will preface first with that it is indeed our last season of the Backyardigans. Very sad. These are our final last 20 episodes. It can be characterized by just very long gaps in release dates, to be honest. Like, I don't remember all the release dates, but, like, it's like a 4 or, like, 5-year gap between the premiere of season 4 and the finale of season 4. Our biggest gap yet. All the other seasons were, like, 2 years, 1 year. But this is, like, a big gap for the Backyardigans, which makes sense because some of the episodes I'm familiar with from season 4, watching as a kid, are from the beginning of the season, but the all the episodes towards the end of the season I actually did not watch as a kid. So rewatching the entire series, this is my first time watching some of these episodes ever, and it's because they came out when I was in middle school and I was past my Backyardigans phase. So we get into some first time viewings of episodes in this season without prior knowledge and bias from my childhood. It still has really fun, wacky concepts. We will revisit some past concepts as like a throwback to our past seasons for our final season. And overall, I think season 4 will be a good wrap up for the series as a whole. But I will be sad that it will be ending. But before we say goodbye, we say hello to season 4 with our premiere, episodes 1 and 2, because it's our third two-parter of the entire series of the Backyardigans, and it will be our final two-parter, and it is titled Robot Rampage.
Robot Rampage!
So, as I mentioned in the last special, the specials have done a good job on diversifying who the main protagonist was. Super Spy was focused on Pablo as our hero, and then we had Unique villain. Mighty Knights had Tyrone and a unique co-protagonist, and there wasn't really a villain, but everyone had like a nice side character role, to be honest. Austin especially, I liked his side character role. Tasha was there too, had a fun thing, and Pablo was our beginning and ending person, so he wasn't really there, but he got a whole special, so it's fine. But this special features Austin as our main hero. Woo! It's so exciting. It's honestly so exciting. Unfortunately, though, this means that we will have no two-parters that feature Tasha as our main hero. This special does not really feature either that much. She keeps her side hero role that she had in all of the specials previously. So yeah, it's really sad. We don't get to see her in a main role, and I know for sure that not for sure, but I definitely think they would have featured Tasha as the main hero if they did another special. To be fair though, the season 1 finale did feature Tasha as our main character, and season 1 is the only season that didn't have a special, so maybe that was her special episode role, but I don't count it. But whatever, I'll take it. Kind of sad that we don't have a Tasha special episode, but we will deal with this one because it still showcases Austin, who I love. Anyway, we open with Austin in our backyard, and he is a robot repairman. Okay, it is a robot themed episode, if you couldn't tell from the title. And his main robot buddy named is Rocco. His robot's name is Roscoe, and Roscoe, or all the robots in the episode, have a big button on their chests that turns them on and off. So, Austin sings a song called I'm a Robot Repairman. Superb. One of the best introduction songs, to be honest. And it's just about him being a robot repairman. And Roscoe is like, all systems A-OK. Because Austin's whole deal, this special, is that he's a robot repairman, but robots never ever break. And it really sucks, okay? Like, he wants to do his job. He loves fixing robots, but they never break. Austin does have this line, though, where he's like, they don't get a stomach ache or a cold. And I'm like, well, I don't think, like, I hope that's not what he's expecting. Like, when robots do break, I hope he's not expecting them to get a stomach ache or a cold, because I don't think you can fix it. I would be terrified if that happened. Like, what is the implications of robots having human illnesses? Anyways, he does say, though, that robots are indestructible even if you throw them in a fridge or in a lake, which clearly means Austin has done that before, but has had no successes. So, either way, we go to Mega City as Austin passes by a bunch of robots, and they're like, all systems A-OK, and Austin is still bummed out because there's no robots to fix in this entire city, in Mega City. So we go to his robot repair shop, and he's like talking to Roscoe, and he's like, no one ever calls. But then he gets a call, and he's like, oh my gosh, Roscoe, answer the call. We actually have a customer for once. Oh my gosh.
The phone! Roscoe, it's the phone!
Alert, the phone is ringing.
The phone is ringing!
Alert, the phone is ringing.
That's right, Roscoe, the phone is ringing! Oh, I'm so happy!
Repairman Austin, alert, the phone is ringing.
Oh, I guess I better answer. Hello, Rapid Robot Repair. This is Repairman Austin.
So, Roscoe's like, the phone's ringing, and so Austin finally picks up the phone, and it's Uniqua, and she's freaking out. She's like, I have a robot emergency, I need a robot repairman. Sorry, it's late, I'm not really yelling, so I'm doing like a fake, I'm pretty loud still, but I'm doing like a fake yelling, you got it. So, he's like, okay, I'm a robot repairman, I'll be there right away, and so they arrive at Uniqua's house, you know, your typical suburban futuristic house, you know, typical. So Austin goes into the kitchen, and immediately we see cookies all over the place. And Uniqua's like, you're the robot repairman, right? Okay, my robot Rita, she is on a rampage, okay? She is out of control. She's just making cookies nonstop. I simply said, robot Rita, make cookies, and now she won't stop making the cookies. But even worse, look, I grab a cookie, Robot Rita's like, Robot Rita, A-OK, all systems A-OK, very ominously. And Robot Rita has glowing red eyes, and Roscoe, all of his lights are green. So that's how you know he's good and Robot Rita is bad. So anyways, Robot Rita won't let Uniqua eat the cookies, and there's just cookies like everywhere now, and she just won't stop making them. And I'm like, well, theoretically, you should have a limited amount of cookie making supplies, right? So Robot Rita has to stop making cookies eventually, right? Unless Robot Rita's just making cookies out of anything, but you gotta run out of things eventually either way, though. So it's like, where is Robot Rita making all these cookies out of? Does she have like an inventory system where she just has infinite supplies of cookies? Or did you just prepare to make this many cookies, but you just weren't expecting them to be made this fast? Like, what is the problem here, Uniqua?
Alert, cookie dough. Alert, cookie dough. Alert, cookie dough.
All systems A-OK.
Alert, cookie dough. Alert.
Whoa! Robot Reva's on a rampage!
Anyways, we get our song called Robots on a Rampage, It's superb, iconic, I love it, and it's just them talking about how they have a robot on a rampage and they need to fix it before they have cookies because the cookies will be up to the ceiling and it will be all over because they'll be drowning in cookies. So they try to catch Robot Rita. They're jumping at her, trying to tackle her, but Robot Rita's dodging, but eventually Austin is able to turn her off using pressing her big button in her center. And so Austin looks at her controls and is trying to figure out what's wrong, but the only thing he noticed that was off is that he had a loose screw. Robot Rita had a loose screw, so he gives the loose screw to Uniqua, she puts it on the table, and they're still investigating. But then we see the loose screw fly away out of the house.
That looks okay. Huh.
Find anything?
She looks okay.
Ooh. Anyways, while Austin's like, okay, I don't see anything wrong right now, but let's get her back to the repair shop. So they're about to load her up into the car, but then Tyrone zooms by and it's like, I need a robot repairman. And Austin's like, I'm a robot repairman. And apparently he's the only robot repairman in the city. I guess everyone maybe got out of business because, it is not a sustainable job since robots never break, as established in the introduction song. So I guess Austin's the only robot repairman, which, isn't the best thing. But clearly, if there's a situation where all the robots break, you'll have tons of customers. But also that means the city's economics will, plummet because robots are, they do everything. So if we lose robots, then we lose everything. Feels like the Backyardigans are trying to warn us of something. Is it gonna be like a Simpsons scenario where in the future people are like, oh, the Backyardigans predicted the future, and it's just because they have so many episodes and they just do random things that are potentially possible to happen in the future, and so this few things that do happen people catch on to and they think that it's because they predicted the future. So anyways, they start chasing after Tyrone, and he explains that his Robot Ripley, he said simply, Robot Ripley, get the mail. And he's stealing all the mailboxes on the street. And so Tyrone's trying to stop him, but Robot Ripley is just getting all the mailboxes, pulling them straight out of the ground, and it's getting mail. And so they all get into Austin's car, and they're racing to catch up to Robot Ripley. And Tyrone manages to jump onto Robot Ripley and is trying to stop him, but Robot Ripley's just carrying him now, and it's just okay, well, Robot Ripley's not gonna stop, but eventually Austin does his thing where he's able to turn off Robot Ripley. And also we get a reprise of Robot on a Rampage while they're chasing after Robot Ripley. So they have that whole chase sequence. They do the whole thing where they're okay, let's look at the controls. Austin's another loose screw, how weird, but it falls out this time and rolls under the car, and then it flies towards a mysterious figure in the bushes, who was teased earlier, by the way, but I felt holding his reveal till now would have been, it's better. We get it, he's the villain, you don't gotta tease it in the introduction. But anyways, teased now, we see Professor Bug, and he's in the bushes, and it's played by Pablo. Pablo, villain time once again. I feel Pablo plays the villain a lot. There's not a lot of villain roles, but when there are ones, I feel Pablo is usually the villain, which is a weird thing to think, because you wouldn't think he fits the villain archetype, but he plays the villain quite a bit.
Well, he looks okay, but I think I should take him back to the shop. Now, where'd that loose screw go?
It's gotta be around here somewhere.
Maybe it rolled under the truck.
Hello, my little bug. Now, wasn't that fun and evil? That's right, little bug. Evil.
Hey, what's that?
Sounds like somebody's laughing.
I don't
So anyways, he's thank you, my bug. Yeah. So, they don't see this, by the way, but they do hear the laughing. Also, it's does anyone hear someone laughing? And then he's oop, and Pablo hides away. So they're loading up Robot Ripley into his car when they hear another scream for help, and it's Tasha, and she's I need a robot repairman. And she's in her car with her robot, and they're just zooming off. And Austin was like, okay, we gotta go get her. So they all get into the car and they chase after Tasha and her robot. And she explains through yelling that she told her robot Raquel, that to step on it, which means like to step on the gas so that she can get to where she was going apparently. But now she won't stop. And honestly, this is the most terrifying implication of robots shutting down. Like, Tasha is now trapped in a high-speed death vehicle at this point because her robot won't shut down. So, like, she can't do anything. She can't get out. So she's just stuck in a car that will most likely end in her death, in the death of potentially several people. So anyways, they chase after her, and then Austin does this stupid move where he jumps out of his car onto Tasha's car, and I'm like, I don't think this is as clever as you think it is. But either way, Robot Raquel maneuvers it so that they flip upside down, and Austin starts to fall. So I'm like, so the robots do kind of have some self-awareness of what they're doing. So they're just evil. Bad bots confirmed. So Austin is falling, but luckily Robot Roscoe is able to swoop in by driving the car and then saves Austin. So they decide to go with plan B, which is to use this giant magnet to magnet Tasha's car and stop it completely, and then shut down Robot Raquel, which maybe that should have been your first plan. I don't know why we were jumping out of cars here. So anyways, they shut down Robot Raquel, bring it back to the repair shop, and Tasha's like, wow, that's crazy. I can't believe my robot just went on a rampage like that. And Tyrone and Uniqua's like, join the party. And it's like, it's weird that there's three robots that shut down in one day. And they're in front of Austin's repair shop at this point. They've landed. They've stopped their car, and they're just in front of the repair shop just rambling. And they're like, yeah. And Tasha's like, yeah, something's fishy.
Mega City! What? What's happening?
Who's that?
People of Mega City! I am Professor Bug! All of your robots are under my control! From now on, I rule Mega City!
And then suddenly, on the screens, Professor Bug comes up and he gives us his evil monologue, but through song. And so he sings a song, I am Professor Bug, perfection. I just like the mood about the theming of it, because it's like he's just on this giant screen, and he's like, he doesn't say I've bugged your robots, because that would have given away his big plan. He doesn't monologue his big plan. He's just like, I've taken control of all the robots in Mega City, and so now they're under my control, and you can do nothing except cower in fear. And so they sing a song about that, and it's really fun. Perfect. And so the episode ends with Professor Bug being like, now robots, get them. And then we have these large wave of robots coming from both sides of the screen towards our heroes in the center, and it's like, now that's how you do a climax. And a cliffhanger, because that's where the episode ends. So yeah, we end with robots surrounding our heroes, robot repairman Austin and his robot Roscoe, Tasha, Tyrone, and Uniqua. They're right in front of the repair shop, but there's robots everywhere. So before we get into episode 2, or part 2 of this special, I have to rank episode 1. And yes, it is a best episode contender, but not the best episode. Honestly, kind of a little bit slow, just because we have to repeat the same thing over and over again of the robots going on a rampage. You know, we have Uniqua's robot break, and then Tyrone's robot break, and then Tasha's robot break. Like, they're all different scenarios at least, but using the same robot on a rampage song and instrumentals to it, it does feel a little bit repetitive, but I'm on board for it. Like, we're setting it up. Like, that ending climax, like, robots are literally surrounding them. Like, that is a threat. That is a 2-part special level threat, okay? Not some egg chase scene, okay? Back into the episode, you know, we have that last time on the Backyardigans where it goes through everything, but in the scene, the robots are slowly surrounding them, and they have to run into the repair shop. So they make it in just in time. The door literally closes just as the robots are there. And then they do this, like, a very scary scene where, like, they show the front door security cams, and the robots, they immediately look up into the camera, like, as soon as they turn it on. And I'm like, genuinely frightening. So anyways, Austin's like, yeah, the robot repair shop, it is surrounded by robots. I have no clue what our plan is, like what we're supposed to do. Um, so they're thinking about it, and Austin's like, what do they all have in common? And they're like, that loose screw. So he luckily still has the loose screw from Robot Raquel, and so they're investigating it, and it like starts to fly. Like the red eyes on the screw activate, and it starts to fly. It's in its bug mode. So they're like, we have to catch that screw, and so they sing a song about it called "Screw Loose." Iconic, superb. And it's just about them trying to get the loose screw. It has a funny bit though, because the bug is trying to attack Roscoe, and he's like dodging, and we have these like very cartoonish like movements from all of them. Very fun, very funny. So anyways, they're able to get the screw by spraying bug spray on it, because, you know, it acts like a bug. And they're like, so that's why he's named Professor Bug. Oh, I forgot to mention, in the last song, I Am Professor Bug, the ending song for part 1, he says, my name is Professor Bug, but nobody knows why. And so they're like, that's it, he's Professor Bug because he bugged the robots. And I'm like, I'm glad we're catching on, like, just a little bit faster. Like, we could get a little bit faster. So anyways, they're like, okay, what's our plan? We gotta get to his evil lair and figure out how he bugged them and if we can stop it. So, I mean, like, that's all they really got. But they're like, okay, well, time to go out the repair shop. So they immediately, like, open the doors and they look around and they don't see any of the robots. So they slowly try to creep up to the cars. But the robots are all hiding behind the cars, and they just come out and they're charging at them. And so the robots are coming at them, but we get this action scene where, well, kind of action scene. It's mostly incidental how they defeat the robots. Like Tasha and Uniqua, they accidentally like run into some of the robots, and then Robot Roscoe is able to like bat most of them away from them. And then Tyrone is like scared of the robots, but he bumps into one. But then more try to chase after him. But then Austin actually comes in with some action moves. He like comes onto the scene, he has his screwdriver, and he presses the button and then turns them on. Presses the button, turn them off, and then like takes out their screws. In like one swift motion. And it's like, that is our action hero for the episode. That's the Austin we were looking for. So they turn off most of the robots, but there's still more robots swarming. But luckily, Tyrone runs into more robots, and like they do a domino effect where they all fall down. So they take this opportunity to get into the cars. But Tasha's foot is grabbed by a robot that's on the ground. And so Tyrone's like, stop fooling around. And Tasha is like, there's a robot that has my foot. So she has to kick it off, and then she jumps into the car in time, and they all fly off. And so that was a close call. And that is what we call an action scene in the Backyardigans. For once, finally. Thank you. So they fly off, and we go back to Professor Bug, Pablo, and he's like, yes, my robots. I can get them to do whatever I want. And he sings a song about it called I Get Whatever I Want. And it's just him controlling his robots. It's really cool, actually. He uses his bugged screws, and they like fly around, and like they make images of what he's talking about. Like he's like talking about a bowl of ice cream, and they make a silhouette of a bowl of ice cream. And like the robots are dancing around him and like providing background vocals. And I'm like, yes, this is our villain song.
Bring me more ice cream, piled up with whipped cream and cherries and things. Robots, bring me a pony. No, wait, make that a pony with the wings.
So we have that, but at the end of his song, he's like, yes, I have all of the robots in Mega City under my control. But then there's one green dot, because all of the robots are represented by dots, and they're all red. But there's this one green dot, and he identifies it somehow, and it's like, it's Robot Roscoe, and he's like, Robot Rex. And Robot Rex comes into the room, and he's this gigantic black robot that's like stomping in. And Pablo's like, stop Robot Roscoe, make him evil. And so Robot Rex is after them.
Roscoe, you say? I, Professor Bug, will take care of him.
Rex Robot reporting to Professor Bug.
Rex Robot, find that robot Roscoe and bring him here to me.
Rex robot finding robot Roscoe. Rex robot finding robot Roscoe.
Back to our heroes, they land right outside of Professor Bug's big lair, and they're hiding behind some buildings, and they're like, okay, we gotta pretend to be robots in order to sneak in. So they're in their full robot gear, and kind of convincing, like they even have white paint and things like that, and they even have their lights red, and it's like, okay, kind of convincing, kind of not, but like in a universe, convincing enough. But Robot Roscoe is like, you guys do not act like robots, therefore you will be captured and Mega City will be controlled by Professor Bug forever. And they're like, and I'm like, wow, thanks Roscoe for that, bummer. But it is true. So they sing a song called Like a Robot, where Robot Roscoe gives them tips on how to act like a robot. And it's really just like doing the robot dance and saying all systems A-OK. And I'm like, I guess that's all you need to do to be a robot.
Like a robot.
So, anyways, they roller skate in because for some reason they have roller skates on as a part of their robot costume. And I guess it's because that's how robots walk. They have like this gliding movement almost. So they replaced that with skates, which innovative, I guess. Clever. Get inside the building, they manage to avoid the robots, and they come up to the robot guards, and they're like, we must see Professor Bug, all systems A-OK, and we get a pan view of our heroes, and they're not convincing at all, and frankly, they're terrified, but it's a funny sight to see, and the robot guards, they don't care about their job, and they're like, okay, go up to the top floor of Professor Bug's lair, and they're like, thank you.
Robots reporting for duty.
Report to Professor Bug.
Reporting to Professor Bug.
So they go up to the lair, the top floor, and the top floor is a weird layout. Like, it's a maze basically, but not really a maze. They just have a lot of dividing walls, and then one of the doors leads to Pablo's office room. So we see Pablo send a robot outside to go get him Rocky Road ice cream, and then they're like, okay, this is our in. So the robot comes back with Rocky Road ice cream, and Unico's like, ooh, robot, can I have some? And Tasha's like, yeah, can we have some? And then they tackle the robot down and get the Rocky Road ice cream for them, which is our food for this episode. You know how, International Super Spy, they had the chocolate milk. In this episode, the Rocky Road ice cream, like whenever I watched this episode, I wanted Rocky Road ice cream. And there was this one time where I actually did have it, and it made the episode 5,000 times better. But I don't have Rocky Road ice cream this time, so unfortunate. Anyways, Austin and Roscoe volunteer to go inside, and so they have the Rocky Road ice cream. They give it to Pablo, and he eats it like a fiend. He's like, yum, 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 yum. And I'm like, Jesus, Pablo. But he finishes it. We get a reprise of I get whatever I want. But he makes Austin and Roscoe, like, do things, and so they have to do these funny dances in order to act like one of his robots, and it's funny. But then Pablo is stupid, and he reveals his evil plan. Well, I guess it's not that stupid, because it's not like he knew the heroes were in the room, but he conveniently is like, I control them all with this remote in my hand. And so Austin uses this chance. Okay, he tackles Pablo and takes the remote, and it's like, Robot Roscoe, we gotta get out of here. And Pablo gets up and is like, Robot Roscoe. And so Robot Rex comes in, and so they all have to race out of the room, and a chase scene persists. And we have this chase scene to the song Give Me the Remote. Perfection. Oh wait, this makes me realize I did not mention the ranking for Like a Robot. I'm so bad at rankings. Like, did I rank any song this episode? Also, this may, at this point in the video, you may be wondering, why don't I do second takes? And it's because this is a 12-hour video, so I don't do second takes, okay? But I just make up where I can make up. So Screw Loose was superb tier. I Get Whatever I Want, superb tier. Like a Robot, also superb tier. Give Me the Remote, perfection. There, I have covered all my bases. And I'm sorry for not being organized. So anyways, we have their chasing to give me the remote, and so we just have this nice bit where they're racing around the corridors of the top floor. Austin's like, get the remote, guys, and Austin throws the remote to Tyrone. Tyrone tries to throw the remote to like Tasha and Uniqua and Roscoe. Pablo's on a hoverboard and like sweeps in, grabs the remote. He has a verse and it's like celebrating. He's like, yes, now the robots will all be mine. And then Austin's like, I think your victory was a little premature. And like, savage Austin. In song too, you're roasting him in song. So anyways, he gets the remote and is able, and like he finishes the song. It's like, I have the remote, and it's a funny scene because it's like it looks like Austin told Pablo to sit, and then like the dominance. So anyways, Robot Rex is coming in though, and he has like Tasha and Uniqua on his arms, but he like pushes them off, and he's charging at Austin, but he's able to use the remote in time to turn Robot Rex off, and so all is saved. So they all confront Professor Bug, and they're like, why'd you do it? And he's like, just to take over the world. And they're like, don't you know? It's gonna take years to fix all the robots in Mega City. And Pablo's like, well, I guess I have the time now, so like, I could help you guys on your, by fixing the robots. Like, I'm really good with robots, as you can tell. Too soon. But yeah, I can fix the robots in Mega City. And then Austin's like, are you sure you'll use your robotic skills for good? And Pablo's like, yeah, I don't have anything better to do, which I wish that was all villain mentalities. Like, to be honest, me too. Like, I try to take over the world, the heroes finish, and I'm like, well, I guess I'll help clean up. Like, I don't have anything better to do. Which, like, yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that explanation. I'll take this villain redemption. So, the episode ends with them getting snack time, and we've finished our last two-parter of the Backyardigans. And yes, part 2 of Robot Rampage is my favorite episode of the Backyardigans. The entire series, it is my favorite episode. The build-up from the first part, the concept, Austin leading, some of my favorite songs in the entire series, especially Give Me the Remote. It's just a nice tune and chase song. Pablo villainy, the robots, the build-up, the action scene, the first action scene with the robots outside the repair shop. Iconic. It's the best episode of the Backyardigans. It has all the build-up, it has all the songs, it's peak. But yep, I have to go past it though. No more I can really say about it. It was just a very fun episode, my favorite, and will forever be known as that. And so with that, we get into episode 3 of season 4, Catch That Train. And so this episode is about catching a train, which I feel like we've heard about this before, and also kind of like a funny, silly concept after our Robot Rampage episode, but anything that followed Robot Rampage would have a lot to live up to, so let's see how it does. We open up on Uniqua, who is our engineer, and she is tasked with transporting the Tsar of Russia to his palace. So she gives us our introduction song, Yes Sir, I Am the Engineer, a superb song. It's just a Uniqua solo song, and it's just fun, and I really like it, and it's catchy. There's not much to it. And it's our first time with her new voice actor. Good job. I didn't point that out about the other voice actors, and I kind of feel bad about it, but this don't... Uniqua only had 2. Okay, so it was easy to keep track of. Anyway, moving on. We get to the train, and we see Tyrone walk up with his assistant, Pavel Pavlovich, which, a name for sure. And so Pavel Pavlovich is, the typical servant that has this big bag, and it just has everything for the Tsar. And so Tyrone's like, thank you, engineer, for this lovely train. I can't wait to board it. So he gets on the train, and Pablo's struggling to pick up his bag because it's so heavy, because it literally has everything the Tsar could possibly need. And so Uniqua's like, oh, let me help you. So they pick it up, but they have a hard time balancing, and they accidentally bump into the lever that stops the train, and so the lever is now off. So the train starts going, and so they can't catch the train on time. And so they try to catch up, Pablo lags behind, but his bag is so heavy, so he takes a break, and eventually he stops near a hand cart that they can use to catch up with the train. And Unique's like, "You're brilliant. We can just use the hand cart to catch up." So they start to catch up using the hand cart, and they sing a song called "We've Got to Catch That Train." Superb. I love it. It's just a nice tune.
We've got to catch that train, it has a head of steam, and it would seem it's not stopping till you rain. Like a teeter-tot, the ups and downs are hard, but yard by yard, we give it everything that we've got. We've got to catch that train.
Anyways, they're using the hand cart to catch up with the train, and eventually they're like kind of catching up, and so they have to go through a cave though, and so they go through the cave, but remember, the train is ahead of them. But suddenly they come outside of the cave, and the hand cart is now in front of the in front of the train, and so Uniqlo and Pablo, they have to jump off of the hand cart, and the train runs over the hand cart, and they're stranded, and they're like, how are we supposed to catch up? And it's like, Jesus Christ, that cart is completely demolished, and like they almost died. But luckily Pablo gets tired once again dragging his luggage, and he stops near a horse-drawn carriage, and Uniqlo is like, wow, brilliant, Pablo, brilliant. So they managed to catch up to Tyrone, and they're almost there, but they can't quite keep up. And then Tyrone starts to sleepwalk, and he's like sleepwalking all over the train, and eventually somehow he ends up on top of the train, and we get our next song called "Don't Sleepwalk on the Train," and it's perfect. It is the best song of the episode, and one of my favorite songs of the whole series. It's just a nice, like, it's almost like a ballet, because like Tyrone is doing all these ballet moves on top of the train. He is very elegant for a sleepwalker. Like, he's doing jumps, doing splits in the air. But yeah, they're basically telling him don't sleepwalk on the train, and the instrumentals are playing around with it as he's like almost falling, but then still on the train. Very fun, very elegant. And then Tyrone eventually like bounces off of trees until he bounces back into the cart perfectly in the seat where he was. Pablo manages to like sneak in the window real quick, and like he sets up a pillow for him, and then has like his jukebox playing so that Tyrone just goes back into a deep sleep and no longer sleepwalks. But eventually the train starts to speed up again, and they're no longer able to catch up because it speeds up to the top of a mountain, and the horse-drawn carriage can't get up the mountain, basically. Like, they're like, how are we supposed to get up this steep hill with a bunch of horses? So Pablo and Uniqua start to run up it. Pablo gets tired again, and then he finds a ski lift, which gets them all the way up to the mountain once more. And Uniqua's like, wow, brilliant. So on top of the mountain, they notice that the train is about to head to it's about to diverge, basically, because it has two paths that it can go on, and the lever is flipped to the path that will not lead it to the palace. So they have to get down the mountain before the train does, so that they can switch the paths. So Pablo pulls out some skis from his luggage, and they manage to ski down in time in order to make it to the lever in time. They switch the lever, and Tyrone's train is directed towards the palace. Oh, and in this bit, they talked about how Tyrone's favorite drink is grape juice, and so Pablo has grape juice in his luggage, and it almost falls out while they're skiing, but Pablo perfectly catches it, which, iconic. So they managed to catch up with the train in time to break it at the train station at the palace, and then Tyrone gets off, and he's like, wow, that was such a great train ride, thank you. And so they sing, it was a really good choo-choo ride. It's a fun song. It's just kind of an ending song with our trio for the episode. And Tyrone's just singing about how he slept the whole time and nothing went wrong, and it was just perfect. Or almost perfect, because that's what I'm giving the ranking for this episode. Honestly, another solid trio episode. I think it was not hurt by its lack of the characters. Like, only 3 characters was really what this episode needed. It's only failing is that, like, you know, the concept is simple in itself, so it's not going to be a best episode contender, but, like, for an episode just about catching a train, it was executed perfectly. So that is why it gets the almost perfect rank. Only fault was the concept itself, but hey, amazing execution. This brings us to episode 4 of season 4,
Attack of the 50-foot Wormin.
Okay, and we open with our duo once again, Uniqua and Pablo, and they are scientists, and they're teaching us about mixing colors. Okay, they're mixing colors to make orange and purple and all of this, and Pablo eventually is like, okay, if I mix blue and orange, I'll make a liquid with the blue and orange stripes. And I'm like, no, it'll clearly create Tyrone. But anyways, it makes brown, and Pablo is stunned, and they sing a song called A Major Breakthrough, where it's just a plain introduction song, but like it's just Pablo being really upset that he wasn't able, that he hasn't had a major breakthrough yet, you know, that like they have all these hypotheses and tests, but nothing has happened for him yet, and he's just waiting for the day that something happens for him, which same. So his lyrics basically say, though, that he wants to invent the cure for the common cold, a way to make puppies old, which I know was just for the rhyme, but I don't even know what that means, and it's kind of concerning. And also a way to make vacuums fly, and a way to make water dry. Once again, the rhymes, but this time both of them were kind of weird. And also, it is now confirmed that the writers of the Backyardigans think that water is wet, so feel free to debate about that. Anyways, we get that song, and we go to our university, because I guess Pablo and Uniqua are university students who are scientists that are trying to do all these things, like, very ambitious for university students. Like, I know some people are very ambitious, but some people can't even go to class, so, I mean, good for them. But they do, before they get to their lab, run into Tyrone, and Tyrone is, don't walk on my grass, because they're about to cut through the grass to get to their lab, and he's like, as the groundskeeper of this university, don't step on the grass, please. And honestly, I have a confession to make. I apologize. I am guilty of this, okay? Sometimes you just want to get from point A to point B, and the grass is in the way. I'm sorry. I'm ruining the landscaping, and I know it's a lot of hard work to upkeep. I'm sorry. It's just, when you're tired and you have to cut through and you have to get to class in like a minute, the grass isn't worth it. I'm sorry. So anyways, they have that whole bit, and it's really just to introduce Tyrone as a character. But they go into their lab, and we learn what their experiments are. Okay, Pablo, he is experimenting with a potion that will make things bigger. Okay, so he has this like complicated series of potions that are all hooked up with wires and tubes, and he's trying to make a concoction that will make things big. We then have Uniqua, her experiment is that she's done a bunch of research on wormins. So she has a pet wormin, and she's learned 3 things. They're shy, they're scared easily, and they like popcorn. We see Uniqua feed her wormin popcorn, and she accidentally leaves some at the desk and walks away because Pablo calls her to see if his experiment will work. And then we see the wormin slowly climb out of the cage to eat the popcorn and then slide across the floor. So if the title suggests anything, we know where this is going. So anyways, Pablo and Uniqua sing a song called Mix It Up. Pretty fun. It's just about him making his concoction in order to make his giant potion spray. And so they clearly don't see the wormin, because the wormin gets into a pile of popcorn that Pablo asked Uniqua to set up for him so that they can just make giant popcorn, because that they felt was the easiest thing to make big and would not have any consequences if anything bad would happen, which I guess, but I don't know if I would trust popcorn as my test subject. But either way, they use the spray on the popcorn, and it does get bigger, but then they notice that the wormin was also in the popcorn, and it also gets bigger. But at first it's only like twice the size it usually was, so they're like, okay, not too bad. But then it doubles once again, because Pablo's giant spray, or spray that makes things bigger, it does not stop. It just keeps making things bigger. It is not like a one-time thing. So they're panicking because the giant wormin gets scared, because like we learned from Uniqua, they get scared easily. So it runs out of the lab, and Pablo's like, Uniqua, you have to get the wormin while I figure out a way to shrink it. So Uniqua chases after the wormin, And then she runs into groundskeeper Tyrone and is like, you're gonna need to help me get the worm in. And he's like, is that what did this? And so we see the garden and there's just a trail through his precious flowers and grass. And it's like, yes, a giant worm did it. And he's like confused at first because he's like, there's no way a worm did that. But Unique's like, yes, trust me. So they sing a song called Where'd It Go? And they're looking for the worm, but they're just blind. And like the worm actively blends in as a trumpet at one point. And it's like, okay, the worm is playing games with them. It's playing mind tricks with them. The song's forgettable though. Anyways, Pablo shows up on the scene at the end of the song and it's like, I have the spray that will shrink it, and he sprays it, but he didn't test the spray like he tested the giant spray, which I find weird. It's like, so you were scientific enough and followed the right scientific procedures to test your concoctions beforehand on the giant spray, but you didn't do that for this supposed shrink spray. But either way, he uses it and it turns the worm in pink, and that scares it off. So it runs off, and Unique's like, go back to the lab. So they try to follow the worm in, and they follow it into the library. And so they try to be quiet, but Uniqua and Tyrone, they accidentally run into it, and they get scared, and that scares the worm in, so it knocks down all of the shelves in the library. Pablo shows up once more, but this time he has another spray, which he did not test, by the way. So he sprays the worm in, but this time it just makes it very stinky. And so we have that whole bit where it runs off again and everyone's like, wow, it smells. And Unique's like, how'd you mess up again, Pablo? And like, to be fair, he is making a potion that makes things pink and a potion that makes things stinky out of nowhere. Like, that takes skill. But it's like, come on, Pablo, though. You know, we have a job here and you seem to be fooling around. Either way, they sing a song called That Worm Must Shrink, another forgettable song. And it's just about them wishing the worm would shrink and that this is their last chance, because the worm is as tall as the university buildings itself, and it's running into the buildings and destroying everything, and it's very Godzilla-esque. But they have a plan now. So Pablo, he's on his final attempt, okay? He's serious about shrinking the worm. But together, Tyrone and Uniqua, they've stacked up a pile of popcorn, because if you remember from before, worms love popcorn. So they're stacking up the giant popcorn that was like blasting out of the building, of the laboratory, because of how big they got. And it was like, oh yeah, we forgot about those giant popcorns, huh? Because not only did the worm get big, but so did the popcorn. So the popcorn is also really big too. It's like, oh yeah, we forgot about that. So anyways, they use Tyrone's crane to stack up the popcorn in a tower. The worm starts to come towards it and starts eating on it, and Pablo comes out and he's like, okay, I know for sure I have the shrink potion this time. And we see it and it's clear, and it's like, okay, maybe we'll believe you. So they lift Pablo up on the crane, and he tries to spray the worm from up there, but he gets knocked over by the worm, and so he has to do a bunch of maneuvering in order to get the potion back. Tyrone and Uniqua actually catch it and they throw it up to him because Pablo gets on top of the worm, and so Pablo eventually gets the concoction and is able to use it on the worm, and it works. It shrinks him back to size. And so all's well that ends well. The worm starts eating the popcorn, and they joke about how, wow, I guess it won't ever be hungry again because they'll have a lot of popcorn to eat. And so they go home to eat their snack, which is popcorn, I think. But I'm wondering, the popcorn, they didn't shrink because Pablo emphasized that his potion was only large enough for one dosage, and they used it all on the worm. But the popcorn is still big and will still get bigger, and I doubt one small worm will eat this gigantic building-sized popcorn, because there's like at least 6 of them. They're dead. They doomed humanity, but they went home to eat snacks. So, rest in peace, humanity. Overall, though, the episode was not for me. You probably once again could tell based on the way I described the episode. It just, I don't know, it wasn't that exciting to me. Like, not much happened. Like, we had the whole back and forth with the worm, I wasn't really invested in it. And it was another trio episode that followed up right behind another trio episode. And I was like, come on, you have 2 other characters, why aren't you using them? And this episode didn't even need Tyrone, to be honest. it really could have just been a Pablo Uniqua episode if they really wanted to go that far. Because Pablo was the person who was making the concoctions, and then Uniqua by herself could have chased after the worm. So it was like, really didn't need Tyrone. Like, him being a whole groundskeeper didn't really come into play, other than the fact that he had the crane. It just, it was not for me. Not for me. I'm sorry. I did not like it. Weakest episode that we've had in a while. But all's well that ends well. We shall move on to episode 5 of season 4, which is Dragon Express, a dragon episode. How interesting. So this time we open on Pablo, who apparently works as a delivery man, but he ships things to people using dragons, which, what kind of fantastical Amazon Express is this? So he sings a song called Dragon Express. Fun song. I don't have that much to say about it. And so it's just about how he has these amazing flying skills and he can't wait to make his first delivery. So we see him go off to his job and he meets up with Austin, who is his co-worker and is also new to flying. And we have Uniqua, who's their boss, and she's like, okay, I have these 2 packages for you. You just got to fly past that mountain and there will be a castle behind it, and those are where the 2 packages go. So she gives one to Austin and one to Pablo. So Pablo, he does this stunt trick where there's a hole in the mountain and he's able to fly through it. But Austin, he's a little more cautious and a little more scared, so he just takes a very long route around the mountain. And so by the time Pablo delivers his package and loops back around, Austin just gives him his package to deliver because he's taking too long. So they eventually make it back to Uniqua, and Austin's like, wow, I wish I could fancy fly like you did, Pablo. Where'd you get so confident? I'm just so scared of doing all those trick moves, and I'm just like trying to make it out alive. Like, how are you so fearless? So they sing a song about it called Fancy Flying, and it's fun. I'm tempted to put it in almost perfect, but I think I'll keep it at fun. I just really like it because it's like another it's a Pablo Austin pairing, which I don't know if we've ever had. Like, it's such a unique pairing. Like, Tyrone, Austin, Pablo, yes, all the time. But Pablo, Austin, and also Uniqua's there too. She sings the song too. But this is really a Pablo Austin centered episode, and like, it's an interesting dynamic. I'm kind of here for it. So anyways, they sing a song. It's fun. And then we get our next set of packages. Uniqua's like, okay, there is this cave mine shaft that these are where the next 2 packages go. So they start to fly to it, and they notice that the entrance to this cave is like a small door. It's like an actual Minecraft mine shaft entrance. And so Pablo, like, no fear, swoops, dives in, and Austin's like, okay, Pablo can do it, I can do it, okay? And so he hypes himself up, and then he does it as well, and he gets into the cave too.
No way! He did it! Okay, Wendy. I guess we've got to try.
Nice work, Bob.
And so they sing a song inside called Dragon Jock, and it's just about how they were able to do all these cool flying tricks and how they're dragon jockeys, basically. And so they do these like flips in the air and they spin around and do fancy flying all over the cave. And I'm like, aren't you delivering packages? Like, this is why Amazon takes so long with packages, isn't it? They're just doing wheelies outside my apartment, aren't they? So anyways, they deliver the packages, and then they fly back out. But this time Uniqo's like, okay, this last package, there's only one, okay? I don't need 2 of you to go, I only need 1. And so Pablo takes it and is like, okay, I'll do the job. And so he starts flying off to this icy mountain, because that's where the last package goes. And Austin's bummed about it. He's like, I really wanted to prove myself for once, but I understand why Pablo went and why he was so confident to get it. It was because, you know, he's used to it, and I'm still learning. So we go to Pablo. He goes through the ice cavern, no problem. But we see some ice crystals, ice shards, ice spikes above him, and they're like cracking because of how fast and how much Pablo is flaunting in the air with his dragon. Like, he's just no caution. It's like starting to break all the ice around him, but he's not noticing. And eventually he gets to the part of the cave where the mailbox should be. And it's weird to describe. It's like this room. It's like this ice room. And all around him is like icy reflections of a mailbox. And so he charges with his dragon for some reason. At these like reflections, thinking it's the mailbox, and so he just keeps hitting these ice walls, and it starts breaking the cave all around him because he's trying to get to the mailbox, but he's guessing which mailbox it is wrong all the time. And I'm like, Pablo, just like get off your dragon and like poke through and like use your head to figure out which mailbox is the real one. Stop brute forcing it. Jesus, you're gonna die. So he eventually sends a flare, which honestly, I didn't think they would have that. Like, they have an actual flare to signal for help, which, like, it makes sense. I don't know why I'm so shocked, but I am shocked. Like, they thought about it. I think it's because it's an actual safety precaution in a Backyardigans episode. Like, they have never had a safety precaution in Backyardigans episode. Like, think about Race Around the World. They would have all died if Austin wasn't there. So anyways, Austin sees the flare, and so he goes with his dragon towards the ice caverns. He flies through, but this time he has to dodge the falling ice spikes that Pablo cracked with his fancy flying. And so Austin's skill is on full display. He dodges all the ice spikes, and he eventually gets into the room that Pablo is in, and it's like, okay, let's try to figure out where the mailbox is. So he uses his brain a little bit. He tells his dragon to breathe fire in order to melt the reflections to find the real mailbox, which kind of smart, kind of not smart, because if they guess wrong, they're gonna melt the actual mailbox. Luckily, they don't guess wrong, and so they're down to 2 reflections. So one of them can be the mailbox, one of them isn't. And then finally, they get off their dragons. Pablo goes to one of the reflections, and it's an actual reflection, not the mailbox. And then Austin goes to the other one and is like, oh, so this must be the mailbox, and it is the mailbox. And it's like very obviously the mailbox. Like, we saw the reflections before, and yeah, it looks like there's a mailbox in it, but you can tell that it's not the mailbox. Here, it is very clearly, we see the steel that the mailbox is made out of, and I'm like, how dumb can you be?
Only 2 left. One of these must be the real mailbox.
Piece of cake! It's this one! Or not.
That means it's this one, the real mailbox.
You did it, Bob!
Anyways, he puts the package in, and they both fly out. They go to UniEarth, and they sing a song called Woohoo, which is just our ending song, another fun song. I know I called all the songs fun this episode, but it was like, I don't know. I don't really remember any of them. They were just fun. So, sing a song, woohoo, ending song about how they did their mail journey packages, and the episode ends. So, this episode, E for effort. I like it. It was a fun song, you know. Pretty cool. Not much to say, honestly. I just like the idea, I think. Dragon Amazon? Sign me up for when we have dragons, but we do not. Also, I like the Austin Pablo duo. That was iconic. That was fun. But it wasn't anything extraordinary. It was our 3-parter, 3-part adventure. We had the 2 packages at the castle, 2 packages at the cave, 1 package at the ice cavern. It was very standard, but with dragons. So, E for effort. So episode 6 of season 4 is Flower Power, and we open up on UniEarth, who is our hero this episode. It is a superhero episode, but we do not start like that, actually. I'm getting ahead of myself. We then get our introduction song, Things Are Always Rosy, which is basically just UniEarth, like, saying how she likes flowers. It's just an introduction song, because her whole thing is that she gives out flowers to people, and so I think she has a flower shop, but we don't see her flower shop or anything like that. We just see her give people flowers, so I don't know what her deal is. Either way, we go into town, and she meets with Tasha, who is a trolley driver, and she's like, here's your flowers, Tasha, and Tasha's like, thank you. And then we see Tyrone, and he's a window washer, and she's like, here's your flowers, Tyrone, and he's like, thank you. And then we see her go to a flower shop because she needs more flowers. So I guess not a flower shop. It's a greenhouse, but it's like, so she doesn't. But I guess flower shops have to get their flowers from greenhouses. So maybe she does have a flower shop. Either way, she goes to Pablo's greenhouse. And she's like, oh, can I get more flowers? And he's like, anything for you as always. And so she's looking at this special flower, but then she accidentally pricks her finger. And then like Pablo's like, oh, are you okay? And Unique's like, yeah, I deal with flowers all the time, trust me, it's nothing. But then she accidentally shoots out a beam that turns the ground to flowers, but like this one spot. And Pablo's like, oh, you're a superhero. And it's like, how'd you jump to that conclusion so fast? I mean, like, I guess maybe I would too, but it's like, that was fast. And Unique's like, okay. And Pablo's like, you know what a flower needs? Soil, water, sunlight. And he just pours this all on Unique. He's like, soil, water, sunlight.
First, flowers need dirt.
Hey!
Next, a flower needs water.
Yeah! Whoa!
And last but most importantly, a flower needs sunlight.
I can feel the power! Oof. Wait a minute! Whoa! Whoa!
But it works. She starts glowing, and she's like, I can be a superhero. And they sing a song called Superhero Practice, where like she's practicing using her beams. She has like this spore move, and she does other flower related things, but that's her main move set. She can turn things to flowers, and she can use spores to stun things. So they sing a fun, superb, iconic song called Superhero Practice. I really just like it because it's a nice showcase of, Unique's powers, and it's a fun song, introduction. And once again, another Unique Pablo duet. Who would be surprised? So then Unique goes into town with her new powers, and she makes everything floral. She lines the streets with flowers. She makes a whole building lined, there's a whole wall of flowers on the side of the building now. She has flowers for Tasha and Tyrone again, and it's kind of self-asserting flowers everywhere. Maybe people don't want flowers all over the place. But anyways, we then have Austin, who's in the corner or in a dark alleyway, and he's our super villain this episode, and he's like, I hate flowers. I like the shadow, the darkness. So he's an e-boy. So we see him start to make this evil plan where he engulfs things in shadows. So his first thing is he engulfs Tasha's trolley in shadows, and it's like, Tasha didn't do anything to you. If anything, just wither the flowers or something. Why do you gotta be targeting Tasha like that? But anyways, Tasha can't see in the shadows, so her trolley is going all out of control. So Uniqua luckily is able to save her using flowers as a cushion, and stops the train and saves Tasha. But then Tyrone is in danger because Austin shadows his platform that he's on to do the window washing, and so he starts to fall because he's losing his balance because he can't see. And so Uniqua makes a cushion for him out of flowers to save Tyrone, but she's suspicious. She's like, okay, someone's targeting these people with shadows and trying to fight against my flowers. Who could it be? So she does an overview flight of the village, and she sees Austin go into the sewers, and she's like, okay, that's gotta be our villain.
I've got a feeling that guy had something to do with all this.
And I'm like, at least we finally have a hero who catches on very quickly. I'm like, yeah, he is obviously the villain. Good job, Uniqua. So she soars down into the sewers, but Austin planned for this clearly because he instantly traps her in a cage, and so she tries to break out with her flower powers, but he blocks off all sunlight, and so she can't use any of her powers because flowers are useless in the dark. And so he sings a song called Me and My Shadows. It's iconic because it's just an awesome villain song with a nice duet backing from Uniqua. I really like it. Good villain song. But it's just about how he likes his shadows and staying in the shadows. And here, Flower Girl can't do anything. And so his big plan is he has this machine that will engulf the entire town in shadows. So he takes an elevator up with his machine in order to engulf the city in flowers. But then luckily, this peeks through some sunlight, and Uniqua is able to touch the sunlight, and so she gets her flower powers back, and she breaks out of the cage, and she flies up and flies after Austin. And so we see our village people, Pablo, Tasha, Tyrone, and they're cowering in the only ray of light that's left because the rest of the town is covered in shadows. So Austin is like, I've almost completed my evil plan. But then Uniqua flies in and she's like, I'll stop you though. And so they sing a song called This Is My Song, and it's a fun song, honestly. I was tempted to put it in Forgettable, but it's fun because like they take over the song. Like it's like a battle within the song too. Uniqua has a verse and then Austin's like, no, it's my turn to sing, and so they're like, this is my song. Anyways, they fight and Uniqua's almost winning, but then Austin is able to trap her in shadows, and the village people are nearby and they're shocked. They're like, oh my gosh, Uniqua, she's hit by shadows. And then Austin goes up to her faces and bragging, and he's like, yeah, I did that. I put you in the shadows. And then Uniqua's like, but then take this. And she's able to use her spore powers somehow. Like, I don't know where this... Like, I knew she has spore powers, but why can you use that in the shadows? But, like, you couldn't use her flower powers? Or it doesn't make sense. Like, I know... I was gonna say flowers, like... But, like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. She spores him in the face. He gets blinded. And that whole thing happens. So he accidentally breaks his machine. The shadows are all gone. And... Uniqua saved the day. That's her whole thing. And so the village people celebrate. They're like, yay. And they're like, why'd you do it, Austin? Because they do that with all the villains now. They're like, why'd you do it? And Austin's like, because I'm scared of flowers. And Uniqua's like, why are you scared of flowers? And he's like, I just am. And I thought they would do like an allergy thing. But no, he's just scared of flowers. And Uniqua's like, are they scary now? And he's like, oh, I guess not. And so then he becomes like a flower themed superhero, or sun. He's a sun, like light themed superhero. And he's like, I'll be your sidekick, flower girl. And so together, they will spread flowers and sunshine. That's the end of the episode. Overall, I really liked the songs, and it was funny at times. I didn't mention it earlier, but when Uniqua was trapped in the cage with Austin, she was like, do you laugh like that? Because he did his like typical villain laugh. He was like, ah ha 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 ha. And Uniqua's like, that's how you actually laugh? And like he's like, no, it's fake. I actually laugh like like a little nerd laugh. And that was a genuinely funny moment. I was like, I love that bit. That was a fun bit. Good job, writers.
They call me the Gloommeister.
Ugh, is that your real laugh?
Nah, I just do it to sound scarier. My real laugh is like this.
But overall, I don't know. The plot, it kind of felt a little draggy. I think it's just because it's not my favorite superhero episode. Front page news really blew it out of the water. So it was with tough competition. So it goes in E for effort. Not my favorite, but I guess not bad. And I remembered it. So episode 7 of season 4 is titled The Funny Man Boogeyman. And we open up on Pablo and Uniqua, our typical duo. I feel like they've been appearing as the openings for a bit recently. Quite a bit. So anyways, they are ghost hunters in training, and they are the Boo Crew. What a very catchy name. And they even sing a song about it called The Boo Crew. And it is an introduction song. Not that much actually. It was just an introduction song. So they're singing about how they're the Boo Crew and that they're ready for their first big, ghost catching break. And then they go into town to find the next haunted place. And in town, we see a haunted theater, and Austin is on stage performing, and he's like a ghost. And we find out he is the Funny Man Boogeyman that the episode title talks about.
Hiya, folks! Thanks for coming out! My name is the Boogeyman!
So he's basically a ghost that tries to make other people laugh. and he has this magical box that is for sure going to make other people laugh. But he's not trying to use it. He's just trying to get people to come to his theater. And so he tells a bunch of jokes, but no one comes. But finally, outside the car parks, and it's Uniqua and Pablo. They get out and they're like, I sense ghostly spirits in this building. So they go into the theater, and Austin is ready for showtime. He's like, okay, this is it. I finally have an audience. Austin's like, this is finally my moment. So he tries to do this bit where he will stack a bunch of like hats and random objects on his head in order to make Uniqua and Pablo laugh while they're ghost hunting, which he doesn't know they're ghost hunting. He just thinks they're here for a show. So they sing a song called Find Me, where Pablo and Uniqua are like going through all the rooms of the theater looking for any ghosts, and they're using their spectrometer and stuff, and they're like, there's no ghost here. Or the ghost is like not here, but like the trail says they were here recently. And then like Austin like comes in and out of the doors like with things on his head, but like they keep missing each other. It's very Scooby-Doo-esque. Overall fun song, but not that much happens. But either way, they accidentally bump into each other, and Austin, on the top of his head, he has a bowl of spaghetti that drops onto Uniqua and Pablo, which scares them. So they run out of the building scared, and they're like, there was a ghost, it got us with its like ectoplasm things. And so they decide, okay, we gotta go back though. Meanwhile, Austin is sad. He's like, oh, I guess that joke wasn't funny enough for them. I scared them off. But either way, the Brew Crew come back in, but this time they're exploring the backstage of the theater, okay? Before, they were exploring, like, the rooms off to the side where actors would stay before going on stage, but they're backstage now. He's playing with all these props, and Austin is juggling, because that's the joke he's going with this time in order to play with them. But they're not noticing, and eventually they catch on, and they think they see something, so they try to take a picture, but they end up blinding each other, and so that causes them to get scared once again, and they run back out, and Austin thinks he's failed once again, and he's like, oh man, they didn't like my juggling trick, and I'm like, at this point, I'm like, I don't know, they're just kind of incompetent, like, they took a picture of themselves, they scared themselves. But outside of the building, they have to hype themselves up. So they sing a song called Catch That Boogeyman, kind of forgettable. And it's just Pablo and Uniqua, and they're like, okay, this is our last chance. So they come in with their last trap. And it's basically a giant ring that you put on the ground, and when you activate a button, it activates a force field. And they're like, okay, this will catch our ghosts, because they think they know they're playing with the boogeyman. They don't know it's the funny man boogeyman, but they're like, okay, it's some type of boogeyman. So they charge back in. They set their ring trap on the stage, and they're hiding in the seats of the audience, and they're like, I don't think he can see us behind these seats. And Austin gets on stage, and he's like, they're in the seats waiting for me to do my bit.
He'll never see us behind these chairs.
I see them behind those chairs.
So he tells a bunch of bad jokes. And, oh, I forgot to mention, before he went on stage, he got his, like, fancy box that will make anyone laugh. He brings it out. He's like, okay, just in case this book of bad jokes doesn't work, I'll do that. So he's trying to tell a bunch of jokes. They're not laughing. And so, like, he has, like, this unicycle that he's traveling all around, trying to entertain Pablo and Uniqua, but he doesn't realize that they're just trying to capture him. And every time he passes the center of the stage where the trap is set up, they would like activate the force field, but they keep missing him, and so he's just traveling back and forth. And eventually he does his big like grand gesture, like juggling and being like ta-da in the center of the stage, and they like trap him in the force field. And they're like, yes, they rush up on stage like cheering, like, yes, we got him. And then Austin just floats through the ground because the force field is just a semicircle because it's a trap on the ground. So he just flies through the ground up through it. And he's like, wow, thanks for coming to my performance. And they're terrified. And he's like, oh man, I failed again. I guess it's time to bring out the big guns. And so he opens up his funny box, and it's just a pair of giant shoes. And he sings a song called Giant Shoes. And I don't like it, so it will go in the forgettable tier, because it's just Austin dancing in comedically large red shoes and being like, look at me, I'm funny. And eventually Pablo and Uniqua, they laugh, and they're like, oh, okay, that was good, woo, I'm glad. Like, we didn't catch the boogeyman, but he's funny, and he just wanted to be noticed. Yeah, I don't really have much to say. It was interesting to have a trio episode with Pablo, Uniqua, and Austin, especially in the fourth season. You know, we don't have that a lot, especially because Tyrone's usually always present, but he's not here this episode. But I don't know. I didn't really care for this episode. I like the concept of a ghost hunting episode, but like we already had ghosts before, and typically, I don't really think. I feel like they should have done something different instead of like the 3-part ghost hunting. They should have just done one long thing. And I know I'm biased, but I think Tasha would have very much benefited being in this episode and being a part of the Boo Crew. The Boo Crew felt too small. Like, you have Uniqua, who's the leader, and you have Pablo, who is the goofy one that's scared. And that's really it. I feel like the sassy one, who's not really scared and like is like okay with like going in and getting the ghost would have been good. Would have been a good type of character to have in their Boo Crew, and Tasha plays that role very well. Austin's whole thing, I get it, but I don't think this is the type of. It's not the type of villain I like him to play. Because, I mean, it's not really a villain. But it's not the type of role that he's usually playing. And I think for good reason. Because it just doesn't work here. So, this episode was not for me. I'm sorry. I did not really like it. And now I'm starting to feel like I was definitely biased towards season 3. Because I rated a lot of them almost perfect. And, like, the last 2 I've been, like, forgettable. Not for me. E for effort. I'm sorry, I don't know. It's just I'm biased towards a season like people are biased towards season 1. It all makes sense. But my favorite episode in the entire series is in season 4. And there may be some episodes coming up that I rate higher. We'll have to see. So our next episode is episode 8, and it's titled Follow the Feather. And we open up on Tyrone. And he is an adventurer, a part of the Adventurers Guild. And so he is prepared to follow this magical feather that he has in order to find the flying polka-dotted rainbow unicorn. So he sings a song called Watch Her Fly, and it's about how he's looking forward to getting on this journey to find this polka dot donkey or polka dot unicorn that can fly. So eventually we get into the city that has the Adventurers Guild, and Tyrone comes across Uniqua, who plays our mysterious lady, and she explains that Tyrone must follow the feather in order to find the polka dot unicorn that he's looking for, and that it will be used as a map.
My words and hear them well. To find the flying polka dotted pony, you must follow the feather.
So, Tyrone goes into the Adventurers Guild with this knowledge, and he tells Pablo and Tasha, who is his fellow adventurers, and it's a Tyrone, Tasha, Pablo trio. We love them as their trio. It's so fun. So Tyrone's like, yeah, I was told by this mysterious lady to follow the feather. And so they look in a book of maps, and they see that a feather matches perfectly up with the mountains. And so they're like, that's where we must go. So we get our trio song, Follow the Feather, and it's about how they must follow the feather in order to find the polka dot rainbow unicorn. So it's a fun song, not too much to say about it. Pretty fun. They get in the hot air balloon, which kind of a callback to the Musketeers because it's our exact trio too. So I'll take it as a callback. And they use the balloon and they fly off, and they use the feather once again to see that it matches up with the river valley. So they land down, or they accidentally land down unintentionally because they touch something and it just crashes the balloon. So it's completely demolished, completely destroyed, but they're in front of the temple that the feather was leading to. So they go inside, but Tyrone is stopped once again by the mysterious lady, and Uniqua is like, read in between the lines to start your adventure. And it's like, okay, Uniqua, whatever you say. So Tyrone goes in with that knowledge, and they're in the Feather Temple, and they're looking around for clues, but the floor collapses, and they're trapped inside because the door behind them closes. And so Tyrone's like, okay, I remember she told me to read between the lines. So Pablo is reading in between the lines, and it's like, okay, it tells us to step forward 2 steps. So they go forward 2 steps. bricks fall behind them, and it's like, okay, go back one step. So they go back one step, and then I forget, it was like a guillotine saw like flashes in front of them. So they're like, follow the feather. So they follow the feather through this temple, and eventually they get to the last part, and Pablo's like, we and there's like stones falling, and like the temple is collapsing, and he's like, and they're like, run, and Pablo's like, yeah, run. So then they run. I think it's a funny bit.
I'm not sure what this last part says.
Adventurer Pablo, I don't want to rush you, but
It's either telling us to do a cartwheel or, maybe that means backward somersault? Got it! The last inscription says, run!
Faster, adventurers!
Out of the temple, and they're like, okay, we just got out of there with our lives, and Tasha and Pablo are a little bit over it. They're like, Tyrone, this mission is kind of dangerous. Are you okay with like risking your life just to see the polka dot flying pony? And he's like, yes. So they sing a song called Things Could Always Be Worse, and it's perfection. I love this song, best song of the episode. It revitalized me, honestly. I loved it. Because it's another trio song, but it's fun. Like they're like sliding through ice tunnels and mountains, and like snow is falling, and they're like going through extreme climates and terrain, and it's just about them singing about how things could always be worse as they like try to keep up the adventuring journey. And at the end of the song, Tosh and Pablo seem happier because they're like, okay, yeah, things could always be worse, but we gotta get to the end of this feather. So eventually, the feather leads them to this mountain that is exactly like the feather once again, and they start to climb it, but it's too icy. It's just very steep, because imagine a mountain shaped like a feather. Very steep. You're gonna slide off of it. And so Unico appears once more, and it's like, follow the feather in order to see the light. And so they're like, what does the feather have to do with light? So Tasha's like, maybe we have to point it at the sun. And she points it at the sun, and a beam strikes through the feather to the mountain, and then a secret staircase is revealed. So they climb up the stairs, and they arrive up at a very desolated land. Like, trees are dead, it's very grayed, very mellow and dead for a Backyardigan setting. And they see the pony, but the pony is sad, doesn't have polka dots, and can't fly. And so the mysterious lady appears once more, and it's like, I am actually the guardian of the pony, and I brought you here to figure out what the pony lost. The pony lost something and is no longer able to fly. And so they sing a song about it called She Won't Fly. It's a fun song. And it's about them trying to figure out, what did the pony lose? And I'm just like, I wonder what this episode's been telling us what to do. And Tyrone catches on by the end of the song, and he's like, oh, follow the feather. And so he gives the feather back to the pony, and it sprouts its wings, its polka dots returns, and then it gives them a ride through the land. And the land becomes all green and fruitful again, and it's really beautiful. And that's how our episode ends, you know? A cool adventure episode with a trio I really like. So it's an E for effort episode, you know? Nothing too exciting happens, but I did like it, and so that's why it's E for effort, especially the Things Could Always Get Worse song and our favorite trio. Loved it. Things could always be worse. That brings us to episode 9 of season 4, Breakout. So this time we open with Uniqua and Tasha, who's serving Princess Leia with their hairdos. Interesting vibe. So their whole deal this episode is that they're locked in a tower and they're ready to break out. Okay, they're over it. They do not want to be in this tower any longer. So they sing a song about it called Breakout, and it's a fun song. Not much to say about it, you know. It's another duo song between Tasha and Uniqua, so, you know, can't complain too much. So they sing that song, and then we go to our tower, and we see that they have a magical mirror that they can talk to, and Austin appears in it. So this is all Austin does. He's in a mirror. We do not actually see his body until, you know, snack time at the end. But yeah, so that's Austin the entire episode. So I guess we're back to snubbed Austin once more. Suspicious. So they're like, okay, Austin, make sure to guide us whenever we start to escape. But then the guards come in and they're like, it's time for your tea. And so I'm like, wait. I'm looking around the room. They have nice beds. They have a window, you know, furniture, and they're getting tea time. And I'm like, oh, so you are pampered. So it's not like you're prisoners. It's just that you're the typical princess trope that's trapped in a tower, but you're trying to escape for yourself. And honestly, I lost my voice. Did I have a voice crack? Is puberty hitting twice? Scary. Anyways, so honestly, a nice reversion, you know? So it's just about them being princesses and they want to get out for themselves. So anyway, the guards leave with their tea and they remove like this like concrete block in the wall and it leads to a secret exit. And so that's their first way to get out of the room they're currently in and then eventually get out of the tower. So they go through there and we flash to Pablo and Tyrone and they give us a song called You Can't Get Out of Here. And it's just Tyrone and Pablo duo song. And it's just about how they won't let the princesses escape, okay? It's just a fun song, but we get to see their control room where they have cameras all over the castle and they get to see they have this like one room that's filled with lasers and it's a secret hall that leads to a secret staircase that goes all the way down. So we know that's a location we're going to be visiting later. But this camera room sees everything and Tyrone's like, okay, Pablo, it's time to start our patrol. So they start patrolling the halls. And the princesses, they're talking to Mirror Austin and they're like, okay, Austin, tell us which way the guards are, okay? We have to make sure to avoid the guards. And he's like, okay, they're on your left. So they start going right. And he's like, oh, wait, no, they're also on your right. Because Pablo and Tyrone are circulating different directions, different ways. So Uniqua pulls out her hair and then uses it as a grappling hook. And so she attaches herself to the chandelier in the center of the tower because the way the tower is designed, it's a hollow cylinder basically that has spiral levels all the way going up, but not actual stairs, just spiral levels that go up and up and up. But it has a chandelier all the way at the top, so they attach to it and they're able to swing down to the 4th level because it has 5 levels. So they're down to the 4th level now. And they're like, oh, that was a close one because their guards almost got to them. So eventually, they make their way down into the 3rd floor and then through the secret hallway to get to the laser room. So this is the laser room we saw on the cameras, and they have to figure out a way to dodge the lasers in order to get to the staircase at the end of the hall. So they sing a song called Dance for Your Life. Perfect. I love this song. It's just so catchy. Like, I didn't think I would like it at first. Or, like, I thought it was just one of those, okay, fun songs that you listen to. And so I listened to it. But then, a day later, I was singing it in my head. I was like, dance for your life. Because they have the line, sashay through your troubles and keep up the strife, or something like that. And it's so catchy and, like, iconic. And it's, like, it's in your head. So perfection. By the way, they get to the end of the hallway of the lasers, but then a laser appears out of nowhere and touches Tasha's dress, which activates the alarms. And I'm like, how did you make it all the way through, have like a moment to breathe, and then the lasers went off? Like, it doesn't make sense. Make it make sense. Maybe like the dress flowed into it, but either way, the alarm's going off. Tyrone's on, like, the microphone. He's like, Pablo, check the rooms. Are the princesses out? And he checks, and he's like, yeah, the princesses aren't in here. So he looks through all the cameras, and he sees that the alarm was going off in the laser room. So they're like, okay, we have to get to that hidden staircase. They must have been in there. So the princesses are, like, running down the stairs, okay, because it goes all the way to the 1st floor. So they're trying to go all the way down, and eventually they make it to the 2nd floor, but Tyrone is coming up and Pablo is coming down, and so they go through the 2nd floor door and they race to the elevators, and then they race to the elevator that's down that hall, luckily. Maybe they do. Oh yeah, because Mirror Austin was guiding them. He was like, okay, if you go to the 2nd floor door, you can make it to the elevator. So they make it to the elevator right before the guards do, and they're able to take it down. But the guards are like, okay, we'll just meet them on the 1st floor elevator and they won't be able to escape. So we get this fun elevator scene with Uniqua and Tasha where you have the elevator music playing and they're like, you do know the guards will be waiting for us on the first floor. And Uniqua's like, yeah, I have a plan for that.
You do realize the guards are going to be waiting for us.
Sister, I need a boost.
So the guards go through the elevator, like the elevator doors open and they look through it and they're nowhere to be found. So they just patrol around and they're like, where did the princesses go? They must have left already. So they go down the halls and then we see the top of the elevator roof open and the princesses jump down and they're like, whew, that was a close one. So they ask for help from Austin, but Tasha accidentally drops the mirror and it rolls and hits Pablo and Austin and they're like, is this a mirror? And then like Pablo has a bit where like he's like looking at the mirror and Austin tries to mimic his facial expressions in order to pretend to be an actual mirror. But Tyrone's like, no, that's the magic mirror that tells them where to go. So he's like, where are they? And then Austin, because Austin can't lie, because the magic mirror can't lie, that's a rule they set up. I didn't know that was an actual rule. Interesting. By the way, they yell at the mirror and Austin's like, run! So the princesses run down the hallway in order to make it to the exit before the guards do. And so they sing a song called The Chase is On. Iconic. Love it. It's just a fun chase song. I love a good chase song. We love a good chase song.
The chase is on. We must track them down. The chase is on, or they will be gone. We'll run through these halls and we won't stop till dawn. 'Cause the chase is on. The chase is on. The chase is on. The chase is on. The chase is on.
So they're running and they finally make it to the last corridor that will lead to the drawbridge outside of the castle. But they don't have time because they had to open the bridge and they had to wait for it to land on the other side and then they can leave. So they don't have time. So they just hide behind suits of armor. And then the guards walk in and they have Austin in their hand and they're just like, are the princesses in this room? And he's like, And they're like, are they behind this suit of armor? And he's like, And eventually they get to one suit of armor and Tyrone's like, are they behind this suit of armor? And Austin's like, please, no, anything but that suit of armor. And so they look behind it and they catch Uniqua and Tasha. And so the guards are like, we've caught you princesses. You thought you could escape. And then Uniqua looks up and she's like, there's a ceiling. And so she's like, okay, Tasha, activate rocket boots. So they activate their rocket boots. Tasha swipes Austin the mirror back up and they fly through the ceiling and then they land with their dress parachutes outside and the guards try to run after them, but they don't give the drawbridge enough time to land, so they jump and then they land in the water below. And so the princesses are trying to run and get away, but they hear the guards crying for help as they're drowning. So they eventually get them out. And they're like, we suppose you're going to lock us up again. And the guards are like, no, you guys escape fair and square. So the episode ends like that. But if the princesses had rocket boots and parachute dresses the whole time, why didn't they just break out of the window in their room instead of doing this whole complicated plan? Anyways, this episode was almost perfect. I really liked it. I don't know. Chase breakout episode. Very fun. Very fun. Songs all very catchy, you know. Perfect execution of this breakout episode. Very good. And then this brings us to the mid-season episode 10 of season 4. The Action Elves Saves Christmas Eve. Which is very fitting for our mid-season episode because, you know, it's a Christmas-themed episode. Christmas-themed episodes are always, like, special, so makes sense. And we open with Uniqua, Pablo, and Tasha. Fun trio. And they're building toys because they are elves, okay? But they're not just regular elves. They're action elves with cool nicknames and cool, I don't know, they help Santa Claus whenever he's in need of help. So, Uniqua is Snappy, Tasha is Flappy, and Pablo is Jingles. And I don't have that much to say, but truly intimidating names. So, they sing a song called Action Elves, pretty fun, and it's just about them describing their roles as Santa's helpers. Whenever trouble strikes, they will be there to square up. okay? But we go into Santa's workshop, and then they have a secret workshop layer underneath Santa's workshop that like they go into. Like we see them walk into the workshop, then they like do some button thing where like it has a secret elevator that goes down to their secret workshop, which interesting. But also like if you're a regular elf, wouldn't you be like a little bit jealous? I would be jealous. Anyways, in their regular workshop, they like quickly make like some toys, but then they get a call from Santa, and he's like, "Help! My sack has been taken by the Abominable Bros, and it's Tyrone and Austin." Which, that's a fun change of pace for our duo. You know, usually Pablo and Tyrone, but we get Tyrone and Austin. Anyway, Santa Sack is like has a bunch of abilities apparently, is an unpredictable, and so he's like, action if you need to get it for Christmas, and also just in case they do anything that could hurt themselves. So they take a horse seesaw thing. What is it called? It's like those play horse that like the kids rock on. What is it called? A horse rocker? I don't think that's what it's called. Anyways, they get on that and it flies them to where the Abominable Bros are. So we go to our Abominable Bros and they're just lugging the sack with them, and they're trying to figure out what it does, and suddenly it transforms into a sled that they get into, and it like takes them for a ride, and they're like, we didn't expect the sled to do this.
Me wish we had magic sled.
Me wish we had magic flying sled. Look! Huh. That's very sparkly.
Huh. Sack moving around and such.
Sled turned into magic flying sled.
So they're flying all around when the action elves pass through them, and then like they try to get the Abominable Bros to stop, but they like end up missing and they crash into a bunch of snow and their horse breaks. Well, their horse rocker thing. What if it was like an actual horse and we just gruesomely saw a horse? Yeah, I'm not gonna finish that sentence. That's Anyways, Pablo turns the horse into rocket skis, and like at that point, I'm like, why didn't you just fix the horse rocker back to its original form? Like, why did you use your hammer to just make it into a different thing? That seems kind of extra, and like you were flexing. But anyways, but I guess it is faster. But they use the rocket skis in order to catch up with the Abominable Bros. But meanwhile, we go to the Abominable Bros, and they sing a song called Magic Sack, and it's just about them like experimenting with the magic sack of Santa and realizing that it does a bunch of things. Like it grows legs and dances along with them, and I'm like, interesting. But either way, they bring the sack into the igloo, and then they turn it into a couch. So that's, I guess, what they wanted. They wanted a couch for their bro cave igloo. Interesting. Anyways, the action elves arrive at the Abominable Bros igloo, and they're like, they like try to get up the igloo. They get on top of the igloo, and they formulate a plan. Tasha and Pablo will lower down using a yo-yo into the room to try to get the sack. Then Uniqua will cause a distraction with the toy robot that will like distract them and call them out. Also, the robot, it's the robot from Front Page News, you know, one of my favorite episodes. So she uses that robot to call the brothers out and distract them. Meanwhile, Tasha and Pablo are able to get the sack back. But then Santa calls the action elves, and it's like, Santa, you don't need to call if they get the sack, they'll tell you. But he calls draws the attention of the Abominable Bros, and a snowball fight ensues. And they sing a song called Snowball Fight. It's kind of fun. Oh, I didn't mention it, but Magic Sack, that song with the dancing sack, it was forgettable, as you can tell. And also, I just didn't like it. So they have a snowball fight, but it ends up with them falling down a pit at the end of it. And the song ends with them just being like, we're stuck in the cave now. Overall, it was a fun song, though. You know, they fought with snowballs. We get a back and forth between the Abominable Bros and the Action Elves, and they end up at the bottom of a pit. So the Action Elves are like, give us back the sack, because the Abominable Bros stole the sack back. And they're like, why should we trust you? And eventually, they get another call, Uniqua. She gets another call from Santa, but it's on the floor this time. So the Abominable Bros pick it up, and they're like, who's this? And it's like, I'm Santa.
Hello?
Who's this?
We Abominable Brothers. Who's this?
It's Santa Claus.
Santa Claus? We big fans of you. Is this wrong number?
No, I'm calling my elves. I'm trying to get my magic sack back.
Uh-oh.
Also, I didn't want to comment on it, but the voice, it sounds like way too, like, action superhero, like, announcer voice to be Santa. Like, it does not sound like a Santa. I'm sorry. But anyways, the Abominable Bros pick it up, and they're like, who's this? And he's like, I'm Santa. And they're like, why are you calling? It's like, because my action elves were getting my sack back for me. And they're like, oh, our mistake. So, they give the sack back to the action elves, and they go back to the workshop in order to prepare the toys in the sack for Santa Claus for Christmas. And then back at the workshop, we get a song called To Fill the Sack for Santa. And it's just a parody of the 12 Days of Christmas song. Is that what it's called? 12 Days of Christmas? I think so, but it's where it's like 5 golden rings, 4 turtle doves, 3 French hens, 4. I'm not gonna try to sing the song, but it's a parody off of that, and it's just really fun. I love it. It really puts you in the Christmas mood, okay? So that's why it goes in superb tier. I mean, it's just a parody of a classic Christmas song, but I love it. I like it.
To fill the sack for Santa. This is what we need. 7 balls of bounces, 6 straws of dancing. 5 building blocks. 4 spinning tops, 3 wind-up toys, 2 winning chains. And the helm of our dear friend.
And that ends our episode as the Action Elves saved Christmas Eve. You know, we have our typical Christmas special ending song for the Backyardigans. And this will be our last winter special for the Backyardigans, which it's kind of sad to think, but what a way to end it, I guess. Overall, though, it was kind of E for effort. I think I didn't like the Abominable Bros. Like, I didn't see them as big of a threat for the Action Elves as much as they were trained for. Like, the Action Elves, I was like, they can do anything. They have code names and everything. And we didn't really focus on them that much because we had to focus on the stupid Abominable Bros. Which, I love Tyrone and Austin. You know, that's an interesting dynamic too, but I don't know. I didn't like them. But E for effort, I guess. So, episode 11 of season 10 is titled Los Galacticos, and we open with my favorite trio, Tyrone, Pablo, and Tasha. So it's a trio episode featuring them once again. That's fun. I don't know what made the writers, like, do this trio, like, so much, or, like, more often than, like, not at all, in, like, the last few episodes of the series, but I'm glad they did it. So, they are a mariachi band. Pablo has a trumpet, Tyrone has a violin, and Tasha has the guitar. And so they sing a song about it called Los Galacticos. And it's superb. I love it. Like, the instrumentals go hard, but the instrumentals, by the way, they're gonna go hard this entire episode, so I might as well not keep talking about it or mentioning it because, like, that's all I have to say. Like, I don't know what, like, that's it. It's just fun. So, anyways, they go off to Mexico where they have a tour bus because they're a touring mariachi band. So they get in the bus and they realize it's, like, way more futuristic than all of their other tour buses has been. So they're pushing random buttons and then suddenly they start soaring up, like they're hovering over the road. So they try to drive, but, like, they cause road wrecks because they're going all over the place and casting shadows over cars, and eventually they freak out and then soar right up into space because they press a random button. And so in outer space we see the Grugors, which is another alien race. Add that to the list of alien race. We have the Musians, the people whoever Zuniqua and Zablo were, and then we now have Guniqua and Gustin. Interesting, fun. So anyway, they are aliens that they goo planets for fun, and they sing a song called We Love Goo. It's not really for me, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. It's like that Trash Planet song and Garbage Truck. Like, wait, saying Garbage Truck made me think like I was calling it garbage, which fits because I didn't like that episode, but that's just the title of the episode. I'm not roasting it. It was actual Garbage Truck. Sorry. The instrumentals are fun in the song, but forgettable. I don't like the song. Anyway, so the Googors, they run into planet Earth, and they're like, okay, this is our next planet. We're gonna goo up. But then the Los Galacticos, they run in front of them from soaring from Earth because they're out of control, and they stop right in front of the Googors, and the Googors are like, you're in our way. Are you trying to stop us from gooing planet Earth? And so they goo them instead. Ooh.
Take it off mute. Attention, Los Galacticos. Do not come any closer, or else we will goo you.
Goo us?
That sounds bad.
Let's get out of here! Push your button, any button!
Here goes nothing.
Wrong button!
They're coming for us. Now, Gustin, goo them. Goo!
And so the Galacticos, they like fly off into space because of they are gooed, and they don't know how to control their futuristic bus. And the Googors prepare to launch a giant goo bubble to hit planet Earth. Meanwhile, the Los Galacticos are flying into outer space, and they're soaring, and eventually they're able to press a bunch of buttons, and they stop right in front of the sun. And they like windshield wiper the goo away, and they back out before hitting the sun. We then get the best song of this episode, Perfection Tier, Pushing Every Button. It's just a fun song, and I relate to it, you know? They're just talking about how like they have this need to push every button in order to figure out what the bus does, and like it's a fun song.
We're pushing every button, pushing every button, pushing every button, 'cause if we push every button, every single button, we'll see what each one does.
So they push every button. They figure out that they have a shield, which they're like, we can use that. Foreshadowing. And the Galacticos go to stop the Googers from destroying planet Earth with goo. And so meanwhile, the Googers, they're like really building it up. Okay, we're gonna send this huge ball of goo right at planet Earth. The Galacticos then like curve right in front of them, and they're like, we the Los Galacticos shall stop you. And so like they try to hit the Galacticos with a bunch of goo, but like they use their controls. They go invisible at one point. They switch side and switch to the left. But then the Googers do accidentally hit the Galacticos, and they're like, ha ha ha, we've beat you. But then the Galacticos are able to spin it off, and then they're like, come at us once again. And so the Googers are like, oh yeah, you want this? And so they summon the large goo bubble that was going to be used to hit planet Earth, because they're like, we're just going to hit them too. But then the Los Galacticos summon up their shield, and the giant ball of goo they were going to use to take over planet Earth bounces off the shield and hits the Googers. And so they're starting to like go towards the sun once again, but this time the Googers are the one that's in the goo ball. But the Galacticos transports the Googers out of their ship onto their ship, and the Googers are like, wow, thanks for saving us. And then they land down onto planet Earth, and then the Googers and the Los Galacticos sing a song called Earth es muy bueno. It's a fun song just about appreciating Earth, which I don't think a lot of people do. They're like, we love the Earth, and then I like check on Twitter, and people are like, wow, Earth sucks. Well, I guess not Earth specifically. People usually just hate the United States, so you know, maybe it's an American thing. Anyways, they sing that song, it's fun, and the episode ends with the Googers appreciating planet Earth for what it is. Overall, it was an almost perfect episode, to be honest. The only problem I have with it is it kind of felt short. Like, we have the Galacticos get on their tour bus, you know, they don't know what to do. They fly out to space. We set up with the Googers who want to goo everything. They're able to send the Los Galacticos away. They almost plummet into the sun. But they figure out all the buttons. They figure out how to turn, spin, shield, transport things in and out of the vehicle. And then they go stop the Googers. The Googers like hit them a couple of times, but then they're ultimately able to win and save the day. It just felt like it felt kind of short. Like it wasn't like a 3-step thing that the Backyardigans do. And so, like, I don't know, the time just went by very quickly. So that was my main complaint, but overall, very fun. We then get into episode 12 of season 4, For the Love of Socks. And we open on Tasha, Tyrone, Pablo, and Uniqua, and they're working in an assembly line for organizing socks. And Tasha is their leader. Let's go. Like I said, Tasha, whenever she is in an episode with a group of people, she is most likely the leader when, like, it fits her character type, and we love that for her. So anyways, they sing a song called Socks, Wonderful Socks. Pretty fun. It's just about socks. Is this the part where I admit that I don't like socks? They feel like they're choking my feet when I wear them, specifically long socks. Short ankle socks, they're okay. Like, they're fine. But, like, long, like, leg, thigh, knee, or whatever socks that are really long, like, do you guys not feel them choking your leg? Like, I feel like my blood circulation is being cut off, which maybe that's for the best, but I can't deal with that. Anyways, we get into their factory, and they each show their different roles, and they sing a song about it called That's My Job, That's My Job. Superb. Amazing. It's just a fun it's like an introduction song, but, like, we're ignoring the actual introduction song we got, and we get this one, okay? Because we show them what each of their role is, okay? Tasha is the foreman. She oversees the entire operation. Pablo, static tester, okay? Let's see if the socks stick together. Nope. Pass them on to Tyrone, sock matcher, okay? This sock, rainbow color, together. Pink polka dot, together, okay? Then we get to Uniqua, folding expert. First day on the job, but she's an expert. She's folding the socks, left and right, boom, boom, bam, bam, okay? Iconic team, perfection, honestly. So anyways, I just really like the song, okay? We love supportive best friends who work in a factory together. Iconic. So anyways, Tasha, while, like, overviewing the factory assembly line, accidentally drops her pencil into the sock machine. And Pablo's like, oh no, it's okay. I doubt a small pencil like that could ruin a big sock factory like this, which will be the running gag of this episode. Because as soon as he says that, the factory, like, put, like, the machine that Tasha dropped the pencil into, like, bursts out with a bunch of socks. And so they, like, attempt to do their assembly line, like, for, like, a few seconds. Like, Pablo's, like, trying to static test, gives them to Tyrone. Tyrone's trying to match socks, but there's, like, 500 socks in his area, and then Uniquo's just trying to fold whatever she gets. So they're like, okay, we just need to get into the machine to figure out how we can fix this machine, because the pencil is obviously breaking it. So they go inside the factory, and it's like, I don't know, it's always been a fun concept to me to, like, go inside of a factory. That's in a cartoon, like a cartoon going inside a factory, because they always make it so big, and, like, there's these big machines that are their obstacles, and it just seems so fun. It kind of reminds me of, like, the airport scene in Toy Story 2, where, like, they went into, like, the luggage area, where, like, they have all the conveyor belts, and it's, like, it's just so big, and it's, like, I don't know, it's fun for me. I don't know why. But anyways, they go inside, and they realize that there's a big fan machine, and it basically keeps all of the stalks from sticking to each other by, like, getting rid of the static and, like, lifting them up with this giant fan. And so this is Pablo's room. He's like, oh my gosh, I've never seen something so beautiful. So anyways, they see the pencil, and it's, like, flying into an air vent. So they're like, we have to get to that air vent. And so what they do is they tell Pablo, and it hurts him at first. He's like, Tasha's like, Pablo, stick the socks together so we can make a line to that air vent, because the fan starts to act up due to the pencil getting into the air vents, and, like, it starts sucking them up. So she's like, we have to stick the socks to make a rope. And he's like, okay, I usually stick them apart, but this time I'll make a rope. So they make a rope with the socks, and they get into the air vent, and they're still chasing after the pencil, but it's bouncing all around. And they sing a song called A Life Without Socks Is Not a World for Me. And, like, what a mouthful of a title. A life without socks is not a life for me. A life without socks is not a life for me. Like, that's a lot. But yeah, it's it really fits the Bollywood vibes or genre that this episode is going for, and it's a fun song. And it's just them singing about how if the factory is destroyed, the socks will be ruined forever. So eventually they make it to the sock decorating room, and Tyrone's like, oh, I know, I have experience with this place. And so it really comes in handy because the pencil is like bouncing along all the conveyor belts, and I'm like, wow, that's a very bouncy pencil. Did you get like one of those rubber pencils, Tasha? So it's like bouncing along the conveyor belt, and the conveyor belts have like these rolling pin machines and these stamping machines, because this is where the socks are decorated with different patterns and different colors. And Tyrone knows these machines, so he's like, okay, it has a pattern. We have to follow it in order to dodge these things. So like for the rolling pins, you have to jump over. For the stamps, you have to slide, and like he's like, okay, we gotta do this, okay. And then eventually the pencil bounces into these gears and messes the machines up even more, and so they're on 2 times speed, and so they're like, the instrumentals are getting faster as they try to get through the machines. Eventually they get through, and the pencil lands in the great ball of yarn room. Okay, this room is where all socks originate from. This is the sock birthplace, okay, from this great big floating yarn in the center of this room. So Tasha is like, okay, we need to get the pencil before it falls into the great ball of yarn, because it's like bouncing off of a bunch of because for some reason this room also has a bunch of levitating platforms that lift up and transport socks all over the factory, which I guess makes sense, but like very futuristic. So the pencil is bouncing off of that, and they have to slide down the strands of yarn that are attached to the different platforms in order to try to catch the pencil. And Unique was like, I have the perfect way to slide down them. And she like shows them this ultimate form, this ultimate fold that she has that's unbreakable. And so they use these unbreakable folds of socks to slide down this yarns, and they sing a song called Get the Pencil.
We can't let it reach that ball of yarn. We won't, almost got it, no wait, darn. Hurry, pencils make things go berserk. Or else we'll need a whole new line of work.
It is my favorite song of the episode. It's just so climactic, honestly, because they're like sliding down. They're like, gotta get the pencil, gotta get the pencil, get the pencil, gotta get the pencil. And so they're just sliding down, trying to get the pencil. And eventually, Uniqua, Tyrone, and Pablo, they're all at the bottom of the room. And they're like, we can't get the pencil because it's still bouncing above. So it's up to Tasha, okay? So she's sliding around, and then she's just about to grab the pencil, but it falls into the ball of yarn. And she's on the ground, and she's like, oh no, what's gonna happen? And so the factory starts to malfunction. Things are flying all over the place. Things are falling, shutting down. The levitating platforms are down on the ground now. And so she's like, there's only one thing we can do. And there's just a giant red button on the ground floor that they didn't think to press beforehand, and Tasha's just like, for the love of socks, and like it's a very cinematic moment. So I'm glad they set it up like this, and I'm like glad Tasha did it, but it's like, why didn't you do that before? Because she just presses the button and it just reboots the factory basically. So everything reboots back up, the pencil falls through the ball of yarn, she gets it, and it's like, all this time, and like, you could have, okay, whatever. But I mean, very climactic though, honestly, so I'll take it. And all's well that ends well, as they prevented the sock factory from being ruined forever, and no one would ever have socks again. So, thank you, Tasha. Let's all say it. And with that, I labeled this episode as almost perfect. I thought it was really fun. Like I said, I like the factory adventuring. I love this group of people. You know, there may have not been Austin, but Tasha as the leader really carried it. Pablo played his comedic bit. Tyrone played a nice role as being like very enthusiastic about his patterns. And Uniqua, you know, she was the new girl, you know. She got to play the quiet one for once, so I respect that. And so with that, we move on to our next episode. Episode 13 is labeled The Flipper, and we open up on Pablo, Uniqua, and Tasha, and they are our trio for this episode, okay? Very interesting trio, you know, to like just focus on. This season had a lot of trio episodes, I noticed, you know? We have Attack of the 50-Foot Worm, Catch That Train, Funny Man, Boogeyman, and now The Flipper. And there might have been another one. Oh, and Dragon Express. Just a lot of trio episodes for some reason, but like different trios, you know, other than the first two. That was our classic trio, so kind of fun, but also some of them were misses, you know, Funny Man and Boogeyman, sorry. But anyways, back to this episode. They sing a song called Today Could Be the Day. It's a fun song, honestly. And it's just about them wishing, or specifically Pablo wishing, to use his rocket racket, which is basically a rocket that has a tennis racket, a large tennis racket attached to it. And so the whole point is that they are meteor watchers, okay? And so they watch for any meteors that may hit the Earth, and so that if one day a meteor is coming towards Earth, they can use their rocket racket to hit it away, which is a concept indeed. We go to their meteor observatory, and Pablo, he has his teddy bear with him that he puts on a shelf, and he's like, okay guys, it's time to start the meteor watch day. So they're watching, and while they're watching, Pablo accidentally runs into a shelf of space stuff that they've collected, but nothing falls on him, but they foreshadow that that would have been dangerous if you knock something onto you. But anyway, they're looking through the observatory, and they see a meteor is coming straight for Earth, and they're like, oh my gosh, it's actually happening for once. So they set the alarms, and Pablo is so excited. He's like, I get to use my space racket, and he's so excited that he accidentally runs into the shelf again, and this time stuff actually does land on him.
Meteor heading for Earth! I can't believe it!
Pablo!
I finally get to use the rocket racket!
Pablo!
I've been waiting and waiting for this moment, and now it's here!
Pablo!
Yeah?
Careful!
Uh-oh.
And Uniqua and Tasha turn around, and they're like, are you okay? And he's like, yeah, I think I'm okay. And they're like, okay, it's time to get to the rocket. And then once he hears rocket, he gets so excited that he turns into the Flipper, which is like a Hulk amalgamation of a Pablo. And it's, I don't like it. He's just a big green blob and mess of a Pablo. But I guess it looks better than the She-Hulk CGI, but not the fault of the CGI artist. But anyways, he sings a song called Where is Meteor, which is a forgettable song, but I do like that it's Where is Meteor, because it's Pablo speaking, because Pablo's whole thing is that when he's the Hulk or the Flipper, he loses like all grammar, I guess. Like he's a child basically, and so he's just bouncing off the walls as this big giant green thing. Like, where is Meteor? I am ready to hit Meteor with big racket. And so he sings a song like that, but I didn't like the song. But I liked the effort. I liked what we were going for. But eventually they're able to calm down Pablo using his teddy bear.
I wonder. Flipper! Hey!
I'm cool.
It appears that you turn into the Flipper when you get excited about the meteor.
Yes, and you change back to yourself when you hold Teddy.
Are you sure about that?
Pablo, a meteor is coming that you have to swat away.
Where is Meteor?
Hey,
Teddy!
Oh, I forgot to mention, I didn't label it, but yeah, when he ran into the shelf, it was because he was panicking and freaking out, but it was more of an exciting panic. But it's a throwback to the way Pablo panicked a lot back in season 1, but also throughout all the seasons. Remember our classic Pablo panic? I know I haven't mentioned one in a while, but yeah, he does that in that, so I forgot. I just wanted to mention that. But anyways, back to the end of the Where is the Meteor song, they eventually calm Pablo down because he gets a hold of his teddy bear, and so Tasha and Uniqua, they take note of this. They're like, do that again? So they take away his teddy bear, and then they mention the space rocket, and so he goes into the Flipper mode again, and they give him back his teddy bear, and he's like, whoa, what's happening? And they're like, okay, so you turn into this giant green monster whenever we mention the space rocket, because you just really want to use it. So hold your teddy bear, because whenever you hold your teddy bear, you don't flip out. So With that knowledge, Pablo brings his teddy bear along with him into the car ride as they go out into the nighttime sky to look for the perfect spot in order to launch their space rocket into outer space to hit the meteor. And meanwhile, while they're in the car, they sing a song called Don't Flip Out, and it's superb. I love it. It's the funnest song this episode, honestly. And it's just like they're driving along and they're singing about how Pablo is not allowed to flip out or else everything can go wrong. He is the only one who knows to use the space racket for some reason. He's the only one who can use it. And so he can't flip out. And so while they're singing, the teddy bear accidentally bounces out of the car and they don't notice. So they take turns staying in the car, and eventually they notice that they see the meteor overhead. And they're like, okay, it's time to use the space racket. And Pablo gets a little bit excited, and so they're like, okay, get your teddy bear, Pablo. And he's like, but where? I don't know where it is. And so they're like, oh, we don't know where Pablo's teddy bear is. And so they try to hide the meteor from him, but eventually he sees the meteor in the overhead roof, and he flips out. And so he starts bouncing along outside, and they're in this really rocky area where there's a lot of rock pillars. And so he bounces around and he hits a rock pillar, and it eventually knocks a domino effect, and it hits their car, which has their space rocket on it. So their space rocket breaks, not the racket but the rocket itself, so they can't launch the rocket into space anymore. But luckily Pablo's teddy bear was just bouncing along on top of the truck while they were singing their Don't Flip Out song. So it bounces into Pablo's hands, so he has the teddy bear. But they're like, but now the rocket's destroyed and we won't be able to stop the meteor. This meteor is right overhead. And so Pablo's like, whatever can we do? We don't have anything that's strong enough to use the rocket to hit the meteor back. And they're like, the flipper. So they plan to launch Pablo into space with his consent. They plan to launch Pablo into space with the racket to hit the meteor back when he's the flipper. So they attach him to a rocket. But the rocket is what they needed for the rocket. I don't know. They somehow launch him into space. But they do a countdown. He launches into space with his racket, and he hits the meteor just in time. Well, at first, he misses the meteor, but he's able to swerve back around in his flipper form and then hit the meteor with the racket back out, not from Earth. And he lands, and they're like, you saved the day. And they sing the song called The Meteor Watcher's Celebration. And it's our typical end of the episode party song, but since it's only 3 of them, it's not as effective. So I just said it was forgettable. I'm sorry, not that much. But yeah, so they sing that, they celebrate, And overall, this episode I can label as E for effort. And it's because I liked the message for the story, which you may be wondering, what was the message for the episode? And it's don't flip out, but it's because this is our end of the Pablo running gag. So the reason why I mentioned it earlier is because this is the last episode to feature Pablo panicking, and so that's why they did this whole flipper episode. And it was to showcase how Pablo, he had his tendencies to be really anxious and flip out, but then he had this coping mechanism, and it's just trying to find a way to channel that energy for good, and to not be as anxious, or not be as afraid of being anxious all the time, or to use that energy somewhere. But either way, this is just an ending for the Pablo running gag, and that makes me kind of sad because we're not going to see that running gag ever again. And it was consistent from the very first episode of the Backyardigans and stayed with us throughout all 4 seasons. And this is where they laid it to rest with a very fitting episode for Pablo. We then get into episode 14 of season 4, Elephant on the Run, and we open up on agents Tyrone and Pablo, and they are delivery agents, okay? It's like super secret spies, but delivery agents. It's an interesting combination of roles. You know, you wouldn't really expect it. So we see a robot Roscoe cameo on the floor as we see this nice fun scene of them trying to get a delivery box to the sandbox.
Oh no! Bad guys put out traps to try and stop us. What do we do?
Don't panic. Remember, we're trained to handle these situations.
And so this is the first time we really see them play in the backyard without the imagination filter, as I deem it. And they're like rolling around trying to dodge these toys all over the ground, and they eventually make it on time to the sandbox and deliver the package. And they sing a song called We Are Delivery Agents, and it's a banger. It's a perfect song. And I think this is the first time, or like one of the few times, that I'm listing an introduction song as a perfect song. So that's the high praises I have for this song. But yes, I really like it, and I really like the backyard bit. Honestly, very nice way to start the episode. So we get into the savannah. Okay, we are in a savannah area, and they are looking for their contact. Tyrone and Pablo, they're looking for their contact to figure out what they need to do or what they need to deliver. So they find Tasha, and she is a sanctuary worker, and she's like, okay, I have this elephant, this giant Asian elephant. I need you to transport to the sanctuary all the way across the savannah, or a good ways across the savannah. And she's like, but you must be careful of Uniqua and her sidekick Austin, because they will make sure that you do not deliver this elephant on time, okay? And our usual iconic duo of Uniqua and Austin, but you know, Austin is her assistant as always. But anyway, Sasha's like, yeah, avoid them because they're gonna try to steal the elephant. So the delivery workers are like talking for a bit, and they don't notice Uniqua and Austin just straight up get in the truck and just drive away. And so they're like, hey, you're getting away with the Asian elephant. And so they're driving away, and so they try to get their Jeep in order to catch up, and like they just the delivery agents just give us random elephant facts. Tyrone's like, did you know people often confuse African and Asian elephants and don't know that Asian elephants actually exist? And it's like, okay.
You know, I thought all elephants lived in Africa. One kind of elephant lives in Africa, but there's another kind, the Asian elephant, that lives here in India.
Don't say.
They're very similar. But the Asian elephant has smaller ears. Huh.
So they try to take the Jeep in order to catch up with them, and we go to Uniqua and Austin, and they've got the truck to the train station, and they get on the train, like one of these like empty carts of the train with the elephant. And we have this bit where Tasha's like on the train too, and she's like, I can hear an elephant. I wonder, like, is there an elephant nearby? And there is one, but she doesn't realize. So while on the train, Uniqua and Austin, or mostly Uniqua, sing a song called Having an Elephant as a Pet. And it's just about how the reason why Uniqua is stealing this elephant is because she just really wants an elephant as a pet. And we get this like fun sequence of like her taking a bath for the elephant and like sleeping with the elephant and having like movie days and game days with the elephant. And it's like, it's not realistic. So I think we see what the moral of the episode will be, which is animals that are not meant to be pets are not pets for a reason, belong in the wild or a sanctuary. So we have that song. It's pretty fun. And by the end of the song, we have Pablo and Tyrone. They've caught up to Uniqua and Austin, and they're like, give us the elephant. And Uniqua and Austin's like, no, we will never. And so while they're arguing, the train stops, and the elephant just gets off of the train and starts wandering off. And then they turn around and they're like, where's the elephant? And then they're like, how could a giant elephant get away without us noticing? And then Tyrone gives us another elephant or Asian elephant fact. And it's like, actually, elephants have padded feet and can silently get away without you noticing, or silently walk. And they're like, interesting.
We not hear her leaving.
It's probably because elephants have padded feet. The pads make their footsteps very quiet.
Interesting.
And then they just run after the elephant, and then they realize the elephant goes into the marketplace. And so they're like, how hard could it be to find an elephant in the marketplace? And so they sing a song called Elephant, Where Could You Be? it's kind of forgettable, but it's just funny because the whole point is like they're like, how hard could it be to find an elephant in a marketplace? But the elephant's like hiding in plain sight, and they're too blind to see it. Like Tasha is even in the marketplace, and I'm like, are they just going the exact same route? And if that at that rate, why didn't Tasha just go with the delivery agents as like an extra helping hand? Either way, though, she's like shopping for a hat, and she's like, I wonder if this hat is nice. But the hats are being put on her by the elephant, and she's like confused as to how it's happening, but she doesn't question it too much. But either way, Austin eventually bumps into the elephant and is like, Uniqua, we have the elephant. And so they run away with the elephant and board it onto Uniqua's private jet. Meanwhile, the delivery agents are still behind, but they eventually see them loading the elephant onto the private jet and like nearby. And I'm like, convenient the private jet was right there. But I guess they did take the train there, so it makes sense, I guess. But anyways, the private jet, they're all loaded in, and just before they take off, they managed to dive in, Tyrone and Pablo, the delivery agents, because they never fail to deliver their package. So they dive in to the airplane, and they're hiding out. And eventually, we see some difficulties for Uniqua. She's trying to like show her elephant around her private jet, or like just have a nice time with it, but it almost breaks her priceless vase like multiple times, and it's too loud that Uniqua can't like call out to Austin to talk to him, because she sees the agents come out, and they're like, we're seizing the elephant. And so they get the elephant, they put a bunch of parachutes on it, like, or 2 parachutes on it, and they put parachutes on themselves, and they jump out of the plane and they fly out, and Uniqua's like trying to call for help, but Austin can't hear because the elephant's so loud. And so the delivery agents and the elephant land perfectly in the sanctuary somehow. Well, I mean, they planned it, like they saw out the window they were near the sanctuary, but like convenient. So they float back down, they make it to the sanctuary, and they're like, Tasha's there, and she's like, I wonder where those delivery agents are. And then they land, and she's like, oh, there you guys are, right on time. And so she's like, wow, thank you for bringing the elephant to the sanctuary on time. And then Uniqua and Austin shows up, and Uniqua's like, that's my elephant, give it back to me. And then Tasha's like, well, can't you see, Uniqua, that the elephants are meant to live in the wild? And like we see this nice scene of all the elephants living together with drinking water with the leaves and trees all around them. And then she thinks about it, and then they sing a song called Right Where She Belongs about the elephant. It's a fun song, and it basically teaches Uniqua that, yeah, she can't have an elephant as a pet. And she like thinks about it too. She's like, well, the elephant did almost destroy my private jet, so I guess it makes sense. And so with that, our episode has concluded. And so overall, I think the episode is E for effort. I liked what they were going for. I do like the message of like wild animals and pets and stuff like that, and sanctuaries. Uniqua as a villain is always fun. Our delivery agent duo were fun. I really liked their introduction song. That was the best part. But overall, it was just E for effort. Nothing perfect, It didn't have the nostalgia for me, I guess. And so this brings us into episode 15, the Magic Skateboard. So we open on Tyrone, who's just trying to do a trick on his skateboard, okay? And he says that the reason why he's practicing with his skateboard, or like trying to ride his skateboard, is that he is preparing for the Show Off Showdown, which is the biggest skateboard trick contest in town. And we get a song about it called Show Off Showdown, and it's just your typical introduction song. Not much to say about it. It's just a Tyrone solo once again about him just like liking skateboarding and how he's really excited for this upcoming contest. So we then go to the skateboard park, and we see our other 3 rad skateboarders, dude. And it's Austin, Pablo, and Uniqua. And so they're all here to win the Show Off Showdown. And they're like, okay, show us how you can do an ollie. And so they all do their ollies, which I was confused on the concept of an ollie. I didn't know what they were doing. It's like they like ride on the side of their skateboard, I guess. I don't know what an ollie is. I'm sorry, but they all do it, but Tyrone fails, and Pablo and Austin laugh at him. They're like, only the magic skateboard can help you win this contest, you noob. Like Roblox 13-year-olds. I don't know. But then Uniqua is like, it's okay, Tyrone, you know, mom of the group, you know. And she's like, it's okay. You just need to practice and you'll be able to win the show off for sure. And Tyrone's like, but what were they talking about, that magic skateboard? And she's like, it's just an urban tale. Remember, the skater makes the board, not the board. Practice makes perfect. She says a bunch of that, you know.
Dude, you don't need the magic skateboard. I'm gonna tell you the secret to being a great skateboarder. Yeah? The board doesn't make the skater. The skater makes the board.
The skater makes the board?
And so they sing a song called Get a Little Better, which kind of seems like a roast of Tyrone, but like, I mean, he does need to get better, so I guess it's true. It's just a fun song about Uniqua telling, like, motivating him to do better. And so anyways, after that song, Tyrone practices his ollie a bit, and he's like getting a little better at it. And she's like, see, you're doing it. And so Uniqua tries to go off to practice on her own, and as soon as she leaves Tyrone, he accidentally breaks his board because he like tries to like ride it, and then it breaks in half, and then it like slopes down to a cave, and he like goes inside the cave, and a magical skateboard is just there on a pedestal. And so he takes it, and then like the cave starts to collapse, but he's able to get out in time, and he starts riding it, and it like magically allows him to do all these tricks. And he sings a song about it called I Found the Magic Skateboard. And it's like, that was convenient. But also, how did you find it so quickly? Also, another Tyrone solo song. He never gives us a break. He never gives us a break. Anyways, he's like sliding along the walls of the valley, and he's doing flips, and he goes up to Uniqua and he shows her the tricks, and she's like, wow, you must have been practicing. And he's like, actually, I found the magic. And she's like, what did I say, Tyrone? The skater makes the board, not the other way around.
Believe it. With this board, I can't lose.
Dude, I told you. The board doesn't make the skater. The skater makes the board.
It's like, okay, Uniqua, you said that 3 times. Okay, I think he gets it. You're trying to be like the prophetic, like mentor type, but it's not working, I promise you. Either way, the competition starts, and they are prepared to skateboard, and like Austin and Pablo come on, and they're like, aha, you noob, your noob's still trying to skateboard. And anyways, they're like, okay, the show off showdown takes place in 3 parts, and if you fall during any of the obstacles, you're immediately eliminated. So the first one is just like these very narrow slopes and paths that you have to skate along. And so Paulo does it without problem, Uniqua does it without problem, Tyrone's magic skateboard carries him. And then Austin falls off. He's the first to fall off.
This part is real tricky.
It's not tricky for a real skater like me. Whoa!
So first of all, he's not even the main villain this episode. I thought he was, but no, it's just a Pablo main villain, and like Austin is like his echo basically. And I'm like, fine, whatever. Austin snubbed again, so he's the first one out. They then go to their next obstacle course, which is just a bunch of half slopes. Uniqua falls off, and she's like, oh, darn.
Dude, remember what I told you. The board doesn't make the skater. The skater makes the board.
But good job for you, Tyrone, because Tyrone makes it and Pablo makes it. And I'm like, imagine practicing all that time and a guy who couldn't even do an ollie like 5 minutes ago beat you. Maybe I'm just an envious person, but I would be mad. But anyways, they get to their final part, the final obstacle, and they sing a song called May the Best Dude Win. And it's just about who will win, Tyrone or Pablo. And Austin's on Pablo's side. He's like, yeah, I want my bro to win. And then Uniqua's like, I just want whoever's best to win. And I'm like, Uniqua, you know you were simping for Tyrone this competition, okay? Don't even act like it. Anyways, though, they skate through, but just before they get to the big final slope, Tyrone drops his skateboard. And he's like, guys, and then he goes to Uniqua and he's like, I think I'm gonna lose. I just lost my magic skateboard. But like, it's just like at the bottom of a ramp. Like, he could just like pick it up, like go down and pick it up. But I guess not. But Uniqua's like, yeah, just use my board. And he's like, you don't understand. That was the magic skateboard. That's how I was winning. And she does her prophetic things and like, dude, the skater makes the board, not the dude. And
the board doesn't make the skater. The skater.
It's like, okay, Uniqua, we got it. So Tyrone just takes her board and is like, okay, remember what she says. So Pablo goes first and he messes up on the big ramp. He like goes halfway, but he loses momentum. So it's up to Tyrone. If he can skate the big ramp, he wins the competition. So he goes for it and he makes it and he wins the competition and sorry. And so all's well that ends well. But eventually at the finish line, when Tyrone gets the trophy, he's like, okay, I have a confession. I used the magic skateboard for the first 2 obstacles, so I don't know if I'm deserving of the win. And they're like, I was gonna say, the skater makes the board, not the board. Which they do say, but Pablo's like, well, you used your own skill for the last obstacle, and that was the hardest obstacle. So, dude, it was most of your skill. And so with that, they just let him win, and they're like, congratulations, woo, he won with no effort, except for that last ramp that could have been luck for all we know, but whatever. So overall, the episode's forgettable for me. It's just, not that much happens. It's like he gets the magic skateboard, and then we have our 3-part competition, and that's cool, but I don't like skateboard that much for it to be an average episode for me. So I kind of forgot about it. So, not that much. We move on. Life moves on. Season 4 moves on. We go next. So, episode 16 of season 4 is titled Pablo and the Acorns. So we open with a very interesting trio of Austin, Tasha, and Tyrone. Our 3 least appearing characters of the entire series. Fun. Okay, I'll take it. And they are acorns, which is just basically scouts. And so they have a bunch of badges along them. You know, Tyrone just got a badge for Compass, and they sing a song about it called Acorns. It's just an introduction song, you know. They're like, we do this. We have badges for scaling mountains and applying first aids. That's what we do, you know. Fairly short song, not that much happens in it. Okay. So anyways, we go out with the acorns, and they go into like the wilderness, like a nice forest area with rivers. Meanwhile, we go to space, and we see Pablo and Uniqua, and they are space conquerors, okay? And they're fighting for the crystal of power, and the crystal will give them the power to rule the universe. So they both like knock into each other trying to get the crystal, which repels the crystal and Pablo towards Earth, and then Uniqua flies off somewhere into outer space. So back on Earth, the acorns are just marching along when they find like a wrecked spaceship, and inside is Pablo. And Pablo comes out and he sings the song called The Crystal of Power, and it's about how he wishes he had the crystal of power in order to rule the universe. And so the acorns like join in with this song, and it's perfection. I love this song. I like the melody with it. Like they really play with it. I think it's just because they really play with it. That's why I like this song so much. And so it's just about how Pablo sees the crystal of power on top of the mountain, and so with the help of the acorns, he shall get there. Meanwhile, we see Uniqua. She gains control of her ship, and she starts heading like towards Earth, or like she starts like being like, "Where's the crystal of power?" Meanwhile, back on Earth, they come across a pond or lake that separates them from the mountain, so they need to cross it. And so Tasha and Tyrone are starting to go, and Austin's like, I have a canoeing badge. Do you need assistance, Pablo, with crossing the lake? And Pablo's like, no, I got it. And so we see him just on top of a canoe, like, go forth, my canoe. Take me across the lake. And then Austin's like, that's not how you do it. And so Austin helps him get across the lake. Like, he pushes him into the water and says, like, okay, now you have to paddle. And so he paddles across the lake, and then when he gets to the other side, Pablo also gets a canoe badge. And honestly, I think this is the first time, or like one of the few times, we get like a really like true to the story fish out of water story in the Backyardigans. Like, rarely do we have a fish out of the water type of plot line, but Pablo is very much like out of his comfort zone, and we have the acorns guiding him along, and I like that concept. It's really fun. So Anyways, their next obstacle is Rainbow Gorge, and they have to cross a bridge in order to get to the actual mountain that they will scale. So Tasha sings a song called Hold My Hand, superb, iconic, and I don't know, it just has like this really 90s instrument, like 90s cartoon instrumentals to it, and it's just, I don't know, it's like familiar, and it's really warm and comfortable. And it's just about Tasha like offering her hand to Pablo so that he can cross the bridge, and he does it, and he gets a badge for it, and it's just very wholesome. I love it. We then quickly check on Uniqua, who narrows down on Earth and is about to land because she has located the Crystal of Power and Pablo. Meanwhile, back with the acorns and Pablo, they have gotten to the mountain that they needed to climb up. They use a bunch of rope to hook onto it, and Pablo climbs up first. He climbs up, and he does the acorns chant, which I forgot to say. The acorns chant is, acorns, acorns proudly stand, always lend a helping hand. I'll insert it here. That was my attempt at it. And anyways, Pablo says that when he gets to the top, but then he sees his arch nemesis, Uniqua, and she's on the other side of the Crystal of Power. So they, Uniqua tries to stop him, but Pablo is able to get to the crystal first. But right before he touches the Crystal of Power, he hears the acorns behind him, and they're screaming for help because the rope is about to snap. And they're like, Pablo, help! And they're like saying their final prayers. And it's like, what will Pablo do? Will he save the newly found acorn family the newly found family of the acorns? Or will he go for world domination with the Crystal of Power? And he chooses the acorns. So he grabs onto the rope right as it snaps, and he helps the acorns up. And then Uniqua is like, haha, I have the Crystal of Power now. How foolish of you to choose to save these acorns on planet Earth instead of going for the Crystal of Power and ruling the universe. And then we get our perfect ending song, I'd Rather Be an Acorn. And it's just Pablo being like, I'd rather be an acorn than rule the universe. And it's just iconic. And I love it. And actually, I heard this song a while back before I actually watched this episode, because I never watched this episode beforehand. But I saw this song on YouTube, and I was so confused. I was like, this was a Backyardigans song? I've never heard of it. Because I just saw the title, I'd Rather Be an Acorn. And so I listened to it for a bit, and I was so confused because there was no context given, really. Like, I could kind of make it out. Like, I saw that, like, they look like scouts. So I was like, okay, acorns is a scout team. But I didn't know the whole thing with Uniqua or the Crystal of Power or anything, obviously. But even now, it is still a funny song, and I love it. Overall, though, you know, a fun episode with the lesson of sometimes you don't need to rule the universe. You just need to find where you belong and have fun. And so, it is an almost perfect episode for me. Probably one of my favorite new episodes that I didn't watch beforehand, like as a kid. Like, this is my first time watching it. So, really high praise for me. I really liked it. I'd rather be an acorn too. Except not really. I don't like scouts because they go outside, so I couldn't do that. But in theory, I would. We then have made it to episode 17 of season 4, Super Team Awesome! And we open with Tyrone, and he's a tour guide, and we know this because of his blue cap, obviously. That's all there is to it. And he gives us his intro solo song. Once again, I'm a tour guide, but this is actually the last solo of the entire series, which is kind of sad. But also, of course, it's Tyrone. Who else would it be other than Tyrone? Anyways, it's a nice upbeat song about being a tour guide, and it really hypes it up. And I've been a tour guide before, like, I've acted as a tour guide before, and trust me, it's not as fun as Tyrone makes it up to be. But it's a fun song. So we go to the old Gashi Caverns, which is where Tyrone works. And so he gives us a tour of some of the things you'll see in this cavern. He shows us the slippery substance that some parts of the cave is made out of. and the sticky goo substance that some parts of the caves are made up of. We then learn about Old Gushy itself, which is a hole at the bottom of the cavern, and whenever Tyrone's watch beeps, which I don't know how that works, I don't know how Tyrone's watch is connected to Mother Nature, but it is. But yeah, whenever Tyrone's watch beeps, a gush of hot lava will blow out of the hole at the bottom of the cavern. And so that's the main attraction of this cavern. But we see a giant boulder start to roll down from the top of the cavern, and Tyrone panics because if that boulder lands all the way down at the bottom of the cavern and perfectly covers the hole, it can split the earth in half because there will be a pressure buildup because the lava won't be able to burst out. Which, very convenient that this boulder came out of nowhere. Like, I feel like if this was an issue beforehand, you should have gotten rid of the boulder before it started to roll. Like, did you not notice it beforehand? But then also, like, it's conveniently sized for the hole. And then, but once forth even more, why don't you have, like, some kind of safeguard protection so that it's physically impossible for anything to land or cover the hole? Because I feel like the earth splitting is a pretty big threat to just have open. Because, like, what if you're not on the job and a boulder covers it? Like, I doubt you're at the gushy like 24/7, so what if a boulder covered it when you weren't on duty and you had no idea? And that's how the earth exploded, with no one knowing that the hole was plugged up because there was no protections for it. Makes you think. Anyways, he calls in for some superheroes, and we have 3 heroes show up to save the day, and they sing a song called I'm a Superhero. It's a fun song, but it's really just meant to introduce our heroes. We have Princess Strong Blossom, who's Uniqua, Pirate Pablo, which this is the last time we'll see Pablo as a pirate, you know. After all of our journeys of Pablo as a pirate, this is how it ends. Rest in peace. And then we have Jungle Girl Tasha, which I never really... Like, she's never been a jungle girl, so this is a new role for her. Good for her, Tasha. Good for her.
I am Princess Strong Blossom.
Pirate Pablo at your service.
Me, Jungle Girl.
So anyways, we have Princess, Strong Blossom, whatever. We have Uniqua superhero. Her power is that she's really strong, so that's fun, I guess. Pablo's power is that he can blow wind out of his mouth, which that's cool. That's fancy. And then Tasha's move is really cool. She can gain the ability of any animal she wants, which she can just impersonate a really strong animal. Which I'm just like, so then what's the point of Uniqua? Like, let's just say she pretends to be, what's the strong, a gorilla? Like, yeah, Tasha's like gorilla power, and then like punches the boulder. Like, I feel like she could do that. And so it's like, what's the point of Uniqua if Tasha basically also has super strength? She can really have any ability, to be honest, that an animal has, which is a lot. Like, she has a lot to choose from. Well, anyways, Tyrone's like, okay, guys, attention, people. We have a boulder that's on its way down, so we have to get down there or stop the boulder before it gets all the way to the bottom. So they take the railroad cart that goes all the way down, and Tasha tries to fly like an ostrich to get the boulder, but they're like, ostriches don't fly. And I'm like, out of all the animals, Tasha, that could fly, or that you could think could fly, you chose an ostrich? Just say like a pelican, a bird, I don't know, just say something, I don't know. So anyway, she's falling now, and she's not in the car, but she eventually uses the power to stretch like a caterpillar in order to reach the cart, and she gets back in, which, what an ability to mimic, stretching like a caterpillar. I'm surprised she didn't say, I want to be hungry like a caterpillar. Sorry, I have a nephew that likes the hungry caterpillar, so it's on my mind 24/7.
Like a caterpillar.
Super caterpillar power! Ugh.
Anyways, they get to a layer of the cavern that's made out of the gooey bacteria, you know, that we saw in the beginning. And so the the boulder is stuck in this gooey bacteria, but so is all of them. And so Pablo has the brilliant idea of using his blowing ability to create a tornado to blast them out of the goo. But he ends up lifting the boulder as well, and so it's just back on path to blocking the hole, and it's like, way to go, Pablo. Way to go. So they're continuing down, and they eventually make it to the slippery part of the cavern, and Unique's like, watch this. So she tries to stop the boulder from rolling, but they're on like a frictionless surface, so they just keep moving because, you know, Newton's laws of physics. And so she's just sliding all around, and so they try to get her to stop, but it's just not happening. They're ping-ponging all around, and eventually the boulder gets back on track to land in the cavern. In the hole at the bottom of the cavern. And so the superheroes are running out of time. Luckily, they get to the bottom of the cavern and they see that the boulder is stuck on a ledge. So they breathe a sigh of relief. But then the boulder falls into the hole anyways, and Tyrone's watch goes off, and it's starting to, the lava's trying to erupt, but it's not. And so the earth is shaking, and it feels like it's gonna split. But they take a very long pause in order to sing a song called Superheroes for Goodness Sake, which I'm not mad about though, because it is the best song of this episode. Perfection tier. I just like how soft it is for a superhero song. Like, it's not all up in your face like superhero songs usually are, and it's just about them trying to work together, because they realize that the only way they can stop the boulder now is by working together. And also we have Pablo dabbing in this one scene. We then see their skills work together as Tyrone leads them, and it's like, okay, first we need to try to lift the boulder from above. If only we had a rope or something. And Tasha's like, I got this. So she inherits the powers of a spider, climbs up the wall, and shoots a web, which, thank you for using an actual useful, like, animal. Like, that was cool. Like, that is showcasing her abilities, not stretching like a caterpillar. I'm sorry, I'm roasting that caterpillar, but I'm not over it. And then she's like, okay, it needs to be up a little bit more. So Unique uses her super strength to lift it up, like, just barely above her. And then Pablo is able to blow it out of the way by using his wind abilities. And so together they were able to get the boulder out from the hole, and the lava spews up, and the day is saved. The earth will not split. And they sing their dance party ending song, Super Team Awesome. And it's kind of just a fun song, not like Superheroes for Goodness Sake, but a good way to end our episode, okay? Overall, the episode is E for effort. I was very tempted to put it in almost perfect. I really like the superhero dynamic, really, especially the ending part. I just like how they worked all together in that part. You know, I love showcasing the abilities that they set up in the introduction of the episode. It's like, yes, use your superhero powers like they are meant to be used. But it did lag behind a good bit during the middle part, where we did, you know, the gooey part and then the slippery part. You know, it was like, okay, nothing's really happening. The introduction was also a little bit slow, and it really reminded me of Center of the Earth, that episode. So yeah, I'll keep it at E for effort, but I think if it had the nostalgia factor, which is very bad to say, as a reviewer, am I a reviewer? I'm very biased, so don't trust my opinion. But if it had the nostalgia factor, I probably would have put it at almost perfect. But for now, it will be at E for effort. We then get into episode 18 of the season, the Big Dipper Diner, okay? And we open with Uniqua and Pablo, our usual duo that we love. Of course, we love these two together. And they are diner workers. Pablo is the cook and Uniqua is the waitress, and they're practicing serving food. And they give us our fun introduction song, The Big Dipper Diner. It's just a fun song, nothing too big. It's really short, that's why I was tempted to put it in superb, but it's just fun. So we get into our diner after they sing that short song, and they're like organizing ketchup bottles and setting up tables, and I didn't know I needed this like just calm, like just nothingness moment of just people setting up like a diner like before opening. I don't know. It's just a very calming scene for me. I really like it. It's like, wow, they're just doing mundane tasks. and its characters I love, and it's just, I don't know, it's really nice. So anyways, they see space officers Tyrone and Tasha on duty, and they're getting ready to serve them because they're their first customers every day, always, because they always come in for breakfast. They order 2 eggs Mooney side up with float milk. So they're preparing for that, but we go to the officers and we see that they're about to head to the diner, but they get an emergency alert that a dangerous alien Martian that shrinks things is on the loose. They then see the Martian shrink a satellite, and they're like, we have to stop it. And it makes the noise blarg. So it's not the Martians from from season 2, episode 1, Mission to Mars. We're not dealing with Boingas. We're dealing with blarg, because he says blarg, but they look very similar. I don't know. Anyways, the officers do not get a really good look of the blarg, and so they just see purple and yellow, but they don't know which matches to which. But we, the audience, know that blarg has a purple top and a yellow bottom. Remember this, okay? We then see another Martian that looks very similar to blarg walk into the diner, and it has a yellow top and purple bottoms. You see. This one does nothing wrong.
Hungry! Customer!
And so it just heads to the diner. That's all it's trying to do. We then get another perfection tier song, 2 eggs Mooney side up. Once again, that mundane, just like diner opening, it's really good, but it has a song to it now, and it's just catchy, and it's just them preparing the breakfast and like setting up the tables and like just preparing to feed hungry customers. I love it. So but midway through the song, the Martian comes in, the good Martian comes in, and it's like, hungry! And so it rings an alarm. And for some reason, this moment made my cousins like laugh really hard, because we've seen this song before when we were kids. And I don't know why it made them laugh that much, but it did. So that's interesting. But anyways, the song ends with them having prepared the food, and they're trying to feed the Martian who came in, and they've named it Hugs. But Hugs is in their kitchen, and so they're like, okay, we can get you something to eat. You seem hungry. But then the police officers come in, so Uniqua comes out to the front, and it's like, oh, hey, officers, you're a little bit late. Is everything okay? And they're like, yeah, there's this evil Martian on the loose that it's been shrinking things, so make sure to keep an eye out for it. And Uniqua's like, we've seen a Martian. Like, she's whispering to herself, and she's like, but we have seen a Martian. So she goes to Paulo, and she's like, they're looking for Hugs, I think, but like, Hugs isn't evil. They must be looking for the wrong Martian, so we have to hide Hugs. And so they're whispering and saying all this, and the officers peek by their like ordering window, and it's like, hey, is everything okay? We have decided we do want our Mooney side up and our float milk, or whatever the other dish is called. And so they're like, okay, coming right up. So they have the meals prepared. Uniqua brings out a platter that has, it's like that usual metal tray that has the cover over it that typical cartoons have. So she's about to reveal it, but she sees that it's Hugs, so she quickly closes it and then puts it, she's like, oh, I got the wrong thing, sorry. And then she heads back towards the kitchen. And then we see the evil Martian, Blarg, come in, and he's like mischievous, and he like sneaks into the kitchen, and he gets under the other platter. So Uniqua's like, okay, the far left one is Hugs, middle one is, I guess, nothing, and then far right one is the food. So she gets the far right one, and she opens it up again, and then she sees the the tiny feet, and she thinks it's Hugs again, so she quickly closes it. She says, tiny feet, and then she runs into the kitchen again. And so the officers catch on, and so they go inside the kitchen and they sing Something Suspicious Going On.
Something suspicious going on. There's something suspicious going on. We have this funny feeling, but there's nothing we're concealing. There's nothing suspicious going on.
And it's just a song about the officers being like, we know you guys are up to something. And so they're like lifting the silver platters one by one to see what's underneath it. And so they do the far left one, nothing's underneath it. They do the far right one, nothing's underneath it. They then do the middle one, nothing's underneath it. Because the Martians are now outside in the main dining area. And so at first Uniqua and Pablo sigh of relief because they're not caught, but then they're like, wait, where's Hugs? So they go outside and they see Blarg shrink the jukebox, and so the aliens are like, get that Martian, and then the diners are like, no, don't get it, it's just Hugs. And then we see Hugs run the other way, and they think that that's Blarg because Blarg's hiding. And so they're like, get that Martian. And eventually they all meet at the center of the restaurant. So Hugs is revealed out. And then Tyrone and Tasha are like, that's the evil Martian, get him. And then Uniqua and Papa are like, no, he's innocent. And they're like, you were conspiring with him. And then eventually Blarg comes out and reveals himself for some reason, and then shrinks Tasha. And they're like, oh, there's two of them, and one of them's evil and one of them's not. And so a chase scene persists as the officers try to go after the Blarg and stop it from shrinking other things, and then Pablo and Uniqua just try to chase after Hugs because they're scared that Hugs is gonna get hurt by Blarg. So we sing a song called Stop That Alien, iconic song.
Gotta stop that alien, he's shrinking all our stuff. We gotta stop that alien, we really had enough. We gotta stop that alien, although we don't know when. We will stop that alien before he shrinks again.
Not my favorite song in the episode, obviously. Not 2X Me Sign Up. But still a fun song about them running around outer space trying to get the aliens, and we just see Blarg shrinking a bunch of things, which honestly, the layout of this setting is really interesting, and they have no setup for it. It's like they have this big space station, and they have a bunch of just big like bubbles that have like, well, obviously one of those bubbles has the diner, and then one of them has like this forest or tree farm, and it's like, what is this whole like outer space civilization that we don't know about or learn about this episode? It's giving Wall-E, but not really. Either way, Blarg is shrinking all of the buildings and all of the pods, and so they're like, oh no, what are we gonna do? And eventually Hugs just goes up to Blarg, and it's like, not nice, and it's like, fix it. Blarg is just like intimidated, I guess. I guess I would too. I would be intimidated too if someone just comes up to yell at me and it's like, that's not the good thing. That's not good to do. And so anyways, they Hug convinces Blarg to unshrink everything. They unshrink all of the bubble pods that surrounded the space station, and then we get to the diner, and then he unshrinks the jukebox that he initially shrunk inside the diner, and then Tasha in her chipmunk voice is like, you're forgetting something, and so he unshrinks Tasha, and then our episode ends with them preparing to eat at the Mooney-side diner. And what a way to end. Also, I called it the Mooney-side diner, but it's Big Dipper diner. I'm sorry, Mooney-side eggs still on my mind. But that is my almost perfect episode. The diner plot, the diner theming was just so fun. The genre of music was fun. We got to see our aliens for the last time, by the way. This is the last time we see the Martians. Goodbye, rest in peace. But yeah, just what a way to end. What a way to wrap up some loose ends, you know? But not really. Like, they wrapped up no loose ends. But for me, they did. So, to me, they did. Which I like. But wait, this gets me on a thought experiment. So we see the outer space civilization, which is like, what if that's them in the future from Mission to Mars, and these are the aliens that they befriended, and like they're just different races now because it's like different like interactions with humans. So like Hugs' like Martian race are like very comfortable with humans, and that's why they're not evil. But then Blarg has mutated some shrinking powers that like makes him bitter against humans. What does this mean for the Backyardigans cinematic universe? Well, we'll never know, and we'll move on to episode 19, the penultimate episode of the entire series. And it's the Amazing Splashies. And it's actually also our last trio episode. And it's our classic trio episode. We have Uniqua, Pablo, and Tyrone, and they are synchronized divers, not swimmers, okay? Like, they do synchronized swimming, but they're specifically high divers that dive and do flips synchronized. Okay, they explain it in a song called The High Dive. It's just an introduction song, but like they explain their whole goals and their whole tricks. anyways, we go into their water park, which they open it as like, they refer to it as their water park. So it's like, do they just own this entire water park? Like, I don't know how it works, but to own a whole water park, could you imagine? I would love that, like a whole water park to myself, no lines. Fun. So anyways, they try to practice their trick, their synchronized diving trick on the high dive. But it has 3 levels. So they start on the first level, they're only able to do 3 flips. They're trying to do 6. They go up to the second level, they only do 4 flips. And so they sing a song called the Sextuple Somersault Splash, which is just a fun song about them wanting to do 6 flips in the air in order to do their synchronized high dive. And so eventually they go up to the highest level, the 3rd level, and they're about to try to do their trick, but then a giant sea monster comes out of nowhere and scares them, so they're not able to do their trick.
Go! What was that?
And they're like, what just happened? And they just ignore it. They just like think it was in their head. So they go back up to the third top floor of the high dive, and they jump again, and they get interrupted by the sea creature once again, and they're like, okay, something's definitely happening. So Pablo like dips in, like goes in the water briefly, and is like, and then like a sea creature pops out, and he's like, what? And so he does it again, and then goes back out, and like it does it again, and he's like, okay. And so like Uniqua takes a turn going in, and Tyrone, and they're like, okay, there's definitely a sea monster. And they're like, but we can't do our tricks with a sea monster like swimming around. And so they decide to attract it outside of their water park by getting on these water skis and just leading it out by doing tricks on these water skis and attracting it. So they jet ski outside of their water park and lead it to the deep ocean, and they sing a song called Let's Go, kind of a forgettable song, but they lure the sea creature out all the way to the middle of the ocean, and they're like, there. And they're a little bit sad to see it go. Like, they jet ski away while it's like playing out in the ocean, and they're like, kind of sad that we won't see it, but oh well. So they go back, they get on their top board, they try to do their dive again, and they get 3 flips, but then the monster jumps back out again and scares them, and they're like, well, our plan failed. Time to crack out the next one. So their next plan is to just scare the sea monster. So the sea monster is swimming around in their water park. It dives its head up, and they use these microphones they got out of nowhere, and then they just scream at it. They're like, boo! And it scares them, and it like just runs around the entire water park. And so we get this fun scene actually where they're just going through the water park trying to find the sea monster. It's like hiding behind like waterfalls. It slides down water slides. It goes down like funnel slides and things like that. And it just makes me think we could have had like a water park or like an amusement park episode that like specifically featured like specifically focused on the rides themselves. And that would have been like the best episode. Even better yet, we could have gotten our 2-part Tasha special about like a theme park and like maybe something to do with patience and like planning out your time or something like that, or like a zombie apocalypse in a theme park. I heard that from somewhere, I forgot where, but like we could have had something, and that would have been like the best thing ever. But instead, I'm not gonna roast this episode yet. So they race around the water park to catch the sea monster, and eventually they get it back in the pool, and they're in the swimming pool with the sea monster, and it lifts all the way up, and so they're like way up in the air, and so they dive off of it, and they're able to do their 6 flips, and they're like, oh, that's it. The sea monster can be a part of our act, and that's how we can do our sextuple dive. And so they sing a song called You'd Make a Great Splashini, kind of a forgettable song once again, about extorting a sea creature into your swim team after trying to kick it out of your water park so that you can do your sextuple dive or whatever. And they do it, so.
Strong as an elephant and clever as a genie. Sea monster, join us, you'd
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
It's a unique episode, I'll give it that, but it was definitely not for me. It goes in the not for me tier. I'm sorry. So like I was saying, we could have gotten an actual fun theme park episode with all 5 of our cast members, but instead we get this boring trio episode about a water creature in a water park, but just about like trying to lead it away. Like, whatever, not for me. We're moving on. Kind of a disappointing penultimate episode, if you ask me. And alas, we have made it to our series finale, episode 20 of season 4, or episode 80 overall, The Tale of the Not So Nice Dragon. And yes, it is a continuation of the Mighty Knights special that we got in season 3, which is interesting. It's also only a one-parter, which makes me think, did they know this was going to be the final episode? Like, or series finale. I knew they probably knew it'd be the season finale. That's why they did a recall to a previous special they did. But, like, did they know it'd be the series finale? Because they didn't do another 2-parter. I feel like you would want to end on a 2-parter. But either way, it's still a fitting ending by recalling on a past special and doing a follow-up on it. Would I have rathered a Robot Rampage follow-up? Yes. So that's where that sentence ends. But anyways, we open on Austin and Tasha, which we open on our iconic duo. And like, when was the last time we opened on just Tasha and Austin? Like, the writers know what they're doing. They're giving me my favorite duo to end the series. They're pulling on the heartstrings.
Tweedly-doo, some blueberries too.
Nice touch.
Thanks. Oh, Tweedly-dee. Remember me? I'm the flighty fairy. Goblin.
Sorry, can't help it. I'm the grabbing goblin.
Anyways, so they're in these fantasy costumes. Like, Austin is wearing a pumpkin on his head, and then Tasha is wearing fairy wings, and it's to represent their characters in the fantasy world. And it's like, once again, we get to see them without their imagination filter, just playing around in the backyard, and it feels so, it hits you in the feels. We get our first song, A Wonderful Day for Tea. It's iconic. It's an Austin Tasha duet about it throws us back into the timeline of the series, or the special, of the Mighty Knights. And so they're like, well, after Eggy hatched into a dragon, they all spent nice time together, you know. They all became friends, you know. The grabbing goblin actually has friends for once, you know. He isn't just like stealing things, and the fairy isn't so protective of her forest now, and she has friends too. And so they just want to thank the king and the knights by having a tea party with them. It's a nice day to have tea and biscuits, and so they sing that, and it's a very Broadway feel because it has like dialogue in it, and like it's very like it's a very in theme with the story. And then I looked at the genre on the wiki for this episode, and it is Broadway, like 1940s Broadway is what the theme specifically says, but it's still Broadway, and I'm like, they did this episode for me. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna be a wreck after this episode. So we head off back to the kingdom, and interesting thing though, Austin isn't green this time, and then also they make Tasha big. Like, she's like, oh, Mom, I might as well just turn myself big, you know, no use being small. And I'm like, I guess they cut the budget for this episode. I don't know. Interesting. Still iconic nonetheless. But anyways, they're like heading towards the castle when King Pablo runs out, and he's running from this giant orange dragon, and he's like cowering behind these bushes, and he's like trying to get Tasha and Austin's attention, and he's like, that's the not so nice dragon, okay? That's not the green friendly dragon that you know that grew from Eggy, okay? This is an actual bad dragon, not evil, but bad dragon that's trying to destroy everything. And the only way to stop it is to turn it to a nice dragon by grabbing on its tail firmly and counting to 10. And so they're like, so how are we gonna do that? And then he's like, it's okay, I've called for help. And then we get the Mighty Knights coming in with their theme song, and also like the most beautiful animated or like colored scene in the Backyardigans I've ever seen. Like, just look at this shot. It's spectacular.
My Mighty Knights, that's who.
But they ride on in and they're like, okay, we got this. So Uniqua tries to distract the dragon while Tyrone grabs onto its tail, but he's only able to hold on for 3 seconds before it like wags its tail too much and throws Tyrone off. So Uniqua's up next, and so she grabs onto the tail, but she's still only able to hold on for 4 seconds. Remember, they're supposed to hold on for 10 seconds, and they failed enormously. So the dragon is still grumbling and growling and making noises, and eventually it just grabs up King Pablo and Knights Uniqua and Tyrone and flies off to Dragon Mountain and traps them in a cave. And it's like, why is this the most effective villain the Backyardigans has ever had yet? And this is what I wanted for the anyways. We then look back at Tasha and Austin, and they're just like in shock because they're like, we're like the sidekicks of this whole story. We're not supposed to be the main heroes. And I like how meta it is. Oh my gosh. Tasha, it's like it fits perfectly for them too. It's like the main trio, you know, always the star of the show, and like we finally get an episode that actually highlights on the sidekicks and they are in the limelight now. And it's just and it's like it fits the Broadway genre too, because that the underdog story. And I can't. Okay. Our next song is We're Not Knights. Superb. I love it. Okay. And it's just like another Austin and Tasha duet. I'm being spoiled once again. Superb. It's, they're making up for the lack of Tasha and Austin content we had throughout the entire series. So the song, it's not my favorite, but it's definitely nice, okay? Like, once again, still a Broadway theme, and it's like, if it's just them singing about how they're not knights. This is not what they were born for. This is not what their role is. But this episode is all about defying the roles, okay? So, we get Tasha's boo-hoo gag as they're off to get some courage in order to stop the dragon. Tasha casts a spell that instantly teleports them to Dragon Mountain, which, yeah, I guess that cuts the runtime down so that it doesn't have to be a 2-part series, you know. The special, you know, they had to go from the castle, through the forest, through Goblin Swamp, through Fairy Forest, and then to Dragon Camp, or Dragon Mountain, and Tasha's just like, bibbidi boppity boo, we're there. But even though they're at Dragon Mountain, they're confused. They're like, what are we supposed to do? How are we gonna stop the not so nice dragon? When a familiar sound calls out, Dragon, or Eggy, or Egwin, or Egbert, or whatever egg names there were, comes out of a cave, and it's like, wait, why is Pablo's dragon up in Dragon Mountain in a cave by itself? Like, did he do that on purpose? Like, is it a free-roaming dragon now, or is that just, like, where his habitat is? Not sure. But either way, it comes out, and that's how Tasha and Austin will save the day, with Dragon coming along for the journey. We then flash to King Pablo and Knights Uniqua and Tyrone, and they get a superb song, too, called We're Stuck in a Cave, a nice classic trio song for the final episode. What other song? Like, they needed this song for the finale. It makes sense that they made a trio song once more. And it's just them singing about being stuck in a cave and how agonizing it is to not be able to do anything. And it's a iconic song, you know. Honestly, a classic for this final.
Charades, anyone?
Sure, okay.
You're a bird, you're a cat, you're a mouse, you're a hat. You're strong, you're tough, you're brave, you're a truck,
You're a car.
you're the moon,
You're a star. No, I'm stuck in a cave.
Oh, we're stuck in a cave, we're trapped in a cave. We're so bored that we napped in a cave. We need to be saved by somebody brave, 'cause we're stuck. Yeah, we're stuck in a cave.
So, we then go back to Tasha, Austin, and Dragon, and they arrive above the not-so-nice dragon. So, they fly over it and land quietly behind it. And so they try to push the rocks free for the Knights and King Pablo to get out. But Dragon gets scared and makes like a little squeaking noise, and this gets the attention of the not so nice dragon. I'm just gonna use orange dragon, of the orange dragon, okay? And so now it's angry at them. So Tasha tries to use a spell to put the dragon to sleep, but the spells don't work on it, which that's not something they set up in the special, but okay, fine, whatever. We gotta nerf Tasha once again. Every time we're here, we gotta nerf Tasha because she's just too powerful. Which, yeah, makes sense. She literally teleported them to Dragon Mountain, so whatever. It doesn't work, and so they're back to a corner, and then Tasha Austin fall, but Dragon saves them. It's kind of like a repeat of the special. So he saves them, or mostly just Austin because Tasha can fly. Saves them, and they fly out, and they have to reconvene. So they're like, okay, we need an actual plan if we want to save the knights and the king. But we do have this funny bit where Austin was like, I'm the only one who stayed calm in this team. Dragon freaked out, which got the orange dragon's attention. And then Tasha, you weren't able to do anything. You weren't able to cast your spells or anything. And then Tasha's mocking him, and it's like, you yelling right now isn't calm, Raul, is it? And then this gets the attention of the orange dragon, and they're like, we're in trouble. And so they have a chase scene around the mountains and around the forest and around the swamp, which the orange dragon, and it's like, Jesus, how far are they gonna go? And so they go all the way back to the castle, and they fly inside the castle to hide out, and the not so nice dragon tries to chase after them, but it gets stuck in the doorway of the castle because it's much bigger than Dragon. And so it's like, okay, we're safe for now. And I'm thinking, oh, this is your chance. Just grab onto its tail while it's stuck in the front entranceway of the castle. But they don't do that. They just fly back to the king and the knights on Dragon Cave. And then eventually we see the not-so-nice dragon break free and then fly back to its mountain. And I'm just like, that was your chance. But maybe they'll have another plan. So they go back to the knights and the king, and they're trying to figure out what they can do. And they figure out that grabbing Goblin is a good grabber, obviously, so he should be the one to grab the dragon's tail. And then Tasha is a fairy and very like annoying and flies all over the place, so she can distract the dragon. Also, I'm calling fairies annoying, not Tasha, so don't try to comment on that. So Tasha, with the help of Dragon, flies around the not so nice dragon and says yoo-hoo and distracts it. And at first she's like making it move too much, and Austin's like, okay, just stand still, make it stand still. And so she's eventually able to distract it with mini muffins, which was teased in the beginning. I think I called them biscuits. They're mini muffins, my bad. And so while it's distracted with the mini muffins, Austin grabs onto its tail and holds on for 10 seconds miraculously. Like, I know it was distracted, but like it was distracted for like a millisecond. Like, Austin has a good grip. Don't mess with Austin. So the dragon then transforms into this like greenish blue dragon, which lets us know it's now nice, and it looks really cool, to be honest. It's a cool design, and it frees the king and knights with ease. And it's just like, come on, dragon, you could have done better. And by dragon, I'm referring to Eggy, because Eggy couldn't get them out of the cave earlier for some reason. But whatever, I guess the not so nice dragon, now turned good, is just stronger and better in every way. So they all fly back to the king's palace, and they congratulate Tasha, Austin, and Dragon for being the heroes of the day this time. And they sing our final song of the entire series and of the episode, Mini Muffins. And it's, of course, a fun dance party song with our whole cast about mini muffins and celebrating because the day has been saved. And it has some nice dialogue moments in between about like how hard it was for them, but like they made it through.
Mini muffins for major heroes. Muffins are great and better than rolls. Mini muffins for major heroes. Small baked goods for big brave souls.
And we get our tea party at Tyrone's house to end it all off. It was a fun song to end it on. I had it as fun because I didn't remember that much, but I will change it to superb just because it's the last song of the series and it makes sense for it. You know, it's our dance party song. It's iconic just for that. So overall, it was a nice ending to the series that called back to a special, which I didn't think they would ever do, but they did, and it made sense. especially because I think the Mighty Knights, I know why they chose it and not Robot Rampage, because it was the one that like was the most open-ended for more interpretation, and it was able to shine a spotlight on Austin and Tasha, who were underused throughout the entire series, and so it made sense that if we chose a special, if we chose the night special, we would able to feature them more. And then we get the underdog story. You can't do that with Robot Rampage. I don't know. They would have to have focused on Pablo if they did a follow up on Robot Rampage. And so it's nice that they made the last episode focus on Austin and Tasha. And also we got dragons again, which seemed to be like a big recurring character and theme of this season. Lots of dragons. So it was good we also had them in the season finale too, or series finale. And, you know, the nights aren't so bad, I guess. So, not my favorite episode of the entire series, obviously. But it was a very solid goodbye to the series. And so with that, we have finished reviewing all of the episodes of the Backyardigans and ranking all of the songs. All 80 episodes and over 320 songs. So I forgot to mention my thoughts on season 4 as a whole. Overall, it was definitely a mixed bag for me. It didn't have the nostalgia that season 3 had for me. But I definitely had some highs, like, my favorite episode of the entire series is in season 4, Robot Rampage. And I also liked some other episodes that surprised me, like Pablo and the Acorns was definitely a surprise hit for me. And the Big Dipper Diner was nice too. But there were definitely some lows, like The Amazing Splashinis, Funny Man Boogeyman, and Attack of the 50-Foot Worm specifically. Those didn't really hit for me, and they were kind of boring and slow. But overall, I think the season was like a good last season. Like, we had some concepts we've never seen before, while also repeating some concepts to close off the series. We had throwback to Pablo's Panics, and also we ended with the continuation of the Mighty Knights. So it definitely came full circle, and I think it was a pretty well-rounded season. And even for the episodes that I didn't like, they weren't horrible, so someone else could have liked them as well. Other than that, I have my final episode rankings on the screen. As you can see, it's kind of moved around from last time because I re-ranked them every time I have to screen print what my rankings are. So I rearranged them once more, and the biggest change is that in my top 10 best episode contenders, there's actually 11 episodes, and that's because 10th place is tied between Pablo and the Acorns and The Key to the Nile River. I felt like I wanted an episode towards the end of the series and an episode in season 1 to be represented in the top 10, and these were my favorites. And also, not to discredit them, they were really good. And so they knocked out Caveman's Best Friend because I rewatched that episode and it was okay. So other than the episodes though, we also have my favorite songs. They also were re-ranked, so they probably moved some places, but there's some constants. Best song contender, of course, is still It's on News to us, with also Front Page News, of course, is up there too. I'm still torn. I know when I recorded it, I said Front Page News was my favorite song, but It's on News to us is still up there too, and there's some other songs that are really trying to compete for the best song slot. So Everything in Perfection is perfection, and then you have your superb tier, your fun and average tier, and then tier is really big, by the way, because any song now is oh, I remember that song, oh, that was a pretty fun song, it went there, obviously. So a bulk of the songs are in there. We have our introduction and forgettable / bad songs for just songs that I didn't really care for that much. But overall, for songs, I think these change a lot. Songs are really based off of feeling, and so, sometimes based on my feeling, they change. But every song from the Backyardigans is a bop, and if you want to know what song speaks to you, you just need to listen to all of them. And there is a playlist on YouTube that has all of the Backyardigans songs. Highly recommend. Whoever made that playlist, godsend. Love all the songs, and you get to re-listen to them. So those are my song rankings. That brings us to our last section of this video, the Backyardigans today. So the show initially planned to continue past 4 seasons actually, but the show's creator Janice Burgess moved on to the 2011 revival of a little show you may have heard of called Winx Club. And then she then retired in 2014 from Nickelodeon Studios. So I'm not saying that I blame the Winx Club revival for stealing my chances of ever getting more Backyardigans episodes and completely ruining my childhood and adulthood and my life. But I guess that's exactly what I'm saying. So thanks, Winx Club. I watched that show too, and it's like, I love Magic Girl shows, cliches, animes, and stuff like that, but like, was it worth it? Was it really worth it? But the Backyardigans did appear one more time after their series finale for the Nickelodeon Mega Music Fest in 2010, where the season 4 singing cast performed I Got a Feelin' by the Black Eyed Peas, in which, like, what a way to go out. That's the way to go out. So overall, my final opinions. I know the Backyardigans have kind of had a cultural impact nowadays. They trended on TikTok, as I mentioned, a few times throughout this video, with the Castaways, Into the Thick of It, somewhat with International Super Spy with that meme, and on YouTube they have those like poop videos that like go through Backyardigans episodes and do like weird edits of it, and like I appreciate the effort and like the spotlight on the Backyardigans, but those videos are not for me. I don't like edits like that, but yes, the Backyardigans are definitely. Oh, and he had the Backyardigans theme song got a remix that I remember that was big with the Little Einsteins too. Not as big as their remix, but I know the Backyardigans did get a remix. So it is definitely still in the cultural mindset, but it's not where I want it to be. It's not as historic and as iconic as I feel it is in, you know, the cultural mindset. So I hope that this video, or anyone else, maybe not me, I'm nobody, I came out of nowhere and I'm making this really, really bad video that's really long. But I hope that the Backyardigans do make a reappearance, maybe, or like, at least people will talk about them. I know the singing actors are on TikTok. I don't have TikTok, so I wasn't able to like look on their TikTok, so I don't know if like they still reference it or talk about it on their TikToks and other social medias. I hope they do. But you know, bring it back for the children nowadays. You know, they need the Backyardigans. Like I said, when I was explaining season 1, the Backyardigans had only one educational milestone that it fit for the Nick Jr. audience, according to the executives at Nick Jr., and that was imagination. And honestly, today, I think we're losing some of that, so I hope we have more imagination in the world. I hope we learn some valuable lessons from the Backyardigans, and that we never forget about them. Thank you for watching. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk on the Backyardigans. It was an emotional ride, and so I shall leave you on an emotional ending. So I forgot to record me saying some things I wanted at the end of the video, and I'm too lazy to set up my camera and everything again, so my bad. But thank you for watching this video. I know it was very long. If you stuck all the way to the end and watched every second of it, thank you. Yes, there are 20 hours of raw footage on my computer. Yes, there's a 115-page Google Docs with my notes for every single episode and every single song of the Backyardigans. And there's a lot of things I didn't get to say. I had to skip over some things, especially towards the end, because I was just getting so tired of saying a lot of things, and I thought it was pretty repetitive. But yeah, there's a lot of notes I have there. Yes, I'm too old to be watching the Backyardigans, and yes, I have a lot of time on my hands, but thank you for watching and sticking to the end, and goodbye!